It's the month of May, and you know what the month of May means? Racing. And indeed we are racing here at Road America for WRL's 5th weekend of the season. Welcome everybody, I'm Ryan from DriversEye Live. We've got Joseph at the controls. We've got Captain JT Tammy up in the Pacific Northwest, keeping an eye on all the things. Gentlemen, welcome.
We made it.
We did make it. We're here. We're here, we're ready. We're excited.
What round is this? I need to look at what round it is.
It's the fifth weekend.
The fifth weekend.
That would make this round 9-ish. Depending on which class you're in, of course. That makes a change. Right now, I'd be talking about what happened out at Mid-Ohio, but frankly, I forgot. Because I've had a lot going on since between then, so... I'm sure
events have occurred.
That was an event that occurred.
Yeah, we were at it.
We were there.
We have 50% more people on staff this weekend than we did in Mid-Ohio.
We do. That's absolutely true.
Hello to JT at home.
Hello to my JT at home. There were no flies in this broadcast booth, so that was nice. Very nice facility we got going here at Road America. That brings me into my fobs to success here for the first round of Road America 2023 here, WRL. 9 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. We're the first major racing series, gentlemen, to get to use the new pavement at Road America. Did you know that? Did not.
Are we a spectator event? I think I see spectators.
It might be. I think you give the season pass, you can be here. But you're looking at potentially 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker on this pavement here. Now, it does get a little bit on the greasy side, and I did see this morning there were some spots where I think the track weaves a little bit still. There's some standing water in a couple places. I'm guessing by now it will have been taken care of by the track dryer crew that was out there early this morning while I was placing cameras.
Yeah, I mean,
so
even in this...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, even in this shot, Ryan, to that point, you can see some sheen still on the surface. Yeah. You know, fresh tarmac is going to have a little bit of oil on it still.
So we've got to make sure to, ooh, look at that, getting slidey there in the Supra. So we've got to make sure to take it easy on the new tarmac. You still don't want to run wide if you can avoid it. Got a little bit more runoff here than we used to. So that'll be an advantage for sure. Another one, don't get cheesed off, as they say. You know, there's a lot of really tempting passing spots here, and drivers were told in the driver meeting specifically to try not to pass into the kink going down the back straightaway into Canada Corner, and they were told that it doesn't work. So if you're somebody you got to get around, don't get cheesed off in that corner.
I mean, it only doesn't work if it doesn't work. You got to try.
I mean, I guess, but you're the penalty there for not making the pass work is pretty severe, I reckon.
Yeah, was it last year, the year before, it's not even just the kink, right? It's this entire backstretch into Canada Corner
where we're looking right now.
Communication is a must, especially if you are in one of the slower classes. Style GTO field this weekend.
Absolutely. And then we have a non-NP01 runner in the GTU field. You'll see in the back corner there, Joseph, that is a green MR2.
That is amazing. Look at that Pikes Peak wing.
It's gorgeous.
It's what I've been clamoring for.
McKibben's Biohazard Racing entry?
It is. And they appear to be the proprietors of a bar. McKibbensIrishPub.com, it reads on their canopy. So GTU and GTO are going to get the same green flag, and then the GP classes will get their own. So even though GTU is going to be out ahead, the start is going to occur at the same time for both of those classes at the front. This will allow the GTU cars to kind of get out and get ahead, and then the GTO field will have to file through. So we're going to come up the hill here to a green flag. We're looking at the start-finish stand. That's not start-finish stand, that's the bridge. We're looking at the bridge here. They'll be waiting for the flag man to give the signal, and he waves the green flag. The cars are going to come up here. Big push at the front from the 59 and the 58. They're going to stay double file all the way down to turn 1, I reckon. Very reasonable start there, and the GTO field comes through already on the attack. The Supras are at the front. The Porsche GT3 Cup car is in 3rd position. I believe it's Sarah Montgomery starting the number 997 round 3 racing car as we see them come in here to turn 1. That's going to be the Thunder Bunny Racing car, and then the Hitman, followed by the Round 3 Racing car in the top 3 there in GTO. We've now got the GP classes starting. Of course, GP1 here at the front. Lots of GP1 runners here today. Unfortunately, Big Mission finally making their return here. Had a couple issues yesterday in practice, so they're down a car or two, I believe. But nice to see them back in the series as well. So we think the GP1 cars here are going to be fairly quick. The 44 is leading the 147 to the line. They're going to have the inside line going into turn 1 as well. Pretty clean start from all the classes all the way around, at least from what we've seen so far, as the general production field's going to stream into turn 1 here. Looks like the 147 has a bit of a lead, but they're on the outside. So the Chill Out Systems car will remain in the lead of the general production class into turn number 1. Joseph.
Yeah, that Chill Out car is going to maintain the whole shot into 1. No note so far in the race control log, so everyone is doing a great job of keeping it clean. That GTU Miata falling back into the clutches of the GTO field at the moment, but all going well.
Absolutely. A top 3 still remains the same. You've got the Thunder Bunny Racing, followed by Hitman, and then followed by the number 997 Round 3 Racing Porsche. Also, a big shout out to Palomar Racing. Yesterday they had some issues in practice where I think they had backed the car in that kind of fast turn. I didn't see exactly which turn it happened at, but they were trying to get the black and gold, with the mountainy sort of livery. They're trying to get that car back out today. Don't know if they'll make it out today, but hoping to see them tomorrow. They were asking for some equipment last night while everybody was out having dinner.
I got a report of contact with the barriers for the number 98 and number 52 down at turn 9, or called in by turn 9.
We can see a spun Porsche.
Yeah, we absolutely can. Is that the 98 maybe? That would be one of the cars listed in that note by race control.
So the 98 would be the Ford Mustang from MPRS.
Okay.
This looks like a round 3 GP1. The 701, I believe.
Yep. That would make sense. Round 3, of course, has both of their Caymans here this weekend as well. The GP1 car and the old GTO car from 2021.
That Moorhead 147, uncharacteristically, looking a little slow, has fallen back to 4th in the running.
It's still early days yet, of course. We've got 8 hours and 55 minutes to go, so we know that they have some hot shoes in that car than the 147 that can make up some time. So we've also got some early takers to the pit here, Joseph.
Yeah, those are the 2 cars that are listed in that race control incidents. 701 was listed as being spun at turn 8. Contact with another car. Although that may not have been the car that was spun, that may have been the car that did the spinning, allegedly.
Both of those cars pulling into the pit lane. They didn't appear to have any damage on them, at least from my vantage point, but probably still a good idea at the beginning of 9 hours here to just bring the car in and double check, make sure there's nothing that's been missed, no issues with the car. That way you can send it out for another 8 hours and 55 minutes worth of trouble-free running. Not a bad idea to take your pit stop now and just make sure everything's nice and squared away.
They were kind of tracking around the back half of the course at reduced speed, so I think there may legitimately be something a little bit off with both of those cars.
All right.
Which would be a shame to have something happen this early in the weekend. But as you say, there are 9 hours left.
Yep. Mustang is up on the jacks. They're looking at the back right. And then the BMW still hasn't been moved at all.
Are they looking at the front left by any chance?
No, not at all.
Okay. I see spits of rain on these cameras.
So we are expecting a little bit of a sprinkle here off and on throughout the weekend. It shouldn't cause any issues. I don't think it's going to rain hard enough for anything to come of it. But it will be a little bit more wet. It is pretty humid here, of course. Spring in the upper Midwest tends to do so.
So this kind of plays into your point earlier about the fresh tarmac. I do wonder, with fresh tarmac, a lot of times you don't necessarily need a ton of rain to make things a little treacherous.
Right.
I wonder if that has already thrown off anybody's braking points, seeing some of the contact that we've seen early in this race. Speculation.
Well, we've seen, for example, Joseph, the 997, a car which famously doesn't have a lot of driver aids, moved down to 7th position in class. Now the top 3 are all Toyotas, followed by the number 172 TLM racing car.
I will just say, every single time we have said, oh, it's not going to rain that bad, it does rain pretty bad. And then every time we're like, rain's coming, it never shows up. So,
right. Oh, there's going slow. The 9.4 Motorsports GTU car going slow there on the inside, hoping that car ends up making it all the way around. See if we can pick it up here on this camera shot.
See if it should be downhill.
There it is.
Here.
It appears to be under power, just not a lot of power.
Yeah, that doesn't quite sound healthy.
No.
Good showing so far early by Ginger Racing. It's not typically a team that we think of as being the peakiest on pace, but still holding on to a top 3 position in GP1.
And a very consistent team as well.
Right.
JT, what do you have your eyes on?
I'm just checking the timing for quite a few cars. I'm not seeing any laps done for yet, including Overnight Motorsports, the 197.
Overnight Motorsports, of course, making the big trek up here from New Orleans. But the Palomar number 14 is now in the pit lane as well. They're under the hood checking it out. We've had a lot of engine issues this weekend, I've noticed. I'm not sure what the deal with that is. If people are running original engines and we're now on the 5th weekend, maybe it's a mileage concern, but lots of people with engine problems here at Road America this weekend. I've kind of been surprised by that.
Yeah, that is a little surprise. I mean, this is a course where you're running flat out for quite a long time. Obviously down that front straight, down this straight into 5. And from the kink all the way to Camden Corner, as we've got someone running wide coming out of turn 5. And now someone running wide out of turn 6. That's not the same car. No, that's the NFC Mercedes. I think we're starting to get a little greasy here.
I believe that. The wind has picked up a little bit as well. The 9.4 Motorsports GTU car has made it back to the pit lane. Palomar car has left pit lane as well.
I don't know if it always rains at Le Mans, but it always does the exact opposite of whatever we think the forecast is going to tell us.
Correct.
Ginger up into second. Yeah, up into second, overtaking that edge 26.
The 118 and the 111 are doing battle at the front of the field here. And actually the 118's gone around the 111. The last time through they were only a 10th apart, and then as we just saw on that camera, they had come through apart with the 111 behind. See if we can pick them up on this turn 1 camera here. They were just coming through the kink a little bit ago, so there'll be some time, I think, before we pick them up. Yeah, the 111 has dropped a bunch of time to the 118. The 118 now in the lead. Still a Toyota Supra 123 at the front of the field. The 34 Hitman Racing car biding its time. 2.5 seconds off the lead. Followed by the number 172 TLM Mercedes. And then the 162 Dexter Racing in the Ginetta G56. They're in 5th.
there's a lot more tarmac runoff at this track than there certainly were in years past. A lot of that gravel runoff been replaced up at turn 6, I believe, is one of the places that's been concreted over more recently.
Right.
That will, if this does get a little more Larry.
Ooh,
someone's
that's
trailing blue
smoke
smoke. Yeah. Who is that coming from? We should see them come through this shot. Maybe it's tire rub. If it is, I believe it was the yellow AOA.
I would believe that on that car. It seemed like a lot for tire smoke.
If it does show up in right-handers, we've got a pretty good one here.
There we go.
I'm not really seeing it. All
right.
Maybe just
Disaster averted there. Hopefully nobody's motor exploding, so that's good. The front of the GTO and GTU fields now trying to make their way through some of the GP3 and GP2 traffic. Now, the one thing that I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, I think is going to be a huge factor here, especially for working traffic, is that the GP1 cars are not that much slower in a straight line than the GTO cars. So now more than ever, the bottom half of the GTO field is going to have a really, really hard time with the front half of the GP1 field. So right now, the GTO cars are working their way through the lower classes, the GP2 and GP3. But when they do get in range of the GP1 cars, I think the progress is going to be much more steady as far as trying to work the traffic and stay ahead. So your ability to manage traffic here is going to become a much, much bigger deal than it was before.
Yeah, I think of the gap from GTO to GP2 to be kind of akin to like an LMP2 versus GT3 gap.
Yep.
So having a class in the middle there does make that, it makes it trickier for sure.
You can see the 34 here of Hitman Racing closing up on the 111. The 111, usually the class of the field in pace, especially at the beginning of the race. That's not the case here, as we're saying. I think the 34 might be able to get the pass done here as well, so that'll put the 111, who I believe started on pole in GTO, will now be back into the third with the 118 followed by the 34. I think that pass will happen on this lap.
Yeah, having a top 3 full of Supras is going to be really more of the same, isn't it?
I think so. It's proven to be a really, really good package here, and even in spite of the penalty that turbocharged cars take in GTO, that Supra with the BMW power plant in there really still is the class of the field. Oh, well, we've got some emergency vehicles coming to the course.
That is to pick up. Yeah, that is to pick up a car that stopped at the beginning of pit lane. I don't know the answer to that.
That is an E36 BMW. It is a big mission car. I believe
that may be the 199. It's been a salmon on the Zero.
The 199 did not start today, Joseph. Or,
that was JT.
Yeah.
But no, I think JT's right because I also have it as going red at 13:09.
Yeah, I've been doing 3 laps. It's the 777 that has.
This is the 777 that didn't start. You're right. You are absolutely right. That would be the 199. So that leaves them down to the 123, and then is the
567 is up to 6th.
It's in 6th. Okay, cool. So both of those cars are still running.
Yeah, it feels like this is maybe the shortest haul other than High Plains for Big Mission that I can think of.
Probably Coda.
Oh, would it be?
I bet it's close. I'm leaning towards Coda. I really am. This is pretty far up here. Because
Coda's pretty far down there, though.
Yes, but Austin's along 90 or 35, Interstate 35, whereas we are way further east by, a few hundred miles. So it's not even a straight shot. You still have to cut over. Whereas from Colorado to Texas is still a straight shot. So look into that, for sure.
We are checking.
So it is the 199 being pulled in.
Yeah, that went missing a while ago, but didn't get called in until and there they go. Didn't get called in until 12 past the hour. So I don't know if they were trying to get that car going and just weren't able to. But either way, it's on the tow rope being taken, I assume, behind the wall.
Presumably so, yes. I, of course, have brought too many screens with me, and it obscures a large portion of my view out the window, so I can't speak on that definitively.
I'll say it authoritatively, and then we'll just assume that that's the case.
So in the chat, I'm being told that it's 13 hours to Dakota and 15 hours to Road America for a big mission. So I'll take that dub. Thank you.
Well, they need to drive faster on the way to Road America.
Justin Ford, also friend of the show. Shout out from Chattanooga Touringwagon. Missing everyone this weekend. We're missing you, Justin. Justin, of course, had a great run at the Midi a couple weeks ago in an E30.
Absolutely nobody calls it that. Wait,
dominated.
Now, are you calling Mid-Ohio that, or are you calling something else that?
No.
Am I out of the
loop?
loop?
The Midi. The what?
The event.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the HSR race at Road Atlanta.
Oh, MITI. I heard MIDI, and I'm like, what are you... Don't call Mid-Ohio the MIDI.
Yeah, I'm not calling that. Nobody's... No. I can't believe that you think I would actually say that.
That was the last time I saw
you. Thought was capable of coming out of my mouth. I just... Oh.
Oh, we've got a local yellow here.
We do.
It'll be the 13. No, the 14, sorry. Yeah.
Now that car, of course, was already in the pit lane once early, so that will be another sign of trouble for them. Whatever it was that they were trying to fix, I reckon, didn't get fixed the way they wanted.
Yeah, that's obviously going to be a little bit of a bottleneck until we... Oh, okay, so here we've got an emergency vehicle, a recovery vehicle that is... Are they scrambling or are they coming back up? I think that's scrambling.
I also think it's scrambling. A little bit of cheese.
And there he goes.
Some bacon.
Just looking for a gap.
And I... Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a choke point here, where you've got a little bit of an opportunity for faster cars to pass slower cars. Obviously, that goes away at this flag station.
Correct.
And even then, it's a little bit of a Larry spot to try to pass somebody. So somebody's downshifted in the middle of that corner.
The 46 Junior Racing to the lead in GP1.
Excellent. So
no affiliation between Ginger Racing and JT.
So quite the competition in GP1 right now, with the 46, the 44, the 26 in third position. So the 147 has now fallen all the way down to fourth. They're going to catch up to WRL longtime entrant Frozen Rotors in their Cayman. And trying desperately to EQ JT down a little bit.
Oh, that's interesting. I had him down too much.
There we go.
I know everyone was worried about how high up I had JT. And in terms of esteem, very. In terms of EQ, not very.
Not very. Very low.
On the bright side, it seems like the sister car from Moorhead is a bit more competitive at the moment, holding off Stans Racing for second in GP2.
Yeah, that car was listed with Gregory LaFogue in it. I don't know that he's usually Is Michelin Pilot Challenge happening this weekend? Because I would have assumed he was there instead. Okay.
It is.
They're at WeatherTech Raceway.
Can you say that? Yeah, you can.
WeatherTech, a local sponsor here, of course, in the Wisconsin area.
And here they are.
Yes, they are. Here they are, indeed. Also brought to you by Briggs & Stratton. I did not successfully convince Scotty Elkins to run at the Motorplex on his motorcycle yesterday. I was very disappointed.
Wow. You can't win them all, but
no.
Good on you for trying.
Yeah. Briggs & Stratton, of course, makers of fine, small gasoline engines. I have to imagine that's a business model that's not running the direction they would want it to run at this point.
You can't run the motors backwards.
You can't. You really can't. Isn't that how it works when you put the car in reverse?
Oh, no.
Doesn't it spin the engine the other way?
Oh, no.
I did have a customer tell me that once.
Well, you say tell you.
Yes. Definitively.
But, like, how did that even come up? Oh, because he was bringing it to service.
Right in reverse, and like, you know, I know it's because the engine has to change. I was like, I'm sorry, it what? Yeah, the engine has to change directions, but no. Well, then how else does it go in reverse? No, I can't do this.
That reminds me of my favorite.
I'll let you know when you can pick it up.
My favorite episode of Junkyard Wars, where they have to build a dragster.
What a just reference! I just want to take a second here. Junkyard Wars. Hell yeah. Okay, continue.
They have to build a dragster, if I remember this correctly, because it's probably at least 15 years ago, maybe 20.
Probably 20, yeah.
And someone's like, they find a transmission, but it only like runs in reverse, and they're like, I guess we just rotate the entire drivetrain around, and so they do. And it works. I think they maybe win the episode. If they don't, at least in my heart, they do.
I was always really curious about this junkyard that always happened to have, like, running small block Chevys in it.
This Top Chef junkyard.
Right. Could you still do Junkyard Wars today, or are junkyards full of cars with EFI and you couldn't just, like, make that happen?
You just use, like, I was going to say a tractor, but I feel like tractors probably have the same issue.
You need, like, a longer time horizon and some, like, Honda kid that's like, no, we can get that B18. Just let me get a soldering iron here real quick.
Oh, my goodness. Hold on.
We're good.
Kids who grew up exclusively modding Hondas in Junkyard Wars would be an amazing episode. I would watch that all day. And at this point, those kids are like 40, right?
I don't know, man. Like, I've met some that are still in their, like, late 20s, early 30s that are still I've been working on Hondas my whole life people. You can just put that right in there. Yeah, that switches out with this, and you just need that, and just like Honda Research West, you know? Get the injector from a Odyssey if you have one in the parking lot.
162 being noted for heavy smoke.
162, of course.
The Dexter Racing car running P5 in class. I'm not looking at the overall, but P5 in GTO.
Right.
That's the running Janetta we have. Looks like Ludicrous Janetta has not come out today.
Luda.
Sure.
Big fans of Fast and Furious over there.
So it's interesting about that Dexter entry is it's the G56, not the P5.
Right. I was also able to independently verify yesterday that Fifth Gear Motorsports does not employ Jason Plato or what's her name, or Johnny Smith, or
Tiffany Dell.
Or Tiffany Dell, yeah. I had to give them a ride back to the paddock because their golf cart had died.
Oh no.
So Can't make that joke anymore. I mean, I suppose I could, but like...
Yeah, you absolutely can. Oh,
now
no, there you see the smoke coming out of that car, actually. Hold on.
Oh, here we go. Joseph, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my screen has died. Oh, there we are.
Fix it.
Up the hill, around the bend.
You're looking for a Genetto with
yellow...
a Surgeon's General warning on it.
Hmm. The 34, I'm surprised, still hasn't made that pass yet. Looks like it was all but done, and they're still just hanging out in third.
That feels like their MO, honestly, just to kind of hang out for the early parts of the race.
Right.
Yeah. Just hang for a bit, take it easy.
Yeah.
The 118, of course, has gotten away to a 5.5 second lead in GTO.
Yeah, I'm still a little surprised at the pace of the 147. I don't know if they've reshuffled the driver lineups there, but that is typically a car that you see with Johan Schwartz behind the wheel, where they sort of just bolt and may or may not take the 44 PC Racing with them, but they're sitting about 20 seconds behind the leader in that class right now. So no major issues clearly. But not sort of the world-beating pace that we tend to see out of them.
Yeah, and that battle with PC Racing is just staying consistently within a half second between them and Ginger Racing, with PC retaking the lead in GP1.
Yeah, under 0.3 of a second of the line last time by. See if we can try to pick it up on the track sides. Palomar off track still. I don't know if we saw that car come through or if it was taken directly behind the wall. I believe there's still a cutout at the top of the hill between Canada Corner and the final corner.
Yeah, that would direct you towards the paddock, I believe.
Okay, so maybe that'll be why we haven't seen that car. Wonder what has happened for them. Alright, now comes my favorite part of the race, where I send us into automatic camera mode while I...
Get the onboards going.
Get the onboards going. Exactly.
And Harrison Motorsports in GP2 has just pulled out a 10-second lead so far. Stan's Racing still hassling Moorhead Speedworks for second.
Uh, 51 seconds, 15 seconds. Don't be ridiculous. You'd be staring at the bridge for a full minute, just trying to figure.
Oh wow!
Yeah. We did lose at some point. We lost Astro Autosport into the pits. When does that happen?
That would have been somewhat recently.
Oh, that 160 from Moorhead is being called slow in turn 8.
Oh.
That'll teach you for talking up what a great run they've been having.
I believe Astro Autosport's the white MX-5 in GP3.
Okay. Those bits of rain have gone away from the beginning of the race. That should be helping everybody out.
Ooh, there's just exiting the carousel was a silver BMW. I believe that is that the Moorhead car? The 160 in GP2?
Where are you seeing that again?
It had just left the carousel.
Yeah. Yeah. You see the Moorhead windscreen banner. So that'll drop them off of the lead lap straight away. It'll actually probably drop them down to 7th because everyone is on the lead lap in GP2 still. Hopefully they can make it up the hill here. It's a little bit of a climb, not just to the final corner, but even beyond that into pit in. And that, oh, I don't even think they're going to make it up.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, we saw the same thing at the same time. Yeah.
They just really did not want to apex Thunder Valley there.
Yeah. Now, Ryan, you were at the drivers' meeting, seeing a few calls of noting exits of certain corners. Are we looking at track limits here at the exit of turn 5? If Ryan has left us temporarily, I will ask him the exact same question verbatim. You'll hear it twice, but Ryan will hear it for the first time.
Come on, buddy, get up that hill.
It's done it just fine. Certainly not a fuel issue. You wouldn't expect it to be.
Yeah, hopefully not this early.
Got a brief shot of a recovered vehicle going through turn 5. Not sure if there's a backstory there, or if that's just a car returning to post. Nearest battle on track at this point, PC Racing has opened up a 4-second gap on Ginger Racing in that 46. Nearest battle on track is probably, there's a couple actually. That 997 for round 3 is right up behind the Dexter Racing 162. And the 34 for Hitman is about a second behind the 111 for Thunder Bunny. Open Throttle in that 65 has just overtaken the 75 for AOA Racing on the last lap. Gap was a quarter of a second to line, so that battle is probably not. Well, I say that, they've just gone through shot, and that gap has really expanded out, so maybe that will be the 65 stretching their legs a bit.
So that should be the 65 retaking second. I believe they had been there after the start, moving up a position from where they had qualified in 3rd.
Okay, maybe that's a an off track or a slow moment for them that's put the 75 up past them.
It's good to see TC Klein Racing come out. They did miss the start, unfortunately, for some reason. But they've now come out and they've done 4 laps. So they've got a ways to go, but plenty of time left for them to work their way back up towards the front in GP3.
Yeah, I've got them about 20 minutes behind the leader. No, not behind the leader. Behind 4th place. So, still roughly 20 minutes. That means that's about the amount of time that they waited to come out on track after the green flag. Yeah, I wonder what the backstory for that is. We have 3 incidents under investigation, all pertaining to cars that we've lost early on in this race, or at least that have fallen by the wayside temporarily. 98 and the 52, we talked about very early on. We saw those cars creep up pit lane in the first 5 minutes or so of the race. Additionally, the 701 for round 3, the 567 for Big Mission under investigation. 701, I believe, is the car that we saw backwards at turn 8. Does that sound right to you, JT?
Yes.
And the 368 and the 178 also under investigation. 178 for No Lift Racing, and the 368 for 368.
That's the exiled car that's currently now promoted to 3rd place in GP2. BMW
Yes.
3 Series.
Good spot, that's it. A new name for me. That has just been handed out, actually. as a 2-lap penalty to the 178 for avoidable contact. As we're discussing that, there's another incident under investigation. We were just talking about the battle between the 65 for open throttle and the 75 for AOA. That is going to be another instance of contact under investigation. This time team reported, so not called in by a corner marshal. I do think the track is picking up pace a little bit. I don't know if there's any amount of rubber that's being laid down, maybe just oil that's being swept off the surface, little trace amounts of oil. Or maybe it is just the early spots of rain that we saw earlier, but we're seeing a lot of fast laps from the 85 for AOA in GP3 and for the 164 for Harrison in GP2. In the case of Harrison, it was an improvement of half a second to a 2:35.8. And in the case of, at least from their previous best, in the case of the 85, brings them down to a 2:42.3.
Wonder if maybe just the track is starting to build a bit of temperature into it.
Yeah, that's true too. It won't have had the opportunity to build too much yet. Still pretty heavy cloud cover and still pretty early in the day. This will be a slightly different dynamic today compared to tomorrow, being a 9-hour race to tomorrow's 7 hours. So you still get the 16 hours of running across 2 days, but you'll get very different experiences across the 2 days. Particularly, I think more so in the GP classes that can run a bit longer on fuel. So you'll end up with a little bit of a different fuel strategy there. In terms of, obviously not in terms of burning fuel, but in terms of when you decide to take your pit stop, if you decide to react to safety cars, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I said I was going to add onboards and I just didn't? I'm going to try to do that.
You ever just add some onboards?
Ryan, you're back.
I am. Welcome.
I had a question for you.
Okay.
So something that we keep seeing noted in the race control log refers to the corner exit of turn 5. And I was wondering if that was something that had been harped on in the drivers' meeting by chance.
It was harped on in the drivers' meeting that a lot of these turns used to be sand right on the outside, and that we are all lucky that it is not, and that just because there is pavement doesn't mean that you should be going wide, and you should really try to stay on the track. But it wasn't, there was no like categorical you will be penalized discussion. It was more of a case of like, if you go wide at turn 5 or at turn 3 or at Canada Corner, you don't have the right to then subsequently chop all the way back across the track. That was really all that was talked about.
Okay. That's almost more of a safe rejoin discussion
Right.
than anything else. Okay.
Right. They talked about that for
Interesting
turn 1 as well.
Turn 1 has not come up, actually, in the logs. Nobody is really abusing that one. At least it hasn't been called in.
I'm happy to hear that, because turn 1, in theory, should be a pretty straightforward corner, I feel like, in a lot of these cars.
Straightforward, sure, but also
Well, actually, it's not. It's a turn. It's not really straightforward, but anyway.
Yeah, except for that one. That one was it GS? Back in the Coney Challenge days. Was it Coney Challenge? I don't remember, but it was like 10, 15 years ago. Brake failure into turn 1. Very straightforward.
I think that was kind of fire. I think. Was that the Mazda? Question mark?
I don't think it was a Mazda. I think it might have been a Camaro.
And maybe I'm thinking of a Grand Am incident, which I think was also here, where they like lost brakes and like
Oh, it might have still been
hit the wall. I think that one would have been a Mazda at that point. Anyway, we're here live at Road America. 8 hours 18 to go. Go for it, JT.
I was just saying, I know Liam Dwyer had a brake failure in the Mazda MX-5 at Laguna Seca in the 2.
What I'm picturing is an RX-8. So it would have been a Speed Source, presumably, car.
I don't know why you think it would be Speed Source. So many Mazdas in Grand Am.
Do you think those would run competitively in GTO?
I think it'd be kind of fun to get... okay, I have a tangential question.
All right.
How many GX cars do you think are still, like, in GX configuration?
So the GX car that makes the rounds constantly, it changes hands and like goes up and down $5,000 at a time, is the orange Mazda. And they've taken the diesel motor out and they just put like a regular 2.5 race motor in it.
Boo.
So it's close. I don't think they've changed.
I mean, I guess you could also argue that that GX car was also probably just a regular Mazda. They threw a diesel engine in the Skyactiv D or whatever.
No, those were two frames. Those GX cars.
Huh. All right.
Okay. All right. Happy we cleared that up. I do think that those would make good cars for here as well. Along with that, what's that V8 engined Focus that they used to run to Bathurst 12 hours?
Oh, so the Mark cars they're basically just silhouettes.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, they're not.
Speaking of silhouettes,
they have no connection to like Ford Focus. They just have Focus-esque bodywork.
Speaking of silhouettes, in practice yesterday, there was what I assume to be a late model and/or Trans Am chassis running around.
Okay.
But the front end was a Saturn Sky, and the back end was a Chevy Colorado, like an old one.
Is this like the unnecessary no swap Facebook group?
Somebody else must have come in and verify this with me, but I'm 1,000% sure I saw this car, which would have been basically that, driving around on the track.
Huh.
It was extremely good. It was gray. Wasn't like a shouty color or anything, but you don't really need to be a shouty color when you're got the car looking like that. So
Boneyard Racing is listed as the 2008 Saturn Sky.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's also Boneyard Racing, so I think this answers a lot of questions at once.
Right. I have not seen that car circulating today.
It should be out there. It's done 15 laps. It's down 13th in GP1.
Let's see. Oh, they have that in GP1?
Yes.
Wow. You can run a tube frame car in GP1?
It is the only non-Porsche/BMW in GP1 today out of our 15 cars.
It's definitely not a Saturn Sky. Like, I can speak to that definitively. That MR2 is coming to the pit lane. That is a really cool build.
RJ in the chat says it's an all-stock chassis and suspension mounting points with a V6 swap.
Stop. So they literally had to, like, do some work to get the pickup truck bed to be on that car. That's insanity. I'm very excited about that. Wow. I really want to go look at that car now. So the motors, and I guess that's just so you can get to the motor easier? Wow. All right. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, there it is right there. How do you do it? Just went through start finish here, so if you pick it up, it'll come on the turn 1 cam, I believe, Joseph.
I'm not.
He is busy.
I am rapidly cycling through so many things, but primarily the camera links that we were given and trying to see if any of them work.
Excellent. Yeah, that was my other concern, is that we were going to have some droppage here through a couple parts of the track.
Yeah.
I am happy with the condition of the carousel camera. I was a little concerned about that one. That's why I preferred this location, because it seemed a little bit higher versus the other one I was going to try.
Sure.
The Canada Corner one I kind of saw coming, if I'm being honest. I don't know what the solution down there is going to be.
I think we might have had some luck putting it on the outside of the track. I'll ask Brendan, because he has also dealt with these.
Brendan said he was putting it on the inside, on the apex, which
maybe
still has to be accessed by foot usually, so I wasn't keen to do that. It's quite a long walk.
Yeah, it's we're a little bit on the. You know what? I might end up going the YouTube route. I thought we might have some RTMPs. We're not having the luck with that I was kind of hoping for.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
None of them work.
That's awesome. Okay. Well. Alrighty. Well, I guess that's the end of that. TLM onward's decent out there. Yeah, it just froze.
No, that one's spotty. I want that car. I want to be able to give us an Aston Martin on board, but cell service is not working in our favor right now.
All right.
Bummer.
It's working all right in specific locations for us.
Is that the 52 from
I believe so.
PCP?
This is the 52 moving slowly. That was the car that already had to come down the pit lane once. With the Mustang. The Mustang, of course, has been circulating recently, the number 98, with a big front splitter on it, as well as a taller rear wing than what they've run in the past. I'm a little curious about, as they take to the pit lane there, I'm a little curious about what the situation is going to be, given that Ford are now here, Ford Performance Racing School, or Driving School. They're not running the new car either. They're still running the old car. So I'm not certain what the deal with that is. Like, it's kind of been silent on that front. JT, have you heard anything about what's going on with the new Dark Horse RSGT 350L
thing?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I've been looking forward to seeing the new stuff come out.
I have too.
The note that we got at, what was it, Road Atlanta, was that they were having problems with a specific fabricator, and this is round 3 specific, right?
Right.
I think they were going through somebody who, I don't know if they were given. I don't remember, honestly. Somebody could go through the VOD for Road Atlanta and have an answer faster than I will in my memory. But that is trailing fluid in a big way.
Yes,
don't love that. I hope that's water.
Oh boy.
Even so, it'll still be slippery right there, especially through the carousel.
Yeah.
Especially a high downforce car like a GTU car going through there. Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on this camera for race control.
That's a good idea. It's worth noting, Joseph, race control does have like 75 million cameras.
Do they have CCTV? Sweet.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
All right, then I am not concerned. Back to the playlist. But no, I mean that was an awful lot of fluid that was dropped down the outside of the carousel.
The number 84 is coming to the pit lane. It's the 9.4 Motorsport GTU car.
That is being noted as the number 2 dropping that fluid.
The 2.
That would be an ACP car as well, I believe.
2. I thought the 12 was the other ACP car.
There's 3 ACP cars.
There's 3. Okay, got it.
The 2, the 12, and then the 52.
Or 52. Yeah. Here comes the 197 Overnight Motorsports, the Boxster.
I could have sworn the 2 was just in the pits as well.
The 52 was in the pits.
Yeah, the 52 was as well, and now the 12 is. So those cars got about 45 to 50 minutes there.
Now we have to imagine, of course, that so much of Road America is at full throttle that you may have teams, especially on the first stint here, playing it a little bit safe. Not only are you on throttle for a substantial portion of the lap, but the lap is quite long. I believe this is the longest lap that we do here in WRL. Is that correct, Joseph and JT?
That feels correct.
Between here and Coda.
I suppose Coda too. You're right. Anyway, either way, you end up with the issue where if you only have 3 miles of fuel left when you come around to the start-finish line, you can't do another lap. You've got to come in. Whereas at a smaller track like Mid-Ohio, for example, you can get that tank closer to empty with a little bit less risk. So I think between those two things, we may not see the same stint lengths that we have seen here before. I think that's going to be another slight advantage to the GP1 field. The GP1 field usually does a lot better, GP1 and GP2 usually do a lot better on fuel than GTO does, and especially if they have the cars trimmed out. I think there's an angle here where the strategy might play into getting the GP1 car pretty high up the overall order just based on fuel strategy here today. So that'll be something to watch for as well, is people with fuel pickup issues trying to stretch every last bit of their tank, because unfortunately if you have 95% of a lap's worth of fuel left, you're still not going to make it all the way around that last lap. So that's rather difficult to save fuel here. You can take some big lifts, pre-turn instead of waiting all the way until the braking moment. You can lift a little bit, but like I said, so much of this track is at full throttle that it makes it very difficult to save a meaningful amount of fuel.
Yeah, I found an onboard.
A lot. Go ahead, just.
Yeah, I found an onboard from the 14 at Palomar, trying to figure out if they had run into problems or what had happened in that car.
So it had been towed in at one point.
Okay. Yeah, if you listen to the onboard, it just sounds like it's lost compression. I mean, it's just
okay.
Yeah. Simple.
The 82 has come down the pit lane. That's the Continental Tire orange BMW. We're also going to have the 43 Aston Martin Pro Sport competition car is going to pull in. That team with a new livery on the Pro Sport car and new shirts to go with it. They've embraced the Aston Martin green theme on the 43. Nice branded Aston Martin racing shirts, the whole nine.
So is that like a British racing green, or?
It is, but the car's mostly that really good Aston Martin like silver that like all the James Bond cars were. And then there's like a really cool green pattern on the back. And then the shirts are like British racing green. Like the old GT1 cars used to have, JT. That color green.
Okay, yep.
It's a pretty cool livery. I like it a lot. It doesn't stand out. It's not like bright and shouty, but when you look at it, it's like, oh, it's quite nice. 52 down the pit lane again.
Yeah, that's not good for ACP.
No.
Hopefully they can get that sorted out.
I don't know who that the smaller, that slate gray car squeals tires like crazy every time it comes to turn one. I get a real kick out of that.
Is that the Saturn Sky?
It is.
Oh, it might be. Yeah.
That is the Saturn Sky. Yeah.
Best car on the track. I was like, what is that? That car looks like it's like it looks like it's got a weird like spoiler lip to it. And if it's just a truck bed on the back, well, that explains that.
Yep, it is a truck bed, and it is covered as well. Like it's smooth.
Oh, good.
So
you just take the tailgate out and prop it open. It's a double diffuser.
There we go. And we got the open throttle racing BMW coming down the pit lane. One of the few teams that's embraced the V8 BMW M3. That car, as I understand it, has a lot of straight line speed. They were actually at Daytona testing a couple weeks ago, trying to get some fuel mileage testing out of the way and see where they were going to be at. So I think they're, of course, I believe native to the Jacksonville area, question mark. They're going to be very excited to go to Daytona with that car, I reckon, because as we saw at Road Atlanta, especially on the restarts, they were able to walk some of these GT4 cars on the straights. So that's a car I'm pretty excited to see what they will be able to muster at Daytona, where we're on the high banks. That car is spraying something as well, whatever that orange car was that just passed the Cameron Joseph.
I was not looking. So
let's see. I don't imagine there was a puddle there. The only orange car that's come through was the Aston
there they
Martin.
are.
Oh, there it is. That's pretty comprehensive, I would say.
Yeah. 946 is noted for smoke by race control. Maybe that car.
It is.
Okay, so the flying fur BMW.
Yep.
That is another spot where marshals will be looking very closely for fluid, because if somebody tries, particularly a GTU or GTO car, tries to blitz that pit entry and there's fluid down, that could be a major accident.
Palomar Racing Porsche comes in as well. That's another issue for the straight 6 BMWs here at Road America. Hitman Racing, number 34, is coming down the pit lane. So they're going to be pitting in from third in class. This is going to set off the strategy at the front of the GTO field. So the number 123 should come through to take third position.
Has the team hasn't already hit? I thought I saw a Supra come out of the pit exit.
I don't think it was the 118. Yeah. There's a lot of Supras here. I believe there are 5.
That's really going to challenge my... Oh, that's a shame. It's not... I'll have to revise that for tomorrow, but that has not collected car information to put on the screen.
Someone just got a meatball flag as well.
It's being reported as the 43 from Pro Sport.
Okay.
Yeah, stop. It was noted at turn 8 for dropping fluid. Or, sorry, noted at turn 8 for stopping at driver's right, and then was noted about a minute later by a different corner for dropping fluid.
The Pro Sport team manager having a discussion with the pit marshal, probably trying to figure out what the situation is with the meatball flag. Gesturing with a little bit of confusion, I think. 52 comes down the pit lane again. The 52 has come down pit lane several times.
Car off driver's right at turn 6.
$199 is going again.
And the 84 is back out on track, which I had missed.
Oh, there's a car stopped.
There's a car stopped.
Oh, no,
Is it?
35.
It's the 43. Is it? No. Maybe? Question mark.
Well, we're moving now again.
That sounds like an Aston Martin. I think that's the 43.
All right.
Control, delete.
Something like that. Here comes the 118 to the pit lane. That's the lead Thunder Bunny car right now. The blue, black, and orange, or red. Can't tell from here. Primarily the blue and black Supra coming into the pit lane. They're going to be going for some fuel. Looks like just a standard service, no driver change. At least not yet. And then I imagine the 111 will come in the lap after. Confirmed open throttle is out of Jacksonville, Florida. So very, very happy that I had that correct. Thank you, Karen. Do you think Karen is Bo's wife?
That would be awesome.
There's a non-zero possibility that that is the case here.
I don't know where Bo Barfield is from.
I mean, Florida racing, you know, partially retired. Like, yeah, it's not a stretch. You told me that, I believe it.
I'm trying to remember back to Dinner with Racers episode. I can't remember if it was Florida or Texas.
So the 43 did just pass start finish without coming in. So I'm unclear if that means they have won whatever appeal they're currently making to the official, or if they're simply waiting to get a decision. But they are still discussing whatever the situation is.
Yeah, I mean, if it's smoke, that feels like a challenging thing to try to overrule.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. And it's unfortunate because if you're being meatballed, you can't undo that. But at the same time, like if the officials told you or your car to come in, you sort of have to do that. I don't feel like you get a lot of leeway on those types of things. So probably not the decision I would make personally. But maybe they almost certainly know something that I don't. So I'll leave that there.
Intermittent technical issues seem to be popping up for everybody. Here's the 26 for Edge Auto Sports, which was noted as slow in or stopped at turn 4, or by post 4, which would be one of the kinks leading into turn 5. And now they're gonna take it off track.
So, yeah, a bummer that they were running well in GP1,
Yeah, they were.
third at the time.
111 is in. I do like where the pit loop is here at Road America, because then it actually updates on Race Hero when I expect it to update.
I don't know what you could be referring to.
I mean, it seems like a lot of them, the pit loop is at the end of the pit lane, and so you don't find out until after the pit stop has occurred if you're looking at Race Hero.
Or alternatively, it's concurrent with the start-finish line. And
Right.
so, good luck.
I mean, this one it is concurrent with the start-finish line, but it's working. So I don't know.
Oh, I guess it is here. Yeah. Thunderhill's the same way.
Yes.
It's the reverse, but you know,
Right.
all one loop. But well, I guess
I've
it's
actually
two
got
loops,
the
isn't it?
timing and scoring interface is less than 2 feet from me. There's a piece of glass in between, of course.
I was gonna say, for your intrusive thoughts.
Let's start trying these other ones. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
43 has pit in. They're going to get inside the car.
Another hot bull being carried out by the Road America track staff.
Number 99 is in, the GTR 99 car. Haven't talked a whole lot about them. That's kind of how their race goes, is they are also very consistent. Talked to Harold Petit last time out at Mid-Ohio. That's what they like to do. They like to be consistent. They like to stay clean, stay at the front, and then let the race come to them. And so they're certainly on their way to doing that today as they pit in from 6th in class. So I believe Hitman is going to now cycle into the lead here as soon as we get a full slate of laps. The 909 has not stopped either, actually, so they will currently be the leader. So we'll see. And the 118 has pitted as well. So the 118 has stayed ahead of the 34. So we'll have to wait for the pit stops to finish to get a better answer on all that stuff. Of course, looking through here. Let's check out GP3, see what's going on with them. Got AOA out at front in the MX-5, the number 85 car. I believe that was a car that had some bumper issues at Mid-Ohio. They were able to tape it on and keep half of a bumper on the car for most of both days. That was nice to watch. Followed closely by the number 65 Open Throttle Racing. That's their new E46 BMW, and that car has been really competitive out of the box there in GP3. So I think they're going to be the car that really takes the battle to AOA Racing going forward here in GP3. And third place, we have the number 75 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5, followed by the 737 AutoWorks Motorsports car. They're in fourth, about 42 seconds behind the leader, and 5 seconds to third place there in their E30 BMW. The red one's been running around here. Also a great-looking car. And then in fifth position, we have TC Klein Racing. And I believe they have a BMW as well. Yep, and they're 330i. So a couple BMWs, a couple Mazdas in GP3 holding it down there. GP2, we got Harrison Motorsports. The number 164 is in the lead over 368 Exiled. Just says Exiled, nothing else. They are in an E46 BMW as well. And then the number 581 UAO Motorsports car. that is a 330 as well. And then the 747 AutoWorks Motorsports, Joseph, do you remember when we used to cover a different series and we got the scoop on that car?
Those years are lost to my brain.
So we talked about it a couple weeks ago, or a couple weekends ago. I referenced this car, and this, I believe it's the same car, if not the same team. This group has an old model BMW 5 Series, and we were actually able to get the scoop on that car, and they just kind of like, as I recall, thought of it as like a laugh, like, oh yeah, we can make a 5 Series like race car, that'd be sweet. And they talked about how a lot of the BMW parts are interchangeable, and so they've got this E34, so it's like E30 era 5 Series running around. And it's a heck of a car. It looks really awesome to see it on track. So I'm happy to see that they are here in WRL running at Road America. It's awesome. I'm very, very happy to see them on the grid here. In 5th position, we have the number 160 Moorhead Speedworks. That's the second car, a much more stock-looking E46 than the one that they run in GP1. And of course, GP1, the battle at the front, still furious. The 46 and the 44. Of course, the 46 just now comes down the pit lane, as well as the 44. So they pit together. This will be an interesting pit battle to watch to see who's able to come out ahead. The 44 pulls in way ahead of when the 46 can pull in. So they'll be finished first. Joseph, can you review the start-finish camera?
I believe that can be done.
Okay, perfect. Because I think we'll be able to see the 44.
We're looking at a Big Mish car at the moment. 44 would be down the road a bit.
I think the 44 is... Let's see, that's the AOA banner. No, the 44 is just out of shot, so they're going to come right out. Basically, where you can see that guy moving around in white and red is where the 44 is. And then the 46 is further down. So we'll wait to see if and when they can get back out. I imagine this will just be a routine service. But the GP1 runners, they're only able to muster just about 2 hours. So still running a pretty decent-sized stint there. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's only been 1 hour. Yeah, 108. Yeah. So a shorter stint than they're used to, as I had spoken about earlier, with the large amount of full throttle time here. The 997 also has not stopped, to my knowledge. Is that accurate?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think that's... no, that is not accurate. They stopped 6 laps ago.
All right. Let's see. And in the lead comes out, I think, that's going to be the 46 coming out ahead of the 44. 44 is definitely still in the pit lane. I can see them from here, and I think we just watched the 46 leave the pits. JT, did you have something to add?
I was just going to say, coming in, I believe the 46 was in front.
Yeah, but they were like nose to tail. It was not very far apart. The 44 is still sitting on pit lane right now. So the 44 losing tons of time in the pits right now. The 984 Frozen Rotors Porsche was a little ways behind both of them as well, but I think they have an opportunity to jump the 44 as well. I believe I can see where they are pitted way down at pit exit. .909 comes into the pit lane, so I believe the 909 the longest of the GTO runners, as far as at the front anyway.
Yeah, it and then the NFC Mercedes also pitting just ahead of it.
So that's going to cycle the 118 and the 111 back through the lead, but the 34 has actually given up a position to the number 997, now back up into 5th place. That car's lost a little bit of time here, but versus where they started, but they're still able to keep the car at the front here. I do think that they've managed to wear kind of a dry line into the track now. It's still a little on the humid side, but we've now had cars circulating for a while, and it is slightly brighter than it was.
There's that tire squeal.
Let it all hang out in the Saturn Sky.
Sky's out, tires out? That was as close as I could get.
Something like that.
It looks like a weird MR2. I don't know how else to describe it.
There's the way the pickup body sits on there, it looks like the car has a ton of rake. Like the tail end sits up so high relative to the rest of the car. Then we got a safety vehicle on track here, so fortunately our Canada corner camera is dead, so we can't.
I actually I don't think it's at Canada. I think it's up here at Bill Mitchell.
Ah, okay. Which we also don't have coverage of. So.
No, also don't have a number on that.
Yeah, race control's working on that.
To paraphrase Brian Belansky, get the number of that bus. PC Racing has stopped. I don't know if we made note of that.
Yes, we followed both of those, the PC Racing and the Ninja Racing, I believe.
It's a little bit of a slower stop from PC Racing, and I think they're going to lose out on this rotation because of that.
Really?
Yeah, by about a minute, actually.
Oh, wow. So their stop was long.
Yeah, I was actually doing production work, so this is very fun.
Like, I talked about that for a long time, Joseph.
I don't. I was adding onboards, so
Yeah, you got us Moorhead.
You did. You did get us Moorhead Speedworks on board. No question about it.
Remember when you prompted me and I didn't have anything to say? It was because I was doing work.
Doing stuff. That's fine.
So Moorhead is currently your GP1 class leader, but they have yet to stop.
Correct.
I believe once they do, they will cycle out back to third.
I believe that.
I'm glad I was convincing. Looks like it's trying to put a lap down on the 64.
On the 64. They may have a hard time with that here if they can't get it done, because that 64 has the legs. Or I suppose it's the GTO car that has legs. This is the GP1. And they're able just to hold on to it there.
Yeah. It's the, also M3.
Yep. And so there's a Cayman being pulled, but it's being pulled up the start-finish straight. I think that's the Frozen Rotors car. Is that who we're missing? The 984?
Yeah, it should be on pit lane.
So that would have been their... no, I think that's the car that was recovered. I think they had an issue on their outlap.
I thought that was Edge Auto Sports that did.
Oh, it might have been. That's probably more correct, actually. Never mind. Anyway, it was bizarre to see a car being towed up the start-finish straight and not just into the pit lane. It was very strange.
59 for Stratus. It's apparently reported being the victim of contact.
Okay.
No information on the second car involved in that, but that has just come through race control.
The 59, of course, I believe is the car now that's just white. They had the blue car and the yellow car. And now, today, they have the yellow car and the white car.
The 58 would be the car that has shifted, unless they've shifted those all around. But the 59 used to be black and gold, so I assume that is still the yellow car.
Right.
The blue car may have become the white car.
I'm feeling what you're putting down.
Unless they just... You know what it would be fun to do, and just ruin my life specifically, would be to just change the... change the numbers, change the vinyl wraps every other round for your car. Would it cost you money to do that? Absolutely.
That sounds exhausting.
Using a wrap partner.
A what?
A wrap partner. That can do that for you.
Just kind of, or even better, just kind of gradually shift the color over the course of the season. There was just boil the frog, where I am the frog.
There was a on Deadspin they used to do an article, and it was what is John Gruden doing today that is crazy, basically.
Sure.
And every week they would tint John Gruden's face like 3% more red. And it took some time for me to be like, hold on, what?
Sure. It is a job requirement for football coaches to be a little bit crazy. I don't know what it is.
I mean, no disagreements here, of course. Joseph, do I want the Sheboygan Double Brat or the Scotty Stuffer?
I want these to be foods.
I
hope they're foods. Okay.
They are. They are.
Look at the variable bitrate on this camera. I promise it gets better.
It's just going through a couple bad sections.
Got little issues there.
I prefer that to just dropping out. Like I'm into it.
What setting is that? Let's get everybody to turn that on.
Yeah, right.
Do you think at some point we're going to get to a situation where Sentinel will have an exterior camera and they can do the rotatey thing for when a bug gets splattered on the camera and they just like spin the thing? When do you think we're going to get there?
I heard next week.
Next week? Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's going to solve a lot of issues.
I was like, which way do I want this joke to go? If I bring the time span out too far, then it's just kind of mean. If I make it short, I think that's like, oh yeah, that's completely unrealistic. Good work. And now, that has been Comedy Class 1 for the day.
All right.
Now it's Jake's problem.
It's Jake's problem.
It is Jake's problem. It's like working at Tesla. I'm sorry, you want us to add what feature? I only just now found out. You tweeted it, and then now I'm expected to do this? Like what?
Yeah, the car can drive itself, actually, to the airport and back. You don't even need to be in it. This is your Uber now, and now it is a riderless horse. Send tweet.
I'm just excited because a year and a half ago I was supposed to be able to not only buy a Tesla, but then have my Tesla pick up Uber rides for me while I'm working. I've been really excited to take advantage of that.
I forgot that was a bit. Yeah, I said that to be like, what kind of stupid thing would he say? And then I forgot that was already a stupid thing.
That was already a stupid thing they did. They also took money from the state of California telling everybody that it had hot swappable batteries. That has yet to materialize as well. Got a yellow here. Little single yellow action.
Where? Where are we seeing this?
On the start-finish stand.
Okay, so that tells us
So
there
maybe
should
some
be...
turn 1 action.
There is an issue at turn 1.
Ooh, it is.
This one of the
Right.
Astons?
I believe so. I think that's going to be the Ruckus racing car.
Yeah.
Car
One
is...
of the new model Vantages, of course, a GT4 car.
Yeah, you see the waving yellow there at the very far right of the screen. So that tells you where the flag post is and that the car is just beyond it.
Now, that Ruckus car, I believe that would have been... Is that the TLM car that was at the front, or is that the other TLM car?
I believe that's the other one.
Well, I mean, both TLM cars are now
Both are.
pretty firmly down the order.
Yeah, it was the 172 that was running inside the top 10. Well, technically both of them were.
I think I may have led us astray because it's being called in by race control as, or to race control as the 453.
Okay, yeah.
It's the right...
Oh, it is the Ruckus one.
That is
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm very good at spotting the Aston Martins today, and then nothing else.
Speaking of Aston Martins, let's go to the onboard. Ooh, that's a tepid key for Joseph. There we go. Yeah.
It's an onboard. It might be the only. No, they actually, Ruckus actually has a live stream, don't they?
People struggling to get single file by the time they get to the start-finish straight, which there's a spot where I would think people could go single file for a yellow. It would be at start-finish.
Yeah, what is actually going to be challenging there is that is at pit out. Thankfully, most teams have gone through their rotation, but that's there are a couple cars still in pit lane, and that is a point where I feel that's where a majority of the yellow flag disputes happen, is in pit lane rejoins and people not really knowing what the correct, not just etiquette, but rules of the road are there.
Alright, there we go. It was also mentioned that the blend
car
line
stops
has
at 8 now
changed.
too?
There is now a proper pit out line the drivers were told to respect.
Ah, yes. Yeah, not like the old days where he just kind of sent you just straight out in the fray.
Right.
And by the old days, I mean like 2 years ago.
Yeah, correct.
We have no. The 84 was noted as being slow in turn 8, and we saw that on the onboard, but that has cleared itself.
Excellent.
147 for Moorhead in the pits. Don't know if we called that.
Good, finally.
So that's an hour and 24 for the Moorhead car, so that is quite a long stint relative to everybody else. Is that going to be enough to save a stop, though, when you're only running 15 minutes longer?
Over the course of a 9-hour race, I think so, yeah. I think, also obviously depends on yellow flags, but we haven't had a yellow flag interruption yet. Knock on wood. 540 minutes divided by...
Is this basic
7
math?
stints?
Basic math with Joseph? Maths for your boy.
If you can
Scott
make it
Michaels.
if you can make it an hour and 17, you can split it into 6 stops, basically into 7 even stints. So yeah, I think that actually is a pretty critical threshold that they've crossed over here.
Okay. Because everybody else was in at like an hour and 8, an hour and 10, something like that. Now, it's that they did 2 pace laps, so we're not super sure yet.
If anybody can get it to... Yeah, that's a good point. If anybody... And they might be on the cusp here. But if they can get it to 7.5, to crossing that 7.5 hour mark, you're in good shape to be able to make it on 5 stops.
Mm-hmm.
So look for that in particularly GP2, GP3. I don't know how many GP1 cars are going to be able to make it. I don't know how many are still circulating that haven't pitted yet. I think that's everybody with Moorhead pitting.
The 747 has just pitted in, and the stickering on the car would lead me to believe that this is the car that I was referring to from several years ago at the first race that I covered in Mid-Ohio, ever.
I think
so. Happy to see that chassis is still floating around. That's awesome.
Was that 147 the last car? No, the 93 hasn't pitted yet, but TC Klein also joined the race 6 laps late, so I don't know. Kind of shift them back 6 laps in your pit stop rotation.
Right.
Another successful hot pull by the looks of things for the track crew. So good to see that we're able to stay clean and green despite these local yellows.
Clean and green.
And with the 147 having pitted, that's let the 46 for Ginger Racing inherit the lead for, I think, the first time this race. Is that right?
No, it's done it quite a bit. They were swapping with PC Racing, battling for much of the first stint. Good recovery for the 701 though in GP1, up to 4th now.
That pace differential between the 46 and the 44 hasn't really shifted. That's still about a minute gap, as we definitely noted 8 times coming out of that first pit stop rotation.
It was a long pit stop. Sure.
Is that just for your records keeping, Ryan?
Correct.
Okay. I was like,
I needed a way to get it from my laptop to my phone.
Right. Okay. Nobody else knows what we're talking about, and that's fine.
That's okay. It has gone to the intended recipient now, so we're happy with that.
Received. Still waiting on resolution of some of the notes of contact that we got in the opening laps of the race. That will probably come to a head here soon with everybody having pitted, so you get the opportunity to produce video evidence that says, no, I did not run into that car, and if I did, it wasn't that bad. And if I did, I didn't mean to do it, and I didn't even do it that bad. And I'm sure that's a great conversation for everybody to have.
If you did, I definitely put it up to my mouth, but I didn't inhale.
Sure.
Yeah. Just want to thank everybody in the chat for coming and hanging out with us today.
Man, I'm really trying to figure out the demise of Hitman Racing right now. They've really struggled since their pit stop.
There's some driver variability in the 34 JT, and this tends to happen where they'll have an issue or they'll lose a bunch of pace, and then at the end, all of a sudden they have all the pace back and they catch everybody. So we've noticed that happening the last few times out, both at Road Atlanta as well as at Mid-Ohio. Where else have they done that, Joseph? Like basically every race, every weekend they've done it at least once. Is that fair to say?
No.
Car in the wall left here.
Oh no. Is that a Janetta?
I can't quite tell.
It might be an Aston.
I was going to call it a Supra, if I'm honest.
Okay, so nobody knows. We have no idea. Unspecified GT4 car into the wall here at the King. I reckon that'll bring out a full course yellow.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I think that's our highest.
And we're also still having a emergency vehicle flag out at the start-finish line. So this would be the second incident as well, which usually triggers the safety car anyway. I would not be surprised if we go to that here shortly. Fortunately, well, how long is it? An hour and 31? If we do go full course yellow, I think this will be an interesting strategy wrinkle here. Wow, it does look like they're going to try to do this under green. That's impressive.
Well, hopefully the driver's okay, but I'm not seeing a lot of debris.
Yeah, it's noted as an impact, but it's not the heaviest we've seen. Yeah,
and we have not full course yellow.
Okay.
So that green flag that's waving is not updated fully. Or, oh, there we go. They're going to pull it back in. Now we're at full course yellow. You can see the double yellow there being displayed by the flag stand.
And it's been reported as hitman.
Oof. So they had been having issues with some pace, and then suddenly this happened. So I wonder if maybe they were nursing a... You'd think if they were nursing a suspension issue, they'd have brought it in.
3 laps ago, they were reported for a spin in 12 in Canada Corner.
Okay, now, it is worth noting that this is the wettest part of the track. This back part over here doesn't get a whole lot of sunlight anyway. And there were actual puddles as I drove through here this morning. Again, I don't think there were any puddles by the time we started because we had jet dryers and such, but definitely probably the slippier bit of the track, which is unfortunate because this is a pretty high commitment part of the track as well. You're taking this little kink turn right here. Doesn't look like a very big turn, but when you're doing, what do you think, 150, 160 miles an hour in one of these GTO cars, gentlemen?
A little bit slower, but
like pretty fast. And when you're moving that quickly, that's quite a big change of direction there, while still trying to hold some speed. So one does see how that could occur.
Yeah, I mean, or no, it was you, Ryan, that made the point that, you know, this is one of those teams that does incorporate a driver training program as part of their, you know, as part of their whole situation. So, yeah, may well have been one of the trainees in the car and just, you know, a little uncomfortable. We talked about track temperature not really being up yet.
So the strategy is already playing itself out here. I'm very sorry, Joseph. The 118 and the 111 double stacked in the pits just now. And the 111 actually came out ahead. Now, granted, they ran a lap shorter this last stint because they were the last to pit of the 3 Supras that were in the lead. Unfortunately, one of those Supras that was in the lead we were looking at in the wall. So that's not gone well for them. But the 111 is going to take over the race lead. And we've seen Thunder Bunny do this where they will come in on a yellow and put themselves a little bit off strategy, and it tends to work out pretty well for them. The number 997 is going to come up into 3rd position. Depending on where the 118 and the 111 end up coming out, they may end up in the lead in that car. That might be the first time that car has led. And then in 4th position, we have the number 73 Works 45 Audi R8. They're all the way up into 4th. So very happy. That team has been able to continue to extract pace out of the Audi. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be off strategy that much because we've got a lot of pit takers here. The 162, the 43. ECP came in, NFC came in, the number 82 Continental Tire, BMW came in. The number 99. So this is going to set off the chain of pit stops here.
They've taken the opportunity to pull the 453 back into the paddock, which I didn't realize hadn't been done. But we saw that come across the turn 5 camera just now. Our upload is stabilized.
All right, that's fine.
I think it has. It's yelling at me a lot less now.
That's good.
know what I don't have to do? I don't have to run. I don't have to stream that second speed. Oh, that'll help.
There you go.
That'll help a ton. There we go. Yeah, I think this might get cleared away pretty quickly, depending on how hard that car ended up in the wall. Do we know if those scuffs against the safer barrier were there before? 'Cause I just wonder if that's happened early in the corner, and it's just made it all the way back here.
Oh, I gotcha. I don't recall specifically, unfortunately.
All right. Oh, yeah. Ton of teams taken to the lane. I think this kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where it's very close to it's very close to being able to make it here on one fewer stop.
Right.
We've got a medical vehicle on the scene. Hopefully that's just for precautions, but we've pulled away from that shot while they attended the driver of the 34. And while they clean that out, I think we're in a good place where we can send to ads and then figure out what all has happened. Especially with reshuffling the order with these pit stops, I think we'll have a clearer answer to that on the other side of this break.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back for the 9 hour, still under full course caution. This will be a 9 plus 7 hour deal here this weekend at Road America for the World Racing League. 5th round and 9th race of the season, as Ryan pointed out earlier. Still working on the number 43, and actually we've just gone to a red flag. So that is going to, I think, work out as a black flag all. And we're going to bring the field around to start finish. Information we have at the moment is that it is for barrier repair. Understand why a compromised barrier would be, especially that part of the track, would be a dangerous scenario. So we're going to give the track crews time to patch up that safer barrier outside the kink.
Yeah, you cannot have any edges sticking out.
No, that turns a not a, I don't know the right verbiage to use. It's not an easy part of the track to navigate at speed, and then having an edge poking out on a barrier would just make it that much more risky as far as a potential injury situation. And we just wanted to point out real quick again that because this is a black flag all red flag, there can be no pit work here. So everybody that was able to pit under yellow, which I believe was most of the field that needed a stop, or were even close to needing a stop, were able to take advantage of that. But as the cars come to pit lane here under red, they will not be allowed to work on the cars at all. So that'll be something there. I did just get confirmation that this is a barrier repair situation. So we just want to get that squared away, and you end up needing a little bit of heavy equipment to take care of that. It's a little bit more intense than just having a single tow truck or emergency vehicle over there. Joseph, are you going to show us some highlights? Is that what you're going to do during the break, or?
I didn't have anything queued up, and I also don't know how long this break is going to go.
On the multi-view, so, you definitely have something queued up.
No, that's not me. That is another feed that has finished, and it has decided that what I need to watch is the 1986 Bathurst 1000. And while that would be great to show, I don't think we have the rights for that.
I don't think we do either. We need a greatest hits clip, so we should go through and really clip some stuff. We can play that during these red flags. Wow, look at that transition. Oh my gosh. Wow, it's like I'm learning how to use PowerPoint all over again.
Yeah, can't send repair vehicles contra race if you've got cars on track. So that would be another reason why they will have done this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I obviously a challenging situation while we fix that barrier. I think the focus is going to be to the safer barrier, which so that is if you're going to make contact with
let's be clear, it's not a safer barrier. It is concrete.
No, I think on the outside of the kink is safer barrier.
Is it?
Yeah.
Much
I'll
further back end shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'll take your word for it, but I did not specifically look for that. So.
Yeah, I don't remember when they did that. It might have been when they started. Well, not when they started, but around the same time that they started bringing the nationwide Xfinity, whatever they are, series here. Possibly for when they started bringing Cup here. Might have been that year. But yeah, there is safer barrier at the worst part of the kink, if you like. So one of those things that will, if you're gonna go off there, that's what you prefer to make contact with. But that is also a barrier that is, it's designed to flex. There are bits of it that are designed to dissipate that energy.
Is that Murray Walker? It is. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's very distracting.
Nobody else is seeing this, so you...
No, I know. I think RJ's seeing it. RJ sees it, in theory, so... there's that.
Well, I killed the race control feed, so unless... you could send them a link to...
That's why I was sending the link earlier in Discord.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so, that safer barrier is designed to deflect and to... destroy itself before it destroys a car. So
right.
If you've got to hit something, that would be the thing to hit. But yeah, we don't typically get updates on individuals that are involved in incidents. So obviously, no speculation here, but. The conditions of this track have been improved so massively over the decades. There is, I think that might be the only place where there actually is safer barrier, but obviously a lot of these runoffs where professional series have had some pretty severe incidents. They've been turned into concrete runoffs rather than the gravel runoffs of old. Obviously, on a less human level, on the competition level, it's a huge shot in the championship for the Hitman 34.
It is
really
and
competitive entry.
If you enter the car, you can't use it as your drop. So this is going to be just a black hole for them on the points sheet. And then they also had that disqualification thing on the first day at Road Atlanta as well. So that's 2 now.
I think you can take a DNF as a drop. I think that's okay.
I thought that was the rule they changed, was that if you entered, you had to, or is it you can't take a DQ as a drop?
You can't take a DQ as a drop.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, which is a good change. You don't want to reward people for putting in a great performance on the off chance that they don't get teched. You want it to hurt more if they, which has happened to 2 of the super teams. It's a new car that they're trying to figure out how to make it work within WRL specifications. It's a performance output window that you have to hit pretty tightly, and part of the game at this point is getting as close to that number as you can, getting as close to that power to weight limit as you can without going over. It's very,
it's like
the price is right. Yeah.
Yes. Look at that.
They have brought the 34 around to the paddock. They won't be able to work on that car if it is, in fact, in a repairable state, because we're under a red flag. Any work done under a red flag will be met with a disqualification. There is a it's not so draconian as NASCAR say, where they will force you to bring the car off the track. You just won't be scored anymore. So if you, for example, have a driver in training that needs to get seat time, or for that matter, you've just, you've all paid to be here, and so you'd like to be running on the track, it may well be worth it to repair the car for the half hour or however long it'll be while we're under this black flag all situation. Come back out knowing that you're not going to be scored. Although we have moved away from the kink already, so we might be getting ready to go back to green pretty soon.
I believe that.
Which, if that's the case, that is a crackerjack repair job by the track team. I mean, we've seen, I think at least 3 hot poles today, and if this barrier repair is done, that's going to be a real feather in their cap.
Absolutely. Now, a downside here, Joseph, is, according to my weather reports here, that we are expecting a thunderstorm to move into the region in about 10 to 15 minutes' time.
Oh, wonderful. When it rains, etc.
Right. I don't understand your and Brendan's thing where you don't want to fully move through with the lame saying. Saying etc. at the end doesn't make it less lame.
I disagree. It shows self-awareness.
If you were truly self-aware, you wouldn't have made the bad joke in the first place.
So, I'm looking at a lightning map, and we don't have anything, at least within the state of Wisconsin. So it could just be showers. The nearest lightning strikes are a third of the way deep into Iowa. So depending on what direction those are moving, we might be in good shape.
If it's in Iowa, it's moving this direction, but it won't... Well, I don't think it'll move north enough.
Animation. I would love the animation. Yeah, I don't know. We're basically banking on that running out of steam before it gets to us, I think.
Okay.
Or for the lightning to split us, basically, because there's a couple different... I'm not a meteorologist. Be kind of fun if Brendan would just pop in and give us the Cape Index. I don't know.
Ricardo Rydell.
It also... I don't know. If you and JT can sustain conversation for a minute, it would be great to try to figure out why we're not getting car information on the timing tower. So I kind of want to do that also.
Okay, go for it, man. Make it happen. Make it happen, Captain. JT, how do you feel about the 98 Bathurst 12-hour? Or the Bathurst 1000 here?
I gotta admit, I've never seen it before.
Mike Nicholson?
Definitely odd.
The fact that this is what's on Joseph's autoplay really tells you a lot about what Joseph does in his free time.
Well, okay, you would think so, but I don't think this is connected to, I'm not logged into YouTube through vMix.
Yeah, no, it's just YouTube algorithm, but we need a Volvo S40 in WRL.
We do.
That would make me quite happy.
Or a Volvo S60. We know there's World Challenge cars out in this
I think
field.
Those are too much. I don't know. I suppose you get the power down, but that might be the cheater car that comes and ruins it for everybody with all of the aero and stuff that car had. It's all-wheel drive and aero, dude. I think that car would be kind of a lot for this series.
Have you seen the MR2 out on track?
No, that's true. That is very true. I do have confirmation that the driver is okay. That was on board that car, so
yeah, that's good to know. It didn't
good news.
It didn't look like a hard impact, but you never know. And whenever you see a medical vehicle, there's always you always kind of feel a little nervy. So it's good to have that confirmation. I want to look at the radar now. Where is this? Where do we think this weather's coming from?
Look, man, the weather's coming from. I opened the weather app on my phone. It says
the
thunderstorms in 10 minutes.
Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening in the Central African Republic.
All right.
The Democratic Republic of Congo. There's always something going on. Weather-wise,
always something going on there. What about Malaysia?
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Well, we're not in Sheboygan, importantly.
That's fine. It's close enough.
Well, I mean, Sheboygan's on the lake. We're not on the lake.
Let's see. That's false. It's Elkhart Lake.
The difference in weather from Fond du Lac to Sheboygan yesterday was like 10 to 15 degrees.
Black flags, as you just saw, have been withdrawn.
They sent them home. And yellow.
All right. Glad I didn't get too deep into trying to fix the timing issue.
Excellent. Alrighty, well, we're going to get cars circulating here, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Got about 7 hours left to go here.
We would have delved deeper into podcast mode, but that's what the middle 4 hours are for. So
right. Now, in some ways it's good news, in some ways it's bad news. We've accidentally backed ourselves into a 7-hour race here. Because everybody pitted before the red. So like
well, it's also going to make it impossible to tell. This is obviously trivial, but it's going to make it impossible to know for sure when some of these cars pitted. I guess whether or not they've made 2 stops or just 1.
Right.
In these couple of laps, but just for it's going to mess up some stint information for sure.
Well, it's interesting because PC Racing came down pit road basically immediately at the start of the full course yellow. So I think that's a good strategy for them, considering that they had lost, like almost a full minute previously.
Now,
under green flag.
Ryan, do you have that pit stall isn't in your line of sight? I'm assuming.
Which pit stall?
For PC Racing.
The Roger pit stall. I tried. That was not very good. Anyway, PC Racing. That is the one that I can kind of see, sort of.
Did we make note of anything that seemed like it was taking a long time in that stop as it was happening?
I couldn't tell. It was too far away. Hitman is taking their canopy down, so I would say that car is not bueno.
Well, at that point, then you start bargaining and you say, "Well, I hope that they can get the car out there for Sunday, because if not, that is."
People don't take their canopies down between Saturday and Sunday. They leave them up the whole weekend. The canopy going down would indicate to me that they are leaving.
Yeah, that is a real shame.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half into a 16-hour weekend.
Excellent. In GP2, 197 from Overnight Motorsports has come out, and it's done 18 laps. It did not take the green flag at the start.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we have both overnight cars out and about.
I wonder if that was due to work that was done under the red flag, though. That's always...
Ooh, I could see that.
And if it is, they just won't be scored. They'll still be circulating, and they'll still be getting track time.
Some laps. Unfortunately, the MR2 appears to be in its paddock space as well. A little bummed about that.
Now, is this is the view that we're calling an MR, the MR view?
What?
Do we have a proper MR2, or is this the view that I was referring to as looking like a view?
No, we had a proper MR2. That was the green car that you called a Miata, and I said it's not a Miata in GTU.
That's... You know when I have to do both of these things, I'm not paying attention to anything.
That's fine. But yes, there is an MR2. No, it is not one. It was in GTU. The Kibben's Irish Pub, remember?
I've still got...
Oh, no, I remember the car. I know exactly.
Oh, okay.
But I don't remember the conversation about it being an MR2.
Got it. All right.
I take your word for it, but I don't remember it.
AT.
I was going to say, it's still in GTU.
That's true. It is still in GTU. You are absolutely correct about that.
Currently still rocking a podium.
All right.
Bit of housekeeping before we go green. 98 was dinged a lap for contact against the 52. That was resolved. Number 2 has picked up their second pit infraction of the day, and they've been dinged a lap as well. We've still got about 3 incidents, make that 5 incidents under investigation for contact. So still a lot of things to be resolved.
And
this car is in
here. The AOA car is going to lead the field, followed by the 65. The AOA car got a huge jump out there in GP1. Not really sure how that happened, but they'll take it. The 940 was driving around in the paddock as if it was going to come to the track. The 127 in GTO was not able, I'm assuming, to pit under that yellow. So they are going to be very hosed here, I reckon.
A lot of traffic in the one.
The 997, I think, is also taking the pits, as well as the white NPO1 that I will need to remind myself which car that is.
So the white one is the 58.
I drive a Dodge Stratus Racing. It does have the blue door on it.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Racer Motors number 6 come out today, although they were streaming yesterday, I was told. So I don't know if
car stopped at the pit entrance currently. It's in the pit lane, but it is not where the cars are serviced.
It's out of shot for us, unfortunately.
It is. And the 940 is going to come to pit lane now and probably head back out. Nice to see that the Janetta getting another shot here.
That would be Ludicrous Racing, so that's them coming out to their very first lap of the day. So that's going to get us to 55 cars.
Luda.
It's basically Le Mans.
It is.
Or at least Le Mans from like 5 years ago before they expanded the paddock.
Right. Well, keep in mind, Audi did test here for Le Mans. So this is the Le Mans of the Americas.
If we don't have driver ID, there's nothing that means that we can't tell you that Mike Rockefeller is in the car.
I would put money that Mike Rockefeller is at whatever other race is going on right now. That's probably a provable.
No, he absolutely is. He's in the JDC Porsche.
Yes,
the
banana.
Oh, did that?
Yeah.
Is that car actually like? Have they delivered it?
It is running. Yeah, I'm surprised.
All right,
they got that car.
It caught the flag in practice one.
Oh, good.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, the Jota car was delivered in time for Spa, so that's not a huge shock.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the Porsche had written off 2 cars in the meantime. So
well, yeah, but that's not their car. That's Penske's car.
My supposition was that there was suddenly going to be a supplier delay or something, and
there is
Penske
right now.
would have got the spare chassis. But that means they have enough to go around, which is nice.
Yeah, do we know... I still don't have a number yet. Did we say who the stopped car at pit-in was?
No, but they got going under their own power, so...
Okay. It looks like they are going behind the wall. Yeah, I was looking at the radar as well, and that looks like it's... Ooh, no, the Janetta did not go wide, it just kind of getting up to speed, but it still looks super spotty. The sort of spottiness that you were talking about pre-race, Ryan, seems like it's still just kind of hanging around.
Yeah. That was what I anticipated, but then I saw the notification thing on my phone and was like, huh. Looking around, I wouldn't have guessed that, but, like, you know, I'll take it.
Did it?
It's my text haulers at work, and then some private person mucking about with that data, so...
It's called rent-seeking.
So the 567 from Big Mission Motorsports that stopped on pit lane, they were at the time fifth in GP1.
That is the second time that we have seen a Big Mission car stop on pit lane today. That is extraordinarily bad luck.
So the 567 was a car that had issues in practice yesterday.
Okay.
The 199, I believe, is the only Big Mission car that has run trouble-free.
I thought they had an issue at the very beginning of today's race.
I thought that was the 127.
So the 777 hasn't come out yet.
The 777 does not have a functioning motor.
That would do it.
Is that
And it
just
has
a
not
parts
since
car
early-
functionally, or?
At this point it is. That's my understanding.
Okay.
It has not had a functioning motor since about midday yesterday. So the 777 will not be making an appearance. The 527 had an issue late in practice and qualifying. And then the 123 had a problem today. That's the E36.
You're... So 567 is Big Mission.
Yes. Five whatever.
And you're thinking 134.
134, yeah.
123 is NFC.
You're right, sorry.
And then 199 came to a stop at the beginning of pit lane 12 minutes in today's race.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So none of them have had a clean run. That's good. It's fun. It's fun. Good time.
Is the big mission to stay on track?
Yes.
JT.
At this point, I think it is. And, you know, they work hard. They've got that big shop there. They've got a lot of cars to maintain. They had to tow all the way up here. You know, I get it. It's a tough sport.
Their third longest tow of the year. Or shortest tow of the year.
If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Pinnacle car slow. What has happened here?
Is it the 127?
It is the...
Or the 720?
I believe it's the blue one, which I think is the 7.
Well, the red one crashed yesterday. And I don't anticipate seeing it today, but possibly tomorrow.
Okay, the red one is the 727 then.
Yeah.
So that'd be the 127.
Yeah, it is. Race control confirms it is the 127.
I am hearing that the 567 is having issues with the clutch.
I'll do it for you, Ryan. Seems like it's not very.
Etc.
Yes.
If I just do 90% of the bad joke, but I say etc. at the end, it makes me sound like I'm a mature adult.
No, it just makes you sound like you're not fully ready to commit to a bad bit.
I don't respect that. If you're going to commit to a bad bit, you need to do it, or just don't do the bit.
Okay, so that is what the Matt Burt, one of the commentators for MotoGP, does, and it's unflinching to the point where I don't even know if he knows that they are bad bits. I don't know why I'm stuttering, but
I think we've established, Joseph, that this broadcast is full of bad bits. I think people expect it at this point, so to not deliver on it and do the like fakey etc. thing, I think really is minus EV at this point.
Porsche Cup car on pit lane.
Maybe the 997 question mark.
Ooh, the MR2 is coming back out, gents. Heck yeah.
Where are they sitting in the... So the 84 has still not come out, so they actually have not lost their podium spot in GTU.
Correct. 382, rolling. What a car. Look at that thing. JNR 178 making its way down the front straightaway. They've been having a run of pretty decent results here as well in the Honda Civic. For those of you in Eastern Europe, the Civic.
I'm pretty sure they don't call it that.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Am I 100%? Not quite.
No, not quite there. Not ready to.
Not ready to commit.
Commit. Etc.
Etc. You know, you're getting the hang of it.
So with round 3 pitting in GTO,
thank God for JT.
Works 45 is promoted to 3rd in GTO in the Audi R8.
Yes.
Behind the 2 dueling Supras from Thunder Bunny.
I don't know why that switched to the 1986 Bathurst 1000, because they are definitely still streaming. What happened?
Everest. That's for Kyle Rydell down the inside.
Oh, it's a huge accident for Alan Moffat. Anyway.
The Walkinshaw car.
By the way, I always, in my mind, the "it's a huge accident" thing was from Supercars.
It's a huge accident.
But it was, it was the, it was Chris Vanderdrift's accident at Brands Hatch.
Okay.
Which was a huge accident.
172 coming down the pit lane.
I mean, if you're ever gonna call it, I think a like high G impact. I think that's fair.
All right.
And I'll go on record and I will say to whoever the announcer was for that, who I did not recognize, you know, you nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you for giving the credit where it's due.
Absolutely. Anytime.
I'm being told in the YouTube chat that nobody calls it a Civic, which is disappointing.
So, okay, well, I got that right at least.
Is it disappointing, really?
It is. It is. That's been a part of the narrative in my head for a long time.
Why?
Because that's how you did with the, you know, when you go to different countries, people pronounce things different, even though it's like a name that already
if this were in Croatia, then sure.
No, that's my point. Do people in Croatia call it a Civic? And I'm being told that no, nobody does that.
Yeah, my name is Ivan Honda Civic.
Oh, man.
You wanted me to lean in, and I leaned in.
That was fine. I prefer that than you be like, I'm going to reference a bad joke, but not actually make it. Huh.
Well, I don't want to make somebody else's bad joke, like Eddie Olczyk trying to clown on Leah Hextall. Like that's lame. Anyway,
we're live here at Road America. 6 hours and 45 minutes remaining here. The 5th weekend of WRL here in 2023. I'm Ryan. We got Joseph at the controls. We have JTT up in the Pacific Northwest.
For a second, I was like, did you forget JT's name?
I was trying to decide which angle I was going to go on, like, playing with the letters.
Sure.
Decided too late to make it smooth.
The 701 has gotten around the 147. The 147 actually put in a super slow lap, I think.
So the 147 hasn't had the pace that we're used to it having in the first couple hours here.
Maybe this is just they're being caught by GTO runners at this point, but I do feel like that car might be ailing just a bit. Chad is usually in the chat to disabuse us of these sorts of things, so if it is just a driver driver strategy, as we've got the 58 in the pit lane.
They're back to the pit lane again. They already stopped once.
Janetta straight on at 5.
Ooh. Just overcooked
94. That would be my guess. I'm looking for them to rejoin the track, and they haven't yet.
Classic. Do we not have a camera there, Joseph, or is that one dead?
No, it's there, but
Oh,
they
okay.
were already out of shot by the time I...
Got it, okay.
If it's the 94, I don't think that's a Janetta then.
Oh, you're
unless
right.
It's the 940.
No, well, yeah, unless...
The 940 is the Janetta.
The 94 is a 240 IR.
Yes. No, so it was 100% a Janetta.
Okay.
So that may be referring to either the wrong entry or a different incident.
Gotcha. They probably just forgot a 0.
Yeah, these are all being called in through basically walkie-talkie comms. So
yes, that's true. They are servicing the carbon for the fiber optic system here at Road America.
it's exciting.
Yeah,
It's good to
so
see.
They were telling me.
It's good to
they
see
were telling
tracks
me,
with
Joseph,
actual infrastructure upgrades.
And I want to test this, and I'm sure you have to pay money for it. But they have the track pre-wired with extra fiber optic, so that NBC doesn't have to run their own cable.
You know what I think that is? I think that's a shrewd operations move to say I don't want you people messing around on my track.
We'll do it for you.
Don't worry
Yes.
about
Plug
it.
and
It's
play.
fine.
Don't touch my stuff.
Now, you guys are going to be here 4 times a year, and I'm sick of it.
I mean, I'm just saying maybe we should look into what that costs.
To tap into it?
Yes, absolutely. Because they just provide an in and an out. So it's just the cable underground. So you still have to have the thing at the end of the port, but... You know.
I mean, that'll be all on land at that point. I say straight to PTZ.
I mean, no arguments here.
RJ the bill.
We will send RJ the bill.
Any disagreements go to the Road America. Road America didn't
Jeff.
become a NASCAR property, did it?
I don't think so.
Oh, that Thunder Bunny battle going second to last corner there's really good.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that the 111 jumped the 118 in the pits so comprehensively. My only thought is that the 118 probably needed to do a driver change. My understanding is that car has renters, whereas the 111 has the owner and Laura Hayes in it. And they're probably a little bit more flexible with how they want to dole out the stints.
Yeah, I mean, historically, that has basically the MO for that car has just been put Laura in for the maximum allowable time.
Right.
Allow her to run 2 Iron Woman stints and then, collect the trophy at the end of the day.
Just dominate the game. Crush it.
Yes.
Yeah, Laura should be in the 111.
I will point out something here, gents. Give me 1 second. So, the lap time of the 702, which is the Amen, right? Yeah. So the 702 was a 229 last lap. The 701, a 231.4. And it's a full class down. So they're only about 2 seconds off right now. And if you look at fastest laps, the 701 is a 229.2. And the 702 is a 228.4. And so I think that really tells you on cars that are similar as far as style of build and layout, etc., your power to weight ratio difference here is only accounting for about a second or so a lap on average. Less than 2 seconds at least. So I think that, just to kind of draw an underline under the point I was making earlier about the GP1 class, having quite a bit of pace. I don't think it's coming into play as much as I thought it might, but you can still see the differences in pace here. And the PC Racing number 44, they're in the 227, so they are firmly faster than the 702 right now. At least in terms of overall pace, or best pace anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is that 702 a? I'm not used to seeing that entry. Is that a car that we've seen before running under a different number?
No, so that's the car that we would see in 2021. It was the GTO car they ran alongside the M4 and before they got the M4.
Okay, so that would be the old 401, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Good to know. Battling for a top 10 spot with the 12 for ACP. See where the connection degrades around the circuit.
It's a tough one, for sure.
Yeah, low clouds in the air. It just constantly... I am constantly convinced that we're about to have the skies open up on us. Although maybe those are a little higher up than I thought.
They're a solid mid-level cloud, I would say.
Okay.
There's bits and times where it comes a little lower, but they're not mega low. They're not nimbus clouds.
You're a nimbus cloud.
It's my favorite type of broom.
Okay, I found another onboard.
That was a good joke for your Harry Potter fans out there.
Oh.
Because that's the name of the broom that he gets, because he's rich. He is!
Are you calling Harry Potter a Nepo baby?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
He gets that broom as a gift, though.
I cannot believe we've devolved into this.
Okay, just the last point on it. How would you feel if you're like the poor family and you're trying to like get your kids all the books they need to go to boarding school, and like fortunately the boarding school is free, so you don't have to pay for it. But you need all these books, and you're doing like
what's the cost of childcare in Wizarding World?
And just getting the rattiest books possible, and like, oh yeah, that orphan kid, yeah, straight up, we just went to his bank account, and for his books, we just bought him brand new, and like, we're not even worried about it. It's fine, because he's rich, he's loaded. But he's gonna live here with us and pay no rent because reasons.
Sure.
I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I read 3 Harry Potter books, barely remember what happened in them, and then got about 2 chapters into the 4th one, which everyone tells me is the best book.
It is.
I got 2 chapters in, and I was like, this is the same exposition as the last 3 books. I'm not into this.
You are not wrong.
So I gave up, and I never finished them.
The 4th one does make it an interesting story.
I mean, I believe that it's good. I just... I was looking at the books, and I was like, well, Prisoner of Azkaban, fine.
701 just set their personal best there, 228.6, which will put them faster, I believe. Oh, they're still 0.2 off of the 702. So almost. One wonders if they're listening to the broadcast in the Round 3 Racing garage area, and then subsequently got on the radio and said, hey, they're talking about it, go put in a good lap. I'd like to think that I have that kind of pull. I don't think
I would unironically love to be used as like bulletin board material.
Hey, that idiot on the broadcast says...
Yeah.
Don't prove him wrong.
Go get him, Joe Tanto.
I am expecting a visit from Sarah Montgomery later to tell me about the 997. Well, that'll be a good time.
Is there any more of a tease you can give on that? Is there information that we should be expecting?
No. I just wanted her to, come up and talk about the car. She did say that the last time she was on, she went back to the Porsche Experience Center where she teaches, and everybody said that they had heard her interview on our broadcast.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Apparently, people at the Porsche Experience Center in Atlanta, she's from Alabama. Yeah, Alabama. Yeah. Apparently, they listened to our broadcast. So, hi to all of you. Thank you for listening.
Is this where we find out that she's like from Montgomery and that's not her real last name?
She's from somewhere in the South. I'll ask her when she comes up here.
Okay.
It was she said it was definitely at one of the experience centers she worked at that they mentioned to her that they listened to her broadcast or to her interview on the broadcast. So
I think we've got the 170. Is it the 43? Okay.
Yeah. It was noted as off in 10, and it looked like an older Aston when we got through with the onboard from Ginger Racing there.
Okay. It looked vaguely like the rep on the 178, so I wasn't totally sure. Yeah, the 160 is circulating again. Had its own 4 off a few minutes ago, but good to see that car is turning laps again. I'm not sure that whatever issue it was having out on track ever ended up costing it that much time. It's a lap behind the leader, but that may have just been separated by... it's a lap behind third place. So
yeah,
maybe a little bit of that issue combined with being split up during that red flag period.
Yeah, after the initial issues, they were back to 747, and technically they still are. But yeah, they've been a couple laps down from the front runners in GP2.
Works 45 has pitted. I have that listed as being off sequence, but I think that might be a little bit of a red herring because they'll have tripped timing through the red flag.
Right. Yeah. Well, and they
that feels about right.
Off sequence from everybody who pitted right before the red flag. Well, they stayed out.
The concern is always. The concern is always when you... so I have it set up to tell you when somebody is pitting, outside of their stint window. And so that's going to be a lot of cars that are going to be coming in. That's going to look like they've had a problem. That may show up on the news ticker at the bottom of the screen. At least for the next hour or so. Don't necessarily take that as someone's had a problem. It may well just be... They're still in their regular rotation, and it's been disrupted by coming through the pit lane on the red flag.
Joseph, is the ticker... Oh, there it is. I haven't seen it in a while. The survey question out there, if you can sound off in the chat or shoot us a text. Do you use the ticker? Who watches the ticker?
Oh, God. So I've been thinking about
I know that you've worked hard on it, Joseph, but even just now, didn't it used to be a permanent fixture at the bottom?
No, it's only insofar as when we get new information. Okay. So, if nothing happens on that lap or in the 30 seconds when it checks, then it just won't. It'll have nothing. I used to have it recycle old information, and I feel like that made it even more background noisy, so I took it off.
Okay, got it. That's what the difference is.
So when it goes away, it just means that nothing's happening.
Okay. Well, that's a good way to signal what's going on.
But the idea basically is that it's supposed to replicate what you would see in a live timing screen.
Right.
Because it replicates what happens on my live timing screen. So it's the sort of information. This position has changed hands. Is that a waving white flag? Is that in the runoff? I see smoke. And I cannot tell if that's part of the circuit or if that's in the infield.
Yeah.
NFC onboard was way too loud. Pull right down. Volume-wise.
Because that would be 13.
Yeah, nothing's been called out there. And do I see anything on tracksides? Not really. So.
Just random white flag. Cool.
Someone just surrendering to brats in the infield.
It could be the Motorplex as well, maybe, potentially.
Yeah, I would buy that. Thunder Bunny has put in this is the 118, not the race leading 111. Has put in a personal and GTO fast lap now with a 223.0, so we are inching towards the 222s here. No sign yet of the drizzle that we were concerned about. It was kind of all around the track, really. And the storms that we were worried about don't seem to have materialized, which is good news.
Oh, you say that, and the wind is picking up now, Joseph. So
well,
thank you for that.
I singularly control the weather, so
You do.
Yeah. Should I mention the entry that we always neglect to mention until like halfway through the race?
Yeah, let's do it. We're not quite halfway, but I think we could probably squeeze that in.
We're getting there. The 99 is up into 6th. They were hanging out in like 13th. What's that?
I had mentioned them previously.
Oh no, you ruined it.
I already talked about. We don't talk about them until halfway through the race. So it's good.
Well,
glad we're covering that ground twice.
Yeah. At least we're consistent.
Yes.
McKibben's Biohazard Racing is one of my favorite team names that I've seen yet.
It's great. And they're holding on to 3rd. Are they going to be the first ever podium for a non...
That can't be right.
NPO1?
What happened to the Miata that ran in, Daytona?
I don't think they got a podium.
Okay.
Joseph, did you know that in the 134 years of professional baseball, an away team has never had a walk-off win?
Isn't that just the rules of baseball?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad I wasn't missing something. They should, though. There should be a mid-inning, like, mercy rule, or at least like, you know, just a threshold where you're like five runs up. No, pointless. If anything were to happen in the bottom of the ninth, they gave you 5 runs, it'd be a shambles. We're not even gonna let you do it.
Well, I think you would enjoy the Savannah Bananas, Joseph. Because they play, as I understand, each inning counts for... It's like whoever wins the inning gets a point, basically. So if you outscore somebody 15-0 in the first inning, and then the next inning they outscore you 1-0, then you're still tied.
That's like almost like curling rules.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
No. Curling, you score individually.
Yeah, but it's like... Well, and I guess you can also score 0. Anyway.
There's also no hammer. Imagine getting the hammer in baseball.
Speaking of the hammer, Tim Myers is in the YouTube chat, and I understand he's going through a very difficult breakup with his Dodge Viper. So, you know, condolences to Tim.
F in the chat.
Yeah. I knowing Tim, I'm sure he's come out ahead of that with way more money than that car deserved.
Especially having been on fire. Pretty recently.
I mean, he advertised it as such, didn't he? Like,
he did, absolutely. I'm not saying there was any impropriety there. I just, you know, as far as cars on fire go.
Sure. The AOA number 85 has pitted and has retained the lead, so building out a big gap in GP3. Harrison's taken the lead in GP2. I don't know when that happened, but I think, or had they might have held that actually since the 160 fell away. Have they had it from the
Harrison
lead from the
has
start?
had a large lead. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Joseph, I have a guest.
I wonder who it could be.
It's Tim Meyer. No, it's not.
He's here tonight.
Oh my goodness. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
The Audi, it's crushing it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had kind of a interesting start to the day. So we qualified, I think, 5th or 7th or something, and had to start the race last because we didn't quite get to the grid on time.
Couldn't get there on time. It happens. It happens to the best of us, right?
Yeah, you know, finishing a latte or whatever, and just not there.
Just gotta get there.
Not exactly where I wanted to be at the start, but yeah, I think I drove it up to 8th or something, or during my stint, and passed it off to my teammate. And I think we're doing pretty good now.
Awesome. And so you're running 9th right now. At one point on the pit cycle, you were as high as 3rd at that point.
Yeah.
Is that the first time you guys have been in the podium position?
No, we were there at Mid-Ohio.
At Mid-Ohio, that's right.
Yep, at the last round. Yeah, I think the pit cycle right now is not showing our true position, but as things shake down, you know, I think we'll be solidly in the top 5.
Awesome. So you were going to tell me a story, right? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know how much of a story it is, but it's you know, just my personal history at this track. You know, I'm 50 something now, and I started coming here when I was 4 or 5 years old as a kid. So a lot of history here. I've come here as a spectator when you know, Mario Andretti, Teo Fabi, Bobby Rahal were all racing in Can-Am, and John Greenwood was racing Corvettes, and you know, kind of the heyday of those series, and you know, lots of IndyCar and GTP back when the Nissans were running.
Right. Heck of a car.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the years all kind of blend together, but yeah, long history here. And then as I, you know, grew up, started racing myself, and always wanted to come back here and race. And yeah, that all came full circle. I came here as a race engineer in IMSA and in Formula Mazda. And
one of the ACP cars is off there.
Yeah.
Number 12. We're going to come back on. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I spent some time here, you know, engineering and doing race strategy. Had a couple of wins here, which was really special.
Awesome.
Had a couple of heartaches, which is, you know, just part of racing. You know, I always say it's a life of disappointment.
Absolutely.
Interspersed with moments of sheer glory.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. So, yeah, it's cool to be back here with my teammates, Dan and Corey and Nick, and the Works 45 crew, in a car that people have said notoriously is uncompetitive, and showing that we can make any car fast. And it's just what we do, you know.
So when you were in IMSA, which cars did you engineer at the time?
Oh man, yeah, the first year in IMSA was a Pilbeam MP84, which could have raced in Grand Am or IMSA, classed as an SR2 car.
Okay.
So they were aluminum tub prototypes, essentially. Then I came back a few years later with the core team. Colin Brown is a good friend of mine, and his dad, Jeff Brown.
And Jeff, right.
Good friends of mine. So I did a race, did a season with those guys. We won the championship in 2014.
Oh, in the PC car.
PC car, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Then I worked.
I'm sorry, real quick. That was a heck of a season from that. I remember that season.
It was.
You guys had a heck of a time.
We did.
And that was you behind the laptop doing the engineering work. That was really impressive.
I did race strategy at that point.
Strategy? Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There was another guy doing the engineering, and I was drafted in to do the race strategy.
That's awesome.
It was. We won a handful of races. We had, a lot of podiums, lots of wins. It was solid. Yeah, I was really happy to be part of that. I worked for Level 5 for a couple seasons, doing engineering for them as well, and raced here. And then R1, I believe, in the PC car was the last engineering / strategy I did here. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
So you know the PC car like the back of your hand then at that point.
I know them very well, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'll ask. I know you said you were doing the strategy engineering kind of deal. Is there an angle, and it's not a closed top, so you'd have to mess with it. Could that car be competitive here in either GTU or GTO? If you could get it closed top at least?
Oh, kill
Could you
everybody.
detune that car enough to get it to run?
Maybe, but it's only 450 horsepower to start with.
Right.
But I think it's probably too much car to detune almost.
Okay. I mean, they always told me that about the R8 too. So.
Well, I mean,
the thing about
know. I mean, I don't know what the rules are in GTU, so I mean, I guess there's a chance, but just seeing what's out here, that to me would be like bringing a machine gun to a knife fight.
Right.
Ryan, the other thing about that is you wouldn't have to lift it a foot off the ground like they ended up doing with those cars toward the end of the run.
Right, to get them to be in the right performance window for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages we have with the R8 here is we're not running to SRO spec or spec ride height or anything like that. So
awesome. And how much is that worth, you think, in terms of if the power level was the same, just being able to have the ride height where you want it? How much is that worth per lap?
Well, on a PC car, that's massive because it makes a huge amount of downforce from the floor.
Right.
So the closer you can get the floor to the ground, the better off you are.
Right.
So you might go from, I'm just going to throw out some numbers. You might go from 1,500 pounds of downforce to 2,000 pounds of downforce
Oh, wow. So
with a couple millimeters of ride height.
Wow. Okay.
So it's significant.
Which was part of the problem, right, with the last couple of years of that, because they had lifted the cars up off the ground, so they didn't have the downforce that anybody was used to. So you'd put drivers in the car that weren't used to, that were not professional drivers and were not used to that level of downforce, and they would spin at Sebring. They'd be like, "Wow, what a laugh!" It's like you created this situation. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, one of the issues with that car was that it had a big fat motor in the back, and so the polar moment, we call it, was rather significant.
Okay.
Meaning there's a lot of what you call swing weight, weight out near the axles, and so if you drove it in a particular way, you could promote a lot of entry oversteer there, and it did have a lot of torque and no traction controls really. So, it took a deft hand to drive that car properly.
Right.
And because they look cool, a lot of gentleman drivers wanted to drive them.
Yep.
And, it might have been, out of the league of some of those guys,
Right.
If you looked at the delta between a pro and an AM guy, it could be 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That was significant.
I enjoyed watching, especially back then, the PC qualifying, because everybody had the hot driver in the car, and that was still allowed, and it was like, that's just like competitive qualifying there, because they were hustling the cars.
Yeah, every team had a wicked fast guy.
Yeah.
So the way you win in racing of that type, where you have a pro-am situation, that's no different out here, is you get the fastest slow guy.
Right.
So that's how you win. Because all the fast guys are very similar.
Right.
If they're, at that level in IMSA, they would, split hairs, a couple tenths between the best fast guy and the worst fast guy is a few tenths.
Right.
But it could be multiple seconds between the best AM guy and the slower AM guy,
Gotcha. I really don't think I realized, and it would have been 2014, 15, whatever, because back in 13, when it was 12 or 13, when they were still running the Audis and the ALMS, at least part-time they were doing it.
Yeah.
So you had the R10, they ran the R15 at Sebring once, and then you had the Dyson car and the Muscle Milk car and all those guys, and they were like on TV. You could see walking those PC cars like.
Oh yeah.
And so it never occurred to me how fast the PC car was on its own until we used to cover 25 hours of Columbia Hill, and was it R1 or somebody else? Somebody had bought the last new chassis because they had ridden one off, and there was a video of it at Thunder Hill taking turn 1 completely flat. And I was like, oh, That's a pretty serious car.
That's what downforce gets you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other cars you were talking about are, back in the day, we would talk about those as proper P2 cars. So until the MG Lola came out in, like 2004 or 5, there wasn't a car built to proper P2 rules running in the States.
Okay.
Then when that MG Lola came out, it was competing against the Audi R8
right
for overall wins because they're so light, 675 kilograms in the day versus 900.
I was just gonna ask. So the pill beam that you were working with, was that an LMP 675 or a 900?
That was a 675. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. And we were getting podiums and winning, and against other similar cars. And then when the MG Lola came out, it just blew everybody's doors off who was running an SR2 car because the rules were far more favorable to the P675 car than they were to our car. But they had immense reliability problems with the early MGs.
Right.
So we would still be able to get podiums and win. There might be one of those on the grid, but they'd be on pole and run 4 laps and be done.
And then be out. Right.
So that was a struggle. But
the inner sport strategy.
I'm sorry.
The inner sport strategy, the AER engines that would go like stick and then
exactly.
Yeah.
You just wait for the thing to blow up and you drive on by. Our car at that time was running a 6-cylinder 3-liter Nissan motor, and it was dead reliable. So
awesome.
Even if we didn't have the pace, we could finish all the races.
I think that's an element that a lot of people that have been watching it for long enough do miss about the old prototype era, is being able to drop an engine into whatever chassis made sense. And IndyCar, Jam Car used to be that too.
Ultimately, that's kind of why I headed towards retirement in that level of racing, is because it just got so uninteresting with all the spec cars coming out that you couldn't work at your shop, do something smart, bring that to the racetrack, and compete against the other people trying to do the same thing, and see how smart you were. And sometimes you were smarter, and sometimes you weren't. So when you weren't, you go back to the drawing board and you get on the shock dyno, you go to the test track, you get. You build a new wing. You do things that are cool for race car engineers to work on. And then when all these spec P2 cars started coming out, you're mandated these 3-way adjustable shocks. You're mandated this suspension geometry. You can't change the wing. You can't do anything. So a lot of the fun was sort of taken out of it, and that's kind of where racing is today. And a lot of the old school engineers like myself and my good buddy Jeff Brown, we reminisce about the old days when we could, do that. You could spend an hour on the shock dyno or 2, or, build 3 sets of shocks to go to the track with and try them out and try and do something smart. And nowadays, a lot of that's gone, which is kind of frustrating for guys like us.
Now, unfortunately, there's room to do that here in WRL.
Well. Hence why our R8 is competitive.
It's competitive. Okay, I got you. Fair enough.
I've been applying everything I know to that car, and yeah. So there
I was gonna ask. So you followed. I'm guessing you followed Jeff to level 5.
Jeff did get me a job at level 5. Yep.
Were you involved at all with the Sports Racer project?
I was not directly involved with that project, but I had intimate knowledge of what was going on there because Jeff and Colin were developing that. So yeah, I knew what was happening. I just wasn't part of it really.
Can you convince Jeff to buy an NP01 and see if he can kind of get some of that magic back and put that level of investment into an NP01 and see if we can start busting some records here?
No.
No? Okay.
Short answer. that car was so highly developed, and what I've seen of this NP01 thing, I think it's a long ways from being what it needs to be.
Okay.
To be truly a fast car,
Yeah,
I mean, I passed him in my R8, so.
All right.
And that car that Jeff and Colin in level 5 developed ran sub 2 minutes here.
Right.
Well under 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the GTU class, what do you figure they're at, Joseph, for horsepower? It's like 200 or something, right? It's not a huge amount of power.
I mean, they're they're still Mazda engines, aren't they? They're just the 2.5 now
still,
rather than 2.
Right.
Yeah, you got a little 4-banger tube chassis with no downforce.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think you're a long way from making that thing special.
Super special.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, it is one of those questions, not necessarily with, you know, it is, GTU has become a de facto NPO1 class, and so we've got that MR2 in the field.
I was gonna say, we got
one
the
of those
sweet
things.
MR2 here.
Mm-hmm. And it is one of those things where I would love to see that class expand to, because I think there is a lot of opportunity to do weird stuff in that class, in the underweight class, basically.
I don't even know what the rules are there, but the car that pops into my mind that would probably be neat for that class is the Elon IMSA Lights car.
Yeah. So I believe you have to have, is it a windshield, Joseph?
You have to have a windshield. You don't have to have a, it doesn't have to be closed cockpit per se, but I believe you need some overhead protection.
And then what's the weight limit? I thought it was like 2150 or something.
Oh my god!
I don't know what the weight limit is.
It's like super low weight limit.
2,100 pounds
or lighter.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say that's a really heavy prototype.
Yeah, because it used to be that the NPO ones ran in GTO, and because they were making the pace in a different way, they kind of broke it out. And I think they took some power away, Joseph.
Yeah, they're slow down the straightaways.
Yeah, and so they're
from memory. From memory, it's like one class is a 10.5, and the other is a 10 in terms of weight to power.
The other problem you have with that particular car and other cars like it is they're not built for endurance. So if you take an Elon IMSA Lights car like I'm talking about, you would be hard pressed to have that thing race hard for 9 hours and not have a problem.
So what would break on an Elon prototype light?
First,
are you breaking like suspension, or are you breaking?
No, I mean you're not going to have structural failures, but you know, I don't know that the engine would take that kind of punishment, and the gearbox. It may, you know, nobody's ever done it because those races are 45 minutes long.
Right.
I would guess if you gave it to a good team, and I think this kind of goes against what you guys are trying to do here, is you would start having budgets that are ridiculous,
super high. Right,
yeah,
absolutely.
To make a car like that last,
right?
You know, and then me personally, I would never ever want to be on the track with a GT car with that car.
You're not going to get seen.
You're going to die
because that's an even smaller car.
Yeah.
The NPO one at least sits upright a little bit.
Yeah.
The Delta Wing is calling.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, scares me to death because you don't have a chance against a 3,500-pound car,
right?
And your head is bumper height. So
yeah, that's no fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's always intrigued me about club racing, is that they allow things like that. And to me, it's the most dangerous thing possible.
Gotcha. Oh, there's a red flag.
Red flag. There's an impact in 12.
I think that's Canada. It's Canada corner because we've got a standing yellow here. Obviously, we've lost our Cam 8. You see the red flag's been pulled out. So straight to red. That is supposed to be stop on track, in which we are finally seeing around the circuit.
Yeah.
So,
ironically, our same driver is in the car when the red flag happened last year in Canada corner.
Oh, jeez.
He was down there for 45 minutes.
So we hope everybody's okay with that, as usual.
Yeah, because an impact in 12 that would bring out a red flag is most likely brake failure or contact at a high speed.
Right.
Yeah. You hope it's not quite that severe, but you're right. It's one of the fastest parts of the circuit, if not the fastest.
Yeah, if you guys don't have anything else for me.
Yeah, no, I'm good. If you want to head back on down, we appreciate you coming up to chat.
Yeah, of course.
Really
appreciate you having me.
Yeah, please come up anytime. We'll that sort of 2006 to 2015 IMSA is like the wheelhouse for a lot of us. So
okay.
We can talk about that all day long.
Well, that was my heyday in IMSA. So yeah, that's cool. I was fortunate to do a lot of good racing with a lot of good teams at that time, and yeah, I count myself lucky on that. Awesome. On that front.
We'll just watch the muscle milk Dyson finish here on a loop.
Yes, there we go. Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, Chris is a good friend of mine, and I've been trying to wiggle my way into that Trans Am program since he started it. But
Nice.
they seem to be doing just fine without me. So he's got one of my old mechanics working for him. So I think they're doing really good there. Yeah,
they are absolutely.
Yeah, Chris is a great guy. We loved racing against those guys. And actually, for a couple years in a row, I tried to do an engineering deal with them, and it just never lined up, unfortunately. But
gotcha.
Great group of guys there. I've known them for a long time, and been a pleasure to race against them all those years.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on, man.
Cool.
I really
Okay,
appreciate
guys.
it. And like I said, anytime, please feel free.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah,
It's raining.
It is raining, and who knows if that's contributed to the accident down here at Canada. As we noted, super high-speed part of the track, and we've gone red straight away, so don't want to speculate on the nature of that accident or any of that, really. Hoping for the best for whoever's involved. Can tell you that the car in question is going to be the 581.
Mm-hmm.
And that
they were
will
sitting
be,
third in GP2, I believe.
Yeah, the UAO Motorsports machine. Similar situations we had before, vehicles out to recover that car and also to check on the driver. Few cars made it into the lane, as you see here. They will not have been able to carry out service. As soon as that red flag comes out, service has to be suspended. Not allowed to take advantage of a red flag situation. The difference between this and what we saw earlier is because this is rather than a barrier repair that could have been that we basically found out after the fact. This is in direct response to the accident, so we've got everybody stopped around the circuit as they stood. And the expectation here, when we do resume racing, assuming we don't go to a black flag all to repair barriers down in Canada, is that we would form up behind a safety car here at the resumption of this red flag. And we will, of course, pass on additional information as we get it. At the time that the race was suspended, we still had a two-horse race in GTO between the 118 and the 111. That 118 doing really well, better than its debut at Mid-Ohio, it has to be said.
So keep in mind it retook the lead because the 111 had beat it out of the pits.
Yeah, the 118, whoever is in that, is super pacey today. I don't know if they've actually had a driver change there or not. They would have been allowed to make one during the black flag all that we had earlier. Obviously not an option here. I don't actually know that you could make one during this red flag unless you were already out of the car. And even then, you might have needed to reinstall the driver who was in the car at the time. Not sure on that. But yeah, that is something to look for. Renegade Racing, that number 88, which is, I believe, a rebranded round 3 entry.
Maybe their old M4.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, same deal as Mid-Ohio. And about a second and a half behind them, that NFC AMG GT4. GTR 99 has crept their way up into the top 5. About a minute and 10 behind the NFC number 123. We're going to get close to cars that are a lap behind the leader at this point. And I don't think you get to those until you get down to the 702 down in 10th. So you've got everybody in the top 9 or so on the lead lap in GTO. It's a stout field so far. GTU, the number 59 on the same lap as the leader in GTO. I haven't checked the overall order. No, they are not leading. They are P5 overall. But that car doing very well despite the cool track conditions. Always a concern with that car being lighter weight, having trouble getting the tires switched on. They seem to have done that just fine. Stratus 58 has fallen away 21 laps behind the lead. 29 laps behind is the 382 for McKibben's Biohazard. And the 84 has been off track for quite some time. We have not seen the number 6 come out for Racer Motors, so we may be looking at them to take the green on Sunday. Not sure that we'll see them today. Down in GP1, PC Racing still leads. I shouldn't say still leads that class. That's a change from the last time I paid attention to GP1, if I'm honest. Ginger Racing fallen back down to second in that class. So 44 has made that up in.
Well, Ginger just pit a few laps ago.
Ah, great. I missed that. Okay. And then another 14 seconds behind them is the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, clawing back some of the delta that they had on the leader. 7:01 for round 3 racing, 2 minutes and 23 seconds behind PC Racing. And then your first car a lap back in that class for the moment. That may change depending on how we restart this race. Is the Fifth Gear Motorsports number 550, ahead of the 191 for Overnight Motorsports. GP2 still led by Harrison, now holds a 4+ minute gap over Exiled. That represents at least a full lap. UAO Motorsports, at the time of the accident which has brought out this red flag, was running third. I don't know if basically we don't expect to see Hitman come back out after the first red flag, so unlikely that we'll see that car. They will probably fall back to 7th, depending on whether or not Stan's Racing and at 198 can come back out and turn laps. I think I hear engines at least cycling. I don't know if that's just trying to keep heat in some of these cars, or if we're expecting to go back to green soon. In any case, GP3 being led still by the 85 for AOA Racing. They've had a pretty stout lead for much of the race in GP3, holding that by 37 seconds over Open Throttle Racing, that number 65. Third place is the AOA Racing number 75, 50 seconds behind the lead, so about 13 seconds behind the 65. So a podium full of the 85, 65, and 75. Keep those straight. The 737 for AutoWorks Autosport had just come into the pit lane, but at the time we're running fourth. Should hold that over TC Klein, who you'll remember came out of the pit lane about 20 minutes behind the leader. Basically took a very late start, but they have made up quite a bit of time since then. Last time they crossed the stripe, they were only 17 minutes behind the leader, so probably not enough time to make that up, barring issues at the head of the GP3 field, but showing good pace, promising for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. For, whatever reason, rough start of the morning for the TC Klein entry, but they've ran consistently on pace since of the fastest cars, so hopefully tomorrow they'll be able to start on time and have a good race.
Yeah, good time to send out the reminder that we do have basically a tip line that should have been sent out to all the teams. Feel free to send those in. One of those pieces of information that we love to get that we don't tend to get a lot of is what driver's in the car. So if you want to send that over to us and just be able to shout out your driver, that's always good information. And when we remember to include it, lets us refer to cars that we see on track by the person driving it rather than the number plate. I hear a covered vehicle moving here down at turn 5. That may just... Oh, that's probably the engine that we were hearing, rather than a competitor car. Few teams being issued with red flag procedure warnings. 172 for TLM, 52 for ACP, and 187 for... should be overnight, is overnight. Working on the car can be met with disqualification, so be very careful. Even if you have come into the lane, that doesn't mean you get to take your stop. It means stop all work. You're not allowed to take advantage of the red flag.
Well, there were a few cars that it seemed were still rolling at the time of the red, and it was just not a very quick response to the flag stands.
Yes, that's true.
Looks like the BMW has been recovered.
Yes, they've pulled it back through. And it's... don't know the circumstances of why that car has gone off track yet, but any incident going into Canada Corner is going to be a pretty hefty one, so yeah, hoping for good news soon. But I would be pleasantly surprised to see that 581 back out today. I don't think it's going to happen based on where that accident occurred, and not a team name that I recognize either. So we'll hope to see them back. I'm hearing engines firing up again, so that's now that we've recovered that car.
That would definitely be a very good sign.
Yeah, we have withdrawn the red flag and gone back to full course caution. So this will obviously be everybody reforming at turn 1 behind the safety car. The thing that is... it's not a particularly hot day today, but the thing that can be a little hazardous here is cars that have heat soaked, cars that refuse to start off the line. 99 is going to take the opportunity to pit. So one significant difference here in how this is going to play out compared to the black flag all that we had earlier is any car that wasn't able to make a stop, well, nobody was able to make a stop because we didn't actually go to yellow flag first. We went straight to red.
And we're green.
Oh, well, then disregard everything I was about to say.
Hold on.
Oh, that's late. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what it says in race control. I agree with that. Any of your thoughts, JT?
I was just making sure we're still green and...
yeah. No, that camera was...
caught out on pit lane here.
Yeah, I mean, they will have saved a little bit of time, but not much. It's not like a Formula 1 VSC where any time is good time, right? So... yeah, and some cars are actually taking the pits anyway, so I don't know if those are calls that haven't quite come through. But yeah, there are an awful lot of cars that I think thought we're going to be able to take advantage of a yellow flag. We're going to be able to come back to safety car, as I did, frankly. And we have sent it just immediately back green, which I don't necessarily mind. But it has caught more heads in as well. So we may well have just been due for quite a lot of these teams.
Yeah, that is true. That or it was low enough, or just trying to back time. I don't know.
Yeah, these have been in both cases have been awfully fast turnaround times for this safety team. About 15 minutes for both of these red flags, which is, if I'm honest, about 45 minutes less than I expect for a lot of red flag situations. So well done to everybody involved for getting that turned around.
Joseph, I got some guests up here.
Sounds good.
I've got the two co-owners of Team ACP with Tangerine Associates here. Gentlemen, welcome. Introduce yourselves.
Hey, thank you. This is HB Jones.
And Ken Goldberg.
Perfect. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for coming to see me. First time that you've been able to come up here, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for coming to chat. How's the race going for you guys so far?
It's going good. We've got 3 cars today, so it's always a challenge with one of them, and unfortunately we have a challenge with the 52 car with a boost hose coming off. But hopefully that is resolved. It looks like it's out back on track and circulating, and our 12 car is doing fine, chugging along, as well as the 2 cars. So we're hopefully in the, I don't know where we are right now, but top 10. Oh, 10th and 11th. Oh, 10th and 11th, sorry.
There we go.
So,
that's all right.
Not bad.
Yeah. So the 12 car, I think you've got a decent shot at the championship this year, don't you think?
That's our goal. Our goal is to do the best we can every race and accumulate points as we can, and maybe it'll work out.
Maybe it'll work out.
Supers are a big deal. So
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So what's that been like? Oh, that Aston Martin's got a ton of smoke coming up the hill there.
That may have been tire rub. I was tracking that too.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That was the 43. We'll see when they come through. They have the pit board out. Well, I think they're going to want to take a look at whatever is causing that. We'll see them come down the pit lane here in a moment. How did you guys get into racing?
It's coming out in center. Yep.
Oh, this is a great story.
I'm ready for it.
We both actually met at beginning in, 95-ish?
Yeah.
95 in PCA or a BMW club. And I started doing BMW CCA driver schools, and then first race was Road Atlanta Club Race in E30 M3 in, I think, 1996.
Okay, I gotcha.
And I started with PCA in the, I'm going to call it 93, 94.
Okay.
And the fun fact about that is back then you didn't have to have a full cage in the car. You could drive your street car.
Really?
Yeah, so I had a 911 Carrera in 86.
Which you still have.
Which I still have.
Excellent.
And we would drive it to the track, jack it up, take the street tires off, take the street race brake pads out, and put on the BF Goodrich tires, which had camber built into them, because with the street car I could never get enough camber for truly a race car.
Or one.
Yeah, and do a race weekend and jack it back up, put the street pads back in, put the street tires, and drive home.
Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. And so that was all in like an air-cooled 911 too. So like that's like an experience. Like you're working the car at that point.
They're just a fantastic car to learn in because they're so difficult and twitchy, and then it just progressed from there. And I actually did a ton of HSR.
Okay.
And vintage 911. We've got a 74 RSR that we run there. And,
excellent.
But I've kind of stopped running that because we're just doing so much of this and did stuff in Europe and but we just like to have fun. We love to be in the car. We love endurance racing. Endurance racing's our thing. I can't imagine going to a weekend and doing like 2 20-minute sprint races. That's just not in our cards.
Absolutely. Like if you're already there, you've towed the trailer out, you got the car, the track's rented, and you get your little bit of practice, and then you're sharing the track with a million cars either way.
Yeah.
I totally get you there. It always makes more sense to me. Your dollars per minute driven basically with the endurance racing is like way off the charts in terms of value,
and it's incredible. And and for us and for everybody, it's time away from home. I mean, do you want to go time away from home for an hour on track racing?
No,
that doesn't work for me. So we love doing this stuff, and initially we were doing another endurance amateur series, and with E36s and E46s, and we had a lot of fun, but those cars progressively became more difficult to keep on track and keep people from missing shifts. And that's when we transitioned over to the M235s, M240s, and then I think we said, we should just add another one because we had friends that wanted to race with us.
And then we added 4. We had a total of M235 M240s. We had 4. and then that kind of grew, and we started building the team. And we had some great help along the way, but it's really, we built it to more of a semi-pro team with a weekend experience. We call it like all the guys that have been part of our team. We have great leadership between Kevin and Logan,
right now.
And we got some great guys that are committed to this season, and some for the whole year. We're pretty much sold out for WRL for 3 cars, and these M4s right now. And you know, it's a different experience. We all have a great time. We have a chef that comes out with us.
Excellent.
Almost we have food. We got a great crew, great setup. Half the crew, I think half the field comes to us for parts. I feel like we have a BMW Motorsports parts trailer. Everybody comes, where's Devin? I need a control arm. Where's Devin? I need a sway bar link. I need a connector. I need a turbo. And we've been working on these. I've been running these cars and the M2s, which are very similar for 4 years now.
Yeah. The M2s are really. It was the new bright shiny stuff, so we jumped on those right away.
Right.
And because the M4s at that time were kind of prohibitive, and there's still limited production of these cars. So, but then we had the M2s, and then we just we bought one M4 to run Crovantic, and we ran that 24-hour at Sebring, and then we started running it here, and then we're kind of like, well, this car's just, we don't have to modify. Like the M2s, we had to do the doors and the this and the that. And it was never really the same car, even though the drivetrain's the same, so the maintenance was the same. So we're like, if we're going to spend this much money, let's just go all in.
Just do the whole car.
Just do the whole car.
Okay,
and,
I gotcha.
So we have 4 of the M4s. We have 3 in the U.S. and then 1 in Belgium.
Okay.
And ran that last year with Crovantic, and we won the GT4 championship with Crovantic, so that was really fun. And for us, for all of us in racing, these tracks in Europe are like bucket lists.
Right.
I mean, this is probably Road America is probably one of the top tracks, European-like track, in my opinion. And everyone loves coming here, and it's beautiful. And but when you go to Spa or you go do Mugello or you go to any of those other tracks, it's a neat experience, and we love just continuing to expand our horizons with tracks and enjoying different things. And unfortunately, we're going to miss Daytona. Ken and Steve and I are going to do Monza 12 hours.
4 weeks from now.
I
don't think anybody feels bad.
No, I don't think so. I think anybody that has that opportunity is going to take that for sure. That's a bucket list event right there. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's super awesome.
Well, the one we did 3 years ago, we did the 24 Hours of Dubai, and that was the ultimate experience. A lot of travel, and the M240, shipping over and back, but
and all the guys flew over there, and that was also the year of the 100-year flood in Dubai.
Oh, that's right.
So it ended up being a 6-hour race.
Well, we won our class thanks to the rain.
There you go. Perfect.
We'll take
what else you need.
Yeah, 6 feet. It was like 4 feet of water in turn 1.
Oh.
And it never drained. It was crazy.
Because there's no drainage built in, because it's Dubai. Like, we don't need it. Yeah, there you go. So, I remember going to where was I? I think I went to a AAA baseball game in Reno, Nevada, and it was during the car week where they have all the classic cars, and it dumped multiple inches of rain over the course of probably 6 or 7 hours, and streets wouldn't drain, baseball park wouldn't drain, nothing would drain. Like the places where they don't get the rain that often, it just doesn't even.
Not built for
it. Doesn't percolate.
The soil doesn't even drain because it's not porous. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it just it stays like that. It's wild. I had never seen anything like it. And so talking about that Dubai, it's like, I bet that was a bummer too. So that's crazy. I do have a question real quick. You said the M4 all around, a little bit better package. Over the course of the season, I could totally see that. Are there tracks, Hallett or Mid-Ohio, where having the shorter wheelbase with the M2 might be more advantageous?
100%.
100%? Okay.
Yeah. We were talking about it. We're like, man, that probably would be it. Mid-Ohio especially, just as all those little tight, slow turns. You're in the M4 because of the extra wheelbase. You just are more reliant on rotating the car.
Okay.
That you don't get automatically with the shorter wheelbase.
Right.
So
Supers kind of smoked us there because of that.
And their traction control package is 10 years newer. So that's really the big thing that we're noticing. But regardless, we had a good outcome. That we got a podium there,
Absolutely.
and so we just got to keep chugging away at this for this year. And,
Right.
We have the new cars coming, so that's they're going to be picked up this week.
Oh, the new M4s?
Yeah, we have 2 of them that
Wow,
are
look at that. There you go.
ready to pick up for us. So
Awesome.
We have some plans. We don't know if we're going to bring them to WRL. We're pretty much looking at doing IMSA season next year.
Excellent. That'll be cool.
Just expand our horizons and continue to do endurance. But
Right.
I think we'll still be like, this still isn't that much. 4 hours. And then we're kind of, the show's over on Friday or Saturday, right?
Right.
Which kind of brings us back to WRL and how we've kind of grown with the series. Our team's grown. The series has grown tremendously. The leadership in the series has grown. Clamping down and making it more, making sure people follow the rules. I'm one of them. Okay. It's worked. Thanks, Jim. It's worked, and it taught me a lot, and it's great. The camaraderie with the series is great. Everybody's here to help each other out, and we have all the same interests. Is let's go away this weekend. We're taking time away from our families. We're taking time away from our businesses, and we want to enjoy ourselves and have a great experience and share it with some great people. And there's the best people are in all these racing series. Everybody asks me, well, what do you like about the racing so much? It's not just the racing. It's all the people in the paddock. It doesn't matter if you're the chef, if you're the mechanic, you're the team owner, you're the business guy, you work for the series. It's an equal playing field, and everybody respects each other.
Right. I think it's whether you're a driver or an owner and you've had to have excellence in your career to get there, or you're a mechanic and it's difficult to get into a race team, is my understanding. You gotta work for free, you gotta do it. And so I think you end up with a paddock full of people who are just grateful that they were able to overcome whatever it was they had to overcome, grateful that they've had so much success in business, grateful that they get to chase their dreams and go see the backsides of cities, of countries in the States,
the sticks,
right? But they get to go do the race car thing. It's really what I think is unique to racing as a sport. Is it's unfortunate, I think, that the barrier to entry is so high, but as a result, the people that are here in every capacity are super grateful and just super friendly, super nice. And so that's one of the things that I love about it, for sure.
Agreed. And we had a mutual friend, Peter Klein, who died from ALS, and I think he has a quote that I always tell people. He said, it's people in the paddock, with few exceptions, are the best friends you haven't met yet.
Right.
And that's just he always said, they're all type A. It's not a lot of,
There's a lot of engineers. I want to analyze what you're saying right now. Okay.
Oh, goodness. Awesome. So your plans for the rest of the season? You're going to you got to run the rest of the WRL season.
Yeah.
You're right there in the championship.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So we're working that out.
Okay. We got we're going to do 2 VIR, and we're doing Music City Grand Prix and SRO.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Right.
Have you run that track before?
Music City?
Yeah.
No. I heard it's not that great, but I'm excited about it. It's about 105
cool.
degrees in the summer there.
I'm just into cool street courses, because there's only. Not only is it it's a street circuit, there's only 2 or 3 series that get to go do it a year. But there's every chance that 2 years from now, the mayor changes and they're like, nah, we're good. And that might be the last chance somebody gets to do it. So it's always this limited time. Even Long Beach now, there's all this discussion around, are they going to move the Angels to that part of town and basically take out where the paddock is? It's going to be a baseball park. So you might not have Long Beach anymore. It was always a disaster on TV, but I loved the idea of the Baltimore Grand Prix. You can't run that track anymore. So the street circuits, even if they're not brilliant, I'm always like, that's cool though to get that opportunity, because you're not going to have that forever. It's not Silverstone that's going to be around for 100 years.
Correct. It was actually the guy, Ken and Steve got to do the St. Pete.
Nice.
That was just a really. Besides the BOP issues, which is one of the challenges.
And the yellows for most of the race.
We had the 2 hot laps. But beyond that, they had a blast. And we all had a blast doing that event with them and supporting them. And it's just a different level. There's fans.
Right.
And it'd be so cool if we had fans, but it's still sports car racing, and it's kind of like what we're looking at. After the first pit stop, nobody knows what's going on.
Right. We try so hard to explain. It's always even we're like, we're gonna have to wait to see how that works, I guess. And You know, if you're not cool for that, then like, you know.
True.
So, well, gentlemen, thank you for coming and saying hi to me. I really appreciate it. You all are busy, I'm sure, but you are more than welcome anytime to come up and say hi. We'd love to pick your brain, chat about stories. I'm sure there's 24-hour series stories you could tell and stuff, and we'd love to hear all of it. So.
All right.
We have plenty.
Yes, Joseph, go ahead.
I was focused on other things. Did we discuss the possible GP2 entry?
We did not. There we go.
Wait, this is how Kate Speak communicates with me. I'll find out about it right now.
We just are always thinking about what's the gateway drug?
An engine and tires?
Yeah, but a factory-looking car that is a very successful car that runs at Nürburgring and in Europe, and it looks factory-like. It's kind of M235-ish,
right?
In that degree, and it's actually fairly quick and fun and easy to drive. So I don't know if it's going to fit in with our program, but I kind of put it out there as a let's see what people think. And the challenge with endurance racing is even if you're in a GP2, with our program, we put so much into it that it's never going to be a Miata affordable program with an open trailer and a pop-up. It's just we have too many guys that we're going to make it right, and that's that's the balance, because so much of our expense is the support and the guys, and we don't do a volunteer thing. I don't really I believe in it from the old days, but I feel like we got to compensate everybody,
right?
And so running that car, we want to look at the costs, and if the cost per mile makes sense, and then we can put a program together, we'd love to throw one of those or a couple of those out there for people that want to drive a factory car that's not an E36, E46, which, you know, we know the pitfalls, and we personally know those pitfalls of those cars, and having a paddle shift and a proper ABS, and you know, just more modern and more safe. And that's another big push for us to go to the factory cars is the safety side of them.
Okay.
You know, we haven't had, fortunately, to explore that, but we want to know that these cars are durable and they take it, and they're not going to transfer all the energy into us. We want the car to take it and sacrifice itself. So same idea with that car.
I gotcha. It seems like it's a reasonable way to, you know, with having a GP2 entry like that, that's still your guys' level of prep, where you can get somebody who maybe has driven a Cayman at the track a couple times and like, I want to try racing, but I'm not sure. You don't necessarily want to throw them into a multiple $100,000 GT4 car. Maybe let's try out this GP2 thing first. It seems like you might get a lot of like customer acquisition at that point and start trying to pull people through. At least to me, it seems like it would be reasonable.
Well, if we're going to do it, we want to only do it right. We don't do anything half-assed. We want to do it, and everybody has the same experience no matter what class it's in.
Okay.
But we also want to keep our drivers that we attract to the team. They got to be the right fit for the team.
Okay.
For all of us. And we just want to make sure if we do it, we have the right drivers and that they fit what our model and our approach is.
Okay.
Right. Yep. So it's on the table. We'll talk about it.
All right. Thank you for sharing with me today on the air.
Thank you for indulging.
I saw the post, but I was like, we never talked about it.
Thank you for indulging my muck racing, my muck raking, but that makes an awful lot of sense. That fits in with the strategy of WRL as a whole, I feel. So if it works out for you guys, then that'll be awesome to see.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're thinking. We'll see how it goes. But and to your point on the transitioning from a HPD kind of guy or a guy that's done some racing, PCA, and then when they go into, we put people into the GT4 car, and even though they look easy, apparently they're not that easy.
It's a handful.
Yeah, it can be, and they're easy cars to drive, but there's still challenges with people that, you know, I've driven a zillion laps, and they put them in, and like, oh boy, it's a problem. You know, it's a challenge.
Right.
So it's part of the program.
And WRL has evolved so much. The competitive level, it's so close, it's so tight.
Right.
I mean, if you're up running, you get at one penalty or you blow some type of pit stop, you're out of it.
Yep.
That's it. Literally, you're out of the hunt in the top 5. It's awesome.
Yeah, and this is. I mean, I think in our view, this still is probably one of the most competitive series. You can't get BOP'd out necessarily, and it's extremely tight. I mean, I think the next step to this is while we're looking at IMSA, we think that program is less yellowy than some of the other programs, and
it's more light endurance racing compared to what we're used to doing.
Right.
2 to 4 hour races, but at least we get to run on Michelin's.
That's true, and that's the game changer. The Crevantic series run the Hankooks, and it's an okay tire, but it's not a Michelin. And yeah, these guys, the team over there that runs our program, he is also the BMW support engineer for that part of Europe, and he's like, he goes, where's Spy? He goes, well, the guys in the Michelins were turning this lap. I'm like, it's a Hankook. I mean, it's a great tire, but I'm sorry,
it's not going to be there.
Yeah, we're not going to get there, buddy. So.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, it actually, even with the BOP, Spa was all strategy. We won that race on strategy and consistency, and in the strategy with our pit stops. Going into the pits at Spa is unlike any other track I've ever been to, where you drive all the way around. It's like 2 minutes to get out of there, 1.5 minutes.
Right.
It's not like this. So timing that and doing that was a big deal, and it's super fun. You know, that's all part of why we like endurance racing. It requires you to think and put it all together and move forward. Hopefully, move up the pack.
If anybody has an opportunity to do this European series and visit these tracks, and we did Portimao, we've done a bunch of all over, and it's amazing to go to another country, get off the plane, and a little bit jet lagged, and then you're like, okay, let's learn this track now. I mean, of course, you try on the sim a little bit, but the sim isn't really the track.
Right.
Yeah. So, and Barcelona is really cool too. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
So, great experiences, and that's at our stage in racing. That's what we want to do. Have great experiences. We don't. We would love to win a championship. We'd love to win this championship. But let's just have fun along the way.
Right. That's what it's all about, right? If we're not having fun, then why are we here?
Laugh, be safe, have good food, lots of high fives, and build some amazing friendships.
Yeah, great
over the years. It's amazing.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, good luck in Italy.
Thank you.
I think you'll do a great job. It's a heck of a track. I look forward to hearing about it when I get back.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. Yeah, and I think what they're talking about, and we're engaging with this in the chat, JT, speaks directly to, I think, an easy misconception of it. It's not trying to be professional racing. It's trying to be a place where people can indulge this as a hobby. Obviously you try to not lose money on it, but it's a different game than trying to compete in IMSA. That's what IMSA is there for. This is not that. But I think I enjoy both. I'm here watching this as a fan. I'll watch IMSA all weekend. It takes all sorts.
Yeah, no, WRL is all about, a great product in terms of what you get out on the track. A lot of these guys are running amateur racing budgets, and you get a ton of track time, a ton of racing for that budget. So I mean, it's substantially less. You as a driver, even if you're a paid driver, that you'd be paying to get so much track time on a weekend than running in SRO or IMSA or wherever else. And being a relatively non-contact racing experience, it's everyone comes here, everyone gets to have fun, they have a blast, they get to go to their favorite racetracks, and they get to go home.
Yeah, I think the thing to remember here is most of the people that are here don't really have serious aspirations to go on and do to be professional race drivers. There are a few of them who do come in and it ends up being, the cheapest way to get 3 or 4 hours of track time a day, which is, remarkable. You might as well run an entire Pilot Challenge race by yourself, and you still wouldn't get that much track time. It is challenging out there to be a driver and to make it as a professional driver. I understand that. But this has got to be one of the lowest barrier to entry places you could possibly come through that. Especially when you compare it to the European ladder system, where it is, diabolical, the rates that some of those F3 teams and so on will charge for a sniff at being an F1 driver. This is such a different ballgame. This is such a better value proposition for somebody who is either a kid and trying to get into sports car racing, or someone who's had an established career and is doing this as a hobby or as a second act. It is so apples and oranges for me.
Definitely.
Real quick, I do want you guys to have the opportunity to update the race, give a rundown, if you will. But I also have Jay from Montgomery Motorsports, but running with Big Mission this weekend up here in the booth. And I should say, Jay, in the interest of full disclosure, because I am a journalist, that I am homies with the guys from North Loop. I visit their shop from time to time. So just want to be clear. Don't want to have any conflict of interest. Of course, this is all very serious. Obviously. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, glad to be here, as usual.
Excellent. Which Big Mission car are you in?
I'm in 199.
199. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I started the race, just got out maybe 20, 30 minutes ago.
So what was the issue that you had at the beginning of the race?
So first into turn 1, the car completely just shut off. No power.
Mm-hmm.
I got it restarted. What was that? Kept going. Okay, then either a lap or two later, it shut off again at the final corner, and I was able to roll up pit road as far as it goes, but it wouldn't come back on. So I got towed back, positive battery terminal popped off.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, without that, we'd be, sniffing at the back of the podium maybe. Yeah, but that's race cars. But there's a lot of racing left. We'll keep hammering out there.
And you really haven't had an opportunity to make that time. We've had 2 stoppages, and only one of them is compressed the field at all. So you really haven't had the opportunity to do it other than on pace.
Which, honestly, that car is not going to do it. The way that car is built, I'd say it's more reliable than it's going to be fast.
Okay.
So it's got smaller tires. One example, it doesn't seem to have the top end power compared to some of the other guys. I had frozen rotor in round 3 literally just come around me on the straight.
Okay.
Right? That shouldn't happen in the same class. So in theory, the car will probably stay out there and be fine. And again, had we not had a breakage in the beginning, maybe we'd be a little farther up the order and sneak into a podium later on in the race. But we're still having fun.
That's good. It's always something like that, right? And it's even me, like I work at an auto repair shop. I very rarely, on my own cars, when there's something weird going on, think to check the positive battery terminal. And like the number of times that it's been that, and I've been like, I drove a 2001 Boxster all the way from California to Minnesota with my wife in the car. And we get to like North Dakota and everything starts like flickering. I'm like, dude, alternator's gonna let go on this thing. I'm in North Dakota. Nobody has an alternator for this. It's not gonna happen. Nowhere within 100 miles. I'm gonna have to pay to tow it. It's gonna be a whole thing, whatever. Made it. I like am in the shop doing something else, and like the battery cable's like barely touching the terminal. I was like, oh, I could have just put that on.
I knew exactly what it was when it happened.
Oh, yeah.
Only because the new car Montgomery built at COTA, same similar thing happened. The car just shut off on me. And now that was because the battery worked itself, or however you want to say it. But I just knew that it had to be battery because the on-off switch, nothing. There was no power to anything, so it had to be power related. It wasn't that the car blew up. It didn't make any noise.
Right.
Just dead. So luckily that is what it was. What I told them. They immediately looked at it. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Let's put it back on and tighten it down. So.
Gotcha. Is that car different from, because it's a GP1 car, obviously, different from the car that you guys drive in GP2? My understanding is that when you have the E46 in GP2, it's like spec E46-ish at that point.
Well,
How
I've
different
never
are
raced
they?
in GP2. I've only been in GP1.
Oh, okay,
So Montgomery's old E36
Mhm.
is very similar to our old car. Was a little bit lighter, a little bit less horsepower,
Okay.
but bigger tires. So
Okay.
realistically, the grip perspective, this car doesn't have as much grip. It's a little bit heavier, smaller tires.
Okay.
It doesn't have as much grip, and I don't know how they've tuned it or whatever. That it just doesn't seem to have the top end power that the other cars do.
Got it. Okay, cool.
So I think I've wrung it out for maybe as much as it's gonna it's gonna
As
take.
that'll do.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. But it's an endurance race, so we'll see what happens.
And you got all day tomorrow too.
That's
So we got
correct.
the Sunday-itis. If you got the reliable car,
That's right.
you might fall into the right spot there. I got you.
That's right. So our old car, we still have it. It's still for sale. We've had some minor interest in it and so forth. And the new car will be back at Daytona next month.
Excellent. Cool. It'll be a good place to have a new car, fresh motor, the whole nine.
Yep.
Where you've got the big straights, the big turns.
Yeah, and I think we've developed it at least to the point now that it's we hope it will be competitive at the top with the other GP1 cars. We as drivers still got to learn to drive it. Completely different.
Okay.
Than driving E46, E36 with a 5-speed in it.
Okay.
It's a very different experience in car. So us as drivers have to learn to drive it too. And what will it take? What does it feel like? Whereas our old car, I mean, we knew it like the back of our hand, right? You knew exactly how to throw it in somewhere and what it would take and where you would lose traction and so forth. So it's still in development from that perspective.
Okay, I gotcha. They've got that. It's coming back. Have you seen the Screaming Goat in their GTO car that's got the LS motor in it?
I have seen it.
What would make you decide to do that or not do that at kind of the level that you guys are at?
I don't know. And I don't know why they went that route other than they weren't happy with doing the S54 E46 model, and so theoretically an LS is easy to tune.
Right.
Right? Now, and from our perspective, you're Frankensteining a car.
Okay.
Right? In theory, that could present more problems that you could never anticipate because it was never meant to be there.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's why, and one thing about GP1 is, this series has become, there's all these GT4 cars out here, and 18-wheelers all over the place, but there's still a lot of room for the homebrew guys to build a car and come race it. Because the three of us, I'll give Sean Moffitt most of the credit here, he did a lot of the work. The three of us built that car ourselves in our garage. Our new car. And we're not mechanics.
Right.
Okay? Like, it can be done. And if you do a little research and a little bit of effort, you can go get cars. Like, this was a road-going car that we just bought and put it under the knife, right? So that still exists in this series, and you can still be competitive, and you don't have to throw just an absolute enormous amount of money at it to do it. So anyone listening out there, there's plenty of room, and GP1 this year has attendance has popped up a little bit.
Yep, absolutely.
It really has. We're seeing 18, 20 cars a race, and that's significant. That's really good for us that like to compete.
Right. I'm really looking forward to that Road Atlanta race where it's going to be just the GP1 cars. I mean, you're GP2 and GP3 too, but the GP1 having the spotlight there, I think that'll encourage a lot more people to bring the car out when you're not worried about sharing track space with a, M4 and all the other stuff.
Our car won't be there, but that's just because, again, we're just normal guys. And we race 3 to 5 times a year. Generally, our team's only about 3 times a year, so we sort of look at the schedule and pick and choose. Where do we want to go?
What do you want to do?
And this year, it was literally, we decided to go to Daytona instead of here at Road America. So then Steve Smith with Big Mission had posted they had a seat open for $199. I was like,
I'll try that.
I'll take it. And we've been friends with them for years and years, and I've never raced with them. I raced with PC Racing the last couple of years a few times, but this is the first time with them. So far, so good.
I gotcha. The E46, and we talk about this, 2 to 3 times a weekend at least. E46s are getting harder and harder to find at this point. And my understanding, especially having seen what Chad Moorhead has posted on the Facebook page and stuff, that S54 motor is not available right now.
Correct.
What is the solution looking forward 5 years from now to either change chassis, or is there like an angle where like, well, an N52 is close, so maybe that, how are we going to deal with that moving forward, especially from the perspective of guys that do it by themselves in a garage?
I think you'll probably see some N52s first.
Okay.
We considered that for our old car. Okay. When I blew the motor at Coda 2 years ago, we considered an engine swap. But the other problem with the E46 is also, and this is why Peter has gone away from it, is the transmissions are equally as hard to find, and or even getting people to rebuild them.
Got it.
So it's a complete drivetrain problem. The chassis might be fine. So either you're going to start seeing swaps, like Peter has done with the transmission or different engines, absolutely. Or you're going to start to see a chassis change. And I think no one has told me this, but I think a lot of other teams are potentially watching what we're doing with the F22 chassis and going, okay, is that the next step because of the aging of the E36, E46, and just unavailability of more stuff?
Right.
Because we're out here beating on these cars, and they're going to blow up at some point. Like, it's just inevitable.
Well, that's why I think, and Joseph was right to ask him about it, but we had Catesby Jones in here with ACP, and he had posted that 330i thing the other day, and I was starting to wonder, like, is that the angle where they were going to switch to the 4-cylinder? And, like, I've heard nothing, especially working in the car repair world, that 28 motor you don't want. Like, the timing chain guides let go, it's got all kinds of problems and stuff, so it's like, I don't know if that's it. The new one supposedly is better, so I'm told. But that's really, what kind of spurred that question is, like, I think people are starting to pick at, what are we going to try to do here? What's going to make it work? Thunder Bunny had that 128 for a while. I thought that was a decent idea. Had the N52 in that one.
Yep. I mean, or potentially they'll start even taking the next step up and robbing the drivetrain and parts out of an F22.
Okay.
Right? The 3-liter single turbo, 8-speed transmission. Because we can't get a transmission, we can't get motors. Well, let's get something that all went together to begin with.
Right.
And we just have to plug it all in, essentially, right?
A little bit easier.
The electronics is harder, and and that's again why we chose our car, was because we're not like super great mechanics. We call ourselves Montgomery Motorsports. We'd love to have a shop one day, but our shop is literally our garage.
A garage, right.
So the electronics part of trying to Frankenstein things together was like, we don't want to attempt that, be at a track and have no idea what's actually happening. Like, that's not for us.
So. I gotcha. That's crazy. I think it's something that's been talked about for probably 5 or 10 years generally, that like, cars are all computerized, but in the meantime there has been a steady supply of early 2000s cars of whatever variety, Boxsters, Caymans, whatever, that you could get, and like now I think we're finally starting to see where the supply is dropping off a little bit.
And the Porsches have the same problem. That's why you don't see Boxsters really anymore, right? And so now it's even Caymans are becoming the same problem, or even more expensive. You can't get a transmission, you can't find somebody to rebuild it, right? So it's the same issue there with those 20-year-old cars.
Yep. It just happens eventually. That's why I have huge respect for the people running like E30s still. Yeah. Even in like spec E30, I'm like, is everything aftermarket now? Like,
and there's one out here today. There's an E30 and there's a 525 too.
So we had spoken with them because they ran with, was that the 111 stop, Joseph?
Yep. Yeah, 111 has gone backwards at turn 5. We're also tracking the 82, which is stopped. Coming out of Canada Corner, they've got a recovery vehicle on the scene. I think that's going to have to be towed in. We're running second at the time. 82 random vandals. 111 obviously Thunder Bunny on their way.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, glad that they've been able to get going. Then we also have a car stopped here in the S's.
That is the 82.
That's the 82. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like they may have been due.
Oh, we think this is a fuel situation potentially?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Oh, there's a problem, possibly a function of a down tire or a suspension failure. The 7 has gone around at turn 7. There may be something up with this car. No, turn 6 even. That's the next corner.
The 111, you mean?
The 111, okay.
Yeah, it just spun again.
Yikes, okay. Well, that's tough luck for them. That car's been really stout all year as far as ace and being able to stay reliable, but if they're having issues, that's no good. Yeah, they're just diving out of the way there.
Yeah, it looks stable now, but 2 corners in a row that car's gone around.
Might be new driver in the car. Surface is still really slick. How is the surface out there? We got repaved, and
you can tell it probably has a little bit more grip.
It has more grip
than previous year. Yeah, a little bit more grip. You feel a little more stable in the carousel, which is the biggest place you're going to feel it. The kink feels great.
Okay.
Right. Not this place had very many bumps at all, but maybe the little places it did, they don't exist anymore. So it's real smooth and predictable. Braking is good. So yeah, it's well done for sure.
Excellent. So our speculation was that because it's new pavement, that it would be like greasy in the morning when it was humid out. Was that the case necessarily, or no?
No, I didn't.
No?
I didn't feel that way at all.
Okay.
Now, granted, I had a battery terminal failure off and on in the first 10 laps anyway, but I think it'll only get grippier, right? As more cars get on it, more rubber in the corners and so forth, it'll get slightly grippier. I will say, though, Friday practice, I was out there when it was pseudo-raining, sprinkling raining. It gets really slick really fast.
Okay, got it.
So just a little bit of participation, it will get really slick really fast. And I think because it's new. Yeah, so all of a sudden you think, oh, that's not too bad. Your car starts shaking and shimmying around like, oh, okay, we don't need a full-on rainstorm to cause a problem here.
Right. Joseph, is this a reasonable time for an ad here?
It's not a terrible time for an ad.
Might be a good call.
As we plug the link to the series website in the YouTube comments. Got a lot of questions about the rules and regulations, and I think what better way to address that than sending the people straight to the source, you know?
Give the people the info they desire.
Give the people what they want.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic. We'll be right back here at Road America for the 5th weekend of the 2023 WRL season. We'll see you in a minute.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
It's the month of May, and we're racing here in the northern Midwest. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're here at Road America for the 5th weekend of the WRL Championship here. 2 races. We got a 9-hour today, a 7-hour tomorrow. We're looking forward to it. We're about 4 hours in. 3 hours and 55 for those who are very specific about those sorts of things. And we've had some great accidents, some great racing. We've unfortunately had a little bit of red time from some unfortunate accidents in a quicker part of the track, so hoping everybody's okay there, everybody's safe. But otherwise, not a whole lot of drama, not a lot of car-on-car drama, which is always nice to see. Everybody playing it reasonably safe. giving each other room. It's been quite nice. I'm Ryan. We've got Joseph at the controls and JT up in the Pacific Northwest. Gentlemen, thank you for keeping an eye out on all of the GTO stuff while I was entertaining guests. What have I missed?
Renegade Racing is leading the race, and has been for a bit now.
Excellent. Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, that was... Is that also an old 401? I don't remember.
I should point out that is leading in GTO, but not overall. Stratus
Correct.
leads overall.
Stratus is leading overall in the Sevco NP01. Doing a great job with those cars as well, as usual. JT, when are you going to tour their shop? Aren't they up there in, like, Redmond or something?
I'm not quite sure. They have an office building in downtown Seattle somewhere.
All right.
And that's the most I know.
Okay,
I believe the shop is actually still based out of the old Pano shops outside of Brazelton.
Huh. Well, I know that's Sebico's shop, but is Stratus based there? I thought they were based in Washington. I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, the team.
If anybody from Stratus Racing would like to come chit-chat about that, I'd love to pick your brain about it. They were supposed to join us at one point at Road Atlanta and then ran into some issues around the time they were meant to come up. So no harm, no foul there. But, still would love to chat, see what's going on there. I'm looking at the Palomar Racing Pit. They have an engine on a hoist. So I would be inclined to think that they're going to put a new engine, or a replacement engine at least, in that car and be back out for tomorrow. That'll be
Paid
good.
for tomorrow, so might as well.
Yep. They paid for the whole weekend, but they're only going to use the
Edge Auto Sports,
etc. No, see, it wasn't lame because I said etc. Very mature.
Thank you.
Two's
I
in.
appreciate that.
That's the Team ACP. We were just speaking with Catesby Jones just a moment ago. It's worth noting, gentlemen, would you believe me if I told you that when Catesby Jones sat down, he didn't want to pick up a headset because he, quote, didn't want to talk, end quote?
Yeah, and then I Hearst magazines him into into spilling the beans on the GP2 entry.
Oh, man. So, good interviews all the way around today. I'm very happy. Very excited.
Yeah, unfortunately, while they were with us, the two lost another lap due to passing under yellow.
Ooh.
They weren't the only ones, though. The 123 from NFC Motorsports also lost a lap.
Mm.
Yes. To be honest, I'm at the point in my WRL tenure where I start really focusing on the meat of the battles. Honestly, about halfway through. When I start running irresponsible math, that's when I'm like, all right, what's happening? Because up until that point, there is so much flux in how things. I'm glad JT is willing to pay enough attention, because I am extremely divided. We're getting an awful lot of looks like pedals off of blooms coming off of the turn 7 camera. Has the wind picked up, or is that just
The wind has been picked up for some time.
Okay.
The wind is in such a state that they actually have their weather radar actively on the screen in race control. So they're worried about the weather.
That's interesting. I mean, I know that there's stuff, as we said earlier, there's stuff over in Iowa. I don't know what speed that is moving at. But that's gotta come all the way across Wisconsin, on Wisconsin.
I mean, it'll do it. Whether it splits left or right before it gets here, I don't know. But it moves pretty quickly across the plains here, if you will.
Yes, the feed was back up.
As a central Minnesota resident, I feel qualified to speak on this.
Excuse me. Wow, that was terrible.
Wow, that was awful.
I thought I had the mic muted, and I saw my. Yeah, no, I saw my green boom lit up. I was like, oh no, I better stifle this one. Too late. Sorry, friends and family.
Very professional, very advanced. Joseph, you're representing something bigger than yourself. All right.
There's a lot of things that are bigger than myself, so
That's true.
A small car.
GP2.
Like I was saying,
last year's Eastern, I almost said Eastern Conference, but that's not what they call it here. Last year's WRL Eastern champions in GP2, 164 Harrison Motorsports, they're in the lead. They maintain a 3-lap gap over the number 368 Exiled. Just says Exiled. And then they're 2 laps ahead of the AutoWorks Motorsports 747. So on debut in WRL, the 5 Series, holding down a podium right now. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. They've been mostly staying out of trouble. I am a bit worried because they've already used up their warning on pit lane, but so is Exiled. And yeah, they're more or less staying out of trouble, which is kind of the key to success in GP2 today. Stans Racing and Moorhead both ran into issues quite early on. UAE Motorsports was doing well up until the incident in Canada Corner. 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche were not here at the start of the race and came out a bit late. So yeah, just trying to stay out of trouble in that class should be quite rewarding today.
GP3, the AOA cars have consolidated themselves into the lead here. The 85 has passed the 65 and the 75 to take the lead in GP3. So it's the number 85 AOA Racing Mazda, followed by the 75, and then followed by the 65 of Open Throttle Racing in their newer car. And then the 737 AutoWorks Motorsports car in 4th position there in GP3. We've got some gaps here that have already started to take hold. The GTR 99 is only a second and a half behind the 118 for Thunder Bunny. And I believe they are on the same strategy as well, so that is a genuine
I'm going to do
battle
the thing.
for position there.
I need to do the thing. I feel like I am so far behind the progression of this race that I need to do the thing. I know it's before halfway.
Well, is the data going to be any good?
Maybe, although the yellow AOA has just gone off and is probably going to be beached here at on the outside of the final corner. We saw on that onboard.
Excellent.
That'll be the 75. It is noted as a 4-off and continue. If that car manages to continue, I will be very pleasantly surprised.
That car, did you say it was the 75?
Allegedly?
That car is a survivor, Joseph. That was through the battles.
In the wars?
In the wars.
So that's the yellow MS5.
Yes.
Yeah,
which was
keep an
notably
eye out.
missing most of its bumpers last.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I'm going to keep an eye out in the onboards that we have available to see. We can see if that car has managed to unbeach itself. It has. They made a liar out of me. I think that car has indeed continued.
There we go. Joseph sucks.
Hey. Get in line for the berating.
Hashtag. No. Instead of save Joseph, now it's Joseph sucks.
you either die being saved or live long enough to suck.
Oh, man.
Okay, so genuinely, I feel like I have missed a trick with the 59 here, because that was a like top 5 car. Has the answer just been that everybody else in the top 5 has had issues in the overall?
Yes. They also don't usually sort by overall here, but yeah. I mean, the 59, they've had pace too. It's not like they've been getting caught routinely.
No. I know, but I'm kind of surprised because when I was tracking things at the first hour or so. Sorry. Is this drizzle or is this pollen? Not sure.
There's currently like cottonwood bits.
Oh yeah.
Around.
Okay. They look like petals in the turn 7. Anyway, no, they were fine on pace, but they weren't stellar. You know, they weren't. This didn't feel like one of those races where I was going to say, "Oh well, the 59 is going to walk this one."
Their best lap is comfortably faster than anybody else.
Yeah,
like comfortably.
I'll take that. Have we got a car, or is that a corner worker's car that's in the motorcycle chicane for the kink? Unsure. It's got to be a track worker's car. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the math says, and you tell me if this is completely unreasonable.
All right, Joseph, when are we going to do the regression thing with your predictions and see how accurate over time how accurate the predictions have been? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of budget,
okay.
So I don't think that's going to happen.
Is that something that we can do with ChatGPT? Can I give it your spreadsheet and then tell it, like, please do the thing?
The fact that you call it a spreadsheet is disgraceful.
I don't know, man. I don't do the things.
It's literally compiling the lap time data from every car on track, every time it stopped, every time there was a green flag, every time there was a red flag, every time there was a yellow flag.
And it outputs that, and you can have it output that as a spreadsheet.
It's a plot. It's a bar chart.
A plot, sure. Okay, all right.
And then I run multiple simulations, randomized, to give me a probabilistic assessment.
What is
where cars are going to end up?
You just say the word randomized. You just threw that out there. Like what part is random?
I think it's a log. I forget if I use a log normal or a normal distribution of lap times, and draw from that based on just the history of the lap times that cars have done that day. So when the conditions change, the lap times are either better or worse than expected, and that's fine. So those are caveats that we understand.
Okay, all right.
So we draw randomly from a distribution of lap times that we've seen already, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we say, okay, well, given that kind of distribution, what feels possible here? What's in the realm of possibility? So instead of just being, obviously if you just extrapolate it out, you would just stop the race. So
none of that meshes with my current understanding of the word random. That's why I asked.
What part?
Any of what you just said, where there's a methodical, yep, this is the thing, and this is how we do it, and...
Yeah, so we're compiling a ton of data.
Right. Which is not random.
Well, it is
compiling
random,
data
actually.
Random, actually.
Actually, every lap time is random because it's influenced by a ton of random factors. You have no idea what they are at any given time. So what traffic you run into, how good the driver is at a given day, on a given moment, on a given track. You think there is a limit, and sometimes the limit is just whatever an M2 can give you. And then we draw from that distribution, and we say randomly, because that's how random distributions work.
Okay.
You draw from that over the course of the next, in this case, 4 hours, 5 hours minus some change. And you say, okay, extrapolate out, and then when are they going to pit? From the pit stops that we've registered, how long is that pit stop going to be? Roughly, same sort of deal.
Okay.
And then we just run that forward including the possibility that maybe there's a yellow flag in there, and then what does that do to things? How does that shift up the order? So there's variation in that too that we care about.
Okay. All right.
So no, is the answer to your question.
Okay, cool. I'm all right with that.
So how do you feel about favoring the 123 today?
I'm sorry, the what?
The 123, the NFC
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Not good. If I'm honest.
Okay.
I don't feel good about that.
Remember, they lost a lap earlier due to a passing under yellow penalty.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's a factor. And then and then I've got a 4-way fight among the, well, really it's a 5-way fight, but 123 plus the foursome of the 111, the 88, the 118, and the 909.
It's a lot of cars.
It's a lot of cars.
A lot going on there.
All to play for, as they say.
A lot of movers and shakers, I guess you could say.
GP1 feels like, I mean, they're moving. I hope they don't shake. GP1 looks like, we don't love the PC racing car in these projections. So I wonder what's up with that.
Really?
I wonder if that's a function of the long pit stop.
Okay.
That is obviously this is still early. We're not even halfway in this race yet. So this should get closer and closer to reasonable as we get closer to the end of the race, obviously, but also as we collect more data from the beginning of the race. GP2. So let's go back to GP1. I feel like Ginger has a good shot here, which makes sense. What I was surprised by was that the 701 looked like it had a better shot at second place than the 44 did. That was a little surprising to me. So we'll see if that pans out.
Keep in mind they've had to work their butt off to recover from that lap 1 spin.
That's true. That's true.
And, since Moorhead's had a couple issues, they've really been able to capitalize that.
Okay, so maybe that is valid. In GP2, Harrison looks like the car to beat, which that tracks for me. They've got a 2-lap lead, nearly a 3-lap lead actually. I think Exout is about to go a 3rd lap down there, and then favoring no lift over AutoWorks in the battle for the bottom step of the podium in GP2 might have been interesting. Switch for position if that does happen. And then GP3, I think that's a legitimate still 3-car fight between the 85, 75, and 65. So the 2 AOA cars in the only ? No. The only GP3 open throttle car, the one of 2 open throttle entries in the field today. Yeah, the 737 is about 2 minutes behind the 65. Competitive, especially for the podium positions, but not necessarily a contender for the win today, which makes sense. I think they've already fallen. I think it's something like 4 minutes back to the leader. So yeah, GTU I haven't done, but we would assume that would be the 59 unless they have an issue. So nothing really to cover there. So that's where things stand at the moment. That's how I at least kind of get myself back on track in terms of who's to watch here. So in summary, in GTO, we're not expecting a ton out of the Dexter car, which I watch that space, but I don't necessarily know if I believe that data yet. We're giving kind of short odds to the 99, which I don't think should ever be done. So that's a possible card to look out for to kind of play underdog, if you like. But then the NFC 123, the 909, the 118, the 111, so the 2 Thunder Bunny cars, plus the round 3 turned Renegade number 88, the automatic 909 Aston, and the 123 AMG GT4. I think I've beaten that quite thoroughly. I think that's taken like a full 15 minutes to go through. So you're welcome.
Yeah,
Ryan has gone. Ryan has abandoned the broadcast.
I'm consuming a sandwich.
Ooh.
I went for the double bratwich, or what do they call it?
The bratwich? Do they call it a bratwich?
Do you understand how the Lamborghini Super Trofeo thing works? Because they've done 2 qualifyings, but they haven't raced yet, so I don't understand that.
They're probably separate qualifying sessions for each race, if I had to guess. We've got a car turned around. The Works 45 Audi is turned around up at the top of the hill at turn 7.
Nope. That is sitting 8th place in GTO.
Yeah, there's a replay unintentionally of how that happened. This video on a little bit of a delay. But just losing it all by itself on throttle in front of the 123 for NFC Motorsports.
Alright. Sorry.
How dare you?
Would you like a Mo Dadka and Cole Loftsgaard update?
I would love 2 alumni of this parish, if I'm going to just rip off other commentators.
Yes, absolutely. So, in the Pro-Am class, which they are competing in Q1, Cole was about 1.5 seconds, give or take, off of the pole time for Pro-Am, but he is 3rd on the grid. That was his time for Q1, so they are 3rd in Pro-Am for qualifying 1. And then for qualifying 2, they are 5th in class. And that was with Mo setting the time.
Okay.
So maybe it's like the starting driver has to qualify once or something. So, a firm top 3 and top 5 qualifying for 2 WRL alumni in Super Trofeo.
I know this is antithetical to the World Racing League, but I do have to ask how they're doing in the overall against. I mean, they're against big names, right? In terms of, I believe Wayne Taylor Racing is still.
Yeah.
So they actually, let me see. If I go back to Q1 with your boy Cole,
sure,
he out-qualified Alex Prema was a 10th faster than Cole.
That's pretty good for Cole.
He was
former LMS, former Le Mans Series champion.
Yeah,
Alex Prema.
And he was faster than Chris Palomo, who's been doing it for a long time, is my understanding. Let's see. Joel Miller. He's faster than Joel Miller. Who else? It's in the AM category. All right, let's see. And then Q2, wherein Mo drove the car. Mo was only... Let's see, so that's a 125.4, and Mo was a 126.4. So Mo Dadka's only 1 second a lap slower than Johannes van Overbeek.
That's not bad.
There's one car, the 41, that is like just smoking everybody in Pro-Am. I don't know if that's a setup thing or what, but
is it a name we would recognize?
It's Flying Lizard.
Oh, which, well, sure, okay.
Chris Palomo and Johannes van Overbeek also drive for.
Sure.
Let's see. But yeah, the Mo is firmly faster than the guy in Alex Prema's car. Firmly faster than the guy in Joel Miller's car. So, yeah, I'd say that they're doing just fine for their literal first weekend that they've been doing this series.
That is pretty... Now, not the first time that they've... Because they tested them at Portimao, right? So it's not the first time that they've...
I mean, this is the time that you're, like, doing the thing.
I just want to set ground rules.
It's all right,
It's still impressive.
Absolutely. So that's our Mo and Cole update. They are supposed to race today, so we'll have to see how that pans out for them.
And you can watch that on tape delay, so you still have to watch this live legally.
Yes. Right. Yes.
And interact with us in the chat and troll us mercilessly.
Yes.
Especially when I misspeak, do that for sure.
So we do have the 178 slow on track. White flag was out there, exit of 11.
On their way up to turn 14. So here's the white flag that you see there. And the fact that that has gone to a waving white, is that because the car is stopped? If it were, you'd think it would go yellow.
Heads up at the front of the GTO field, the leader Renegade Racing BMW has pit in the lead. The 118 Thunder Bunny inherits the lead as it also pits.
How long can I hang out on the 123 armor? I'm just going to convince you guys by brute force that this car is a contender for the win.
It can be if they can stay out of trouble. We've seen them have a lot of pace previously this year so far, but we've also seen them have issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. 118 is also in the pits, it appears.
Yeah, 118 came in right after the 88.
Okay.
Yeah, so if the NFC car can stay out of trouble, they can absolutely be in contention here.
I'm not sure who this is in front of us. I believe it's one of the ACP cars. Maybe the 2? I see a colorful BMW, and I assume it's an ACP.
I mean, odds are you're going to be pretty close to the nail there.
Yeah, statistically. So there is... I need to ID which Super that is, actually. Because the other two, if I'm honest, I wasn't totally aware of.
Okay.
And I usually rely on our own tower to get that information, and I have broken that data somehow. So, until I can unbreak the data. Oh, who stopped at the... Is this the JNR car? The no-lift
yeah,
car?
Yeah, that's the 178.
Okay, so that will need to be recovered. By the way, I meant to make explicit mention of this, but I believe this oil dry that we saw go down was in response to the 43 dropping fluid. That was all done under a hot track. I know I keep...
It was.
And this hot pole is going to have to be... Or this pole appears to be a hot one as well. So the amount of effort that the Road America safety team is putting in this week is phenomenal.
Yeah, I'd agree. We were having a driver interview at the time, and I was just watching the camera here, and yeah, they were laid down to dry while it was green.
And you know, at the same time, like, we didn't see anybody do anything stupid, dive to the pits while they were running that down. Everybody took care of the corner workers like they were supposed to, and have been for the duration of this race, which is the reason that we've been allowed to do this. So, ooh, someone's gone off at the carousel.
Oh yeah, so, and they're able to keep it going and rejoin.
One of the big mission cars, maybe?
Yeah, white BMW.
Hopefully they come back through shot here. I don't think that will have done too much damage to that car. Long run from the carousel into the kink. Not that car, maybe this car?
Approaching.
The 199?
Yeah. Is the 199 the white with red hood?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Well, we'll get a number plate here, I think, on this camera. Maybe? I'm going to call it the 199.
It is, in fact, the 199.
Hey!
Nicely done.
I got to get like 1 or 2 of those every race so I can like maintain credibility. Yeah. Whatever credibility I have, I need to cling on to it.
One more update from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
Okay.
Oh no, they're not directly. Hold on, I gotta find the other qualifying results. Ole is faster than Glenn McGee from JTR by like.
That is controversial.
It is. I'm just look, man. Ball don't lie. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm looking at it. I think they're in the same team. Even they are.
That is.
Ball don't lie, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I want to make sure that was him before I slandered the man on air. But like, yeah.
I mean, Glenn's gonna have to do it. He's gonna see car.
Mo is also 0.2 faster than Glenn.
Glenn, what are you doing, bud?
What is Glenn doing? And he didn't even set a time.
Him in something other than a Spec Miata.
Well, and then I checked it on Spec Miata. He didn't even set a qualifying time in Spec Miata. So I think that's his strat there.
He's just running the last to first challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't even qualify. He's like last on the grid with no qualifying time. So, I mean, putting that out there for some drama.
Are we gonna get like Topps playing cards, trading cards put out for
WRL?
Yeah.
Entrance.
Yeah. the rookie card, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo rookie cards.
I feel like there's an angle there. Somebody in the paddock has a paper supplier sponsor, almost certainly.
Oh yeah.
So we need to get on that for sure. Wow.
Why has the 44 fallen away? They have gone off at turn 10. Have they come back?
So that was called when we saw the 199 go off. So I think that was
mistaken identity.
Possibly.
I don't think that looked like the 44. Unless there was another thing at turn 10 that we kind of missed.
Yeah, could be. Because the 44s, they're still running the same paint scheme. It was like a dark blue or black, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I remember it. I believe they've changed wraps. I think that car might be white with a light blue accent now. Or at least with this light blue secondary color. I could be wrong about that. Okay.
We're talking about the 44, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did change wraps. So they changed. They used to be black, and then they had to put a new door on, so it looked goofy because the door didn't have the wrap. And then they rewrapped everything, and then kissed the wall in practice yesterday. So now it looks back to goofy again.
Oh no!
Just after they rewrapped it. So that's been a developing storyline.
Okay, so the 44 has come back around, having turned a pretty slow lap. No. Okay, that is completely a lie.
Nice.
It's not a slow lap. They've lost a lap to a fueling infraction.
That would do it.
No information yet as to what that infraction was in particular, but that'll be the reason they've gone missing, and they have fallen back to P4 for the moment. 2 laps behind the 46 and 5 minutes behind that same car.
Yeah, they already used up their warning for speeding on pit lane earlier, quite early into the race. So that's again those pit lane infractions.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the series, you get one Joker, if you like. I know you're not supposed to call it a Joker, but in practice you get.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right attitude.
you get one strike against you basically for the day. nobody wants to be burning it up on their first stop, because any breach of the pit lane rules after that one is basically an automatic 1-lap penalty, and that's what's happened here for the number 44. And I don't believe they're the first ones. Yeah, the number 2 has also picked up a that was much earlier in the race, but all that to say that we've had 2 pit lane penalties given out already, still with 4.5 hours to go in the race.
Do you think we could incorporate a Joker lap into WRL?
I mean, that's what the motorcycle chicane is for, I assume.
I was thinking like you just run the short course, like cut through.
That is too much of a Joker. No.
How about a last chance qualifying? That's it. Oh my gosh, RJ, I fixed the problem. If you were one of the if you were the bottom 5 people to register, or you didn't get on and you're on the wait list, you can come and do a last chance qualifier on Thursday for the bottom 5 spots.
There is so much wrong with what you're suggesting.
Oh no, there's not, dude. The drama.
There's already people that think we're trying to be like actual television. I don't think this is gonna help that. What do we have?
RJ,
this is a yellow flag here.
Is on your left.
Yep. RJ unfortunately is busy, so he
car off here. Car off.
Yep.
He'll hear about it later. Hey, I was hearing from the paddock that you guys don't like WRL.
It's a 172.
Yeah.
170.
So that's the TLM.
He just looked over at me and
laughed. RJ hit the fuse. Cut the power.
So that's going to be.
Oh goodness.
I think that's going to have to be another recovery.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't think that car is going to make it out of there under its own power. Yeah, we've already scrambled.
We're gonna go check it out. The sand's not as deep as it is as other tracks like Laguna Seca, but it's that looks like it might be stuck in the tires.
That sand's pretty deep. I had to walk across that to go place that camera this morning. Like that's not a gravel trap you want to end up in. That's a sucky for sure. Rightfully so. I mean, if you end up losing it, you want that to absorb some of your motion there, so that's good.
Well, and it's got to be a little finer too, because remember this is also a motorcycle track.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. So
yeah, so that's something that I haven't noticed yet, and maybe it's a North American versus the European track thing, but I always hear this like trope repeated on there. It's like, oh, the gravel's really sharp, and that causes punctures. I have yet to be at a track in North America, and I've been to a lot of them at this point, where the gravel is like, quote, sharp, end quote. It's usually like river rock.
Yeah, I do think that's a regional thing. Like, I think if you look at some of the broadcasts of like Silverstone, for example, I think there's a lot more jaggedness to, like, that might be like sandstone.
Interesting. But like, you could get whatever stone you wanted. You just process it, like you put it into a cement mixer with water and make them not jagged.
I don't know what that like acquisition process for however much gravel that would need to be.
You're right. The BRDC doesn't have any money. They're very poor.
Well, I mean, but Silverstone is also a motorcycle track. Obviously, they host the MotoGP.
Is that the Welsh GP?
Not anymore. That contract has expired.
Oh, okay.
The money laundering. It's not money laundering. I didn't accuse anybody of crimes, although I do think that they did actually get. Anyway, check Wikipedia for that one. Don't check me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's fine. Yep. Those are Joseph's opinions and comments, and do not necessarily reflect the values or opinions of DriversEye Live LLC.
If there is a chance that anybody affiliated with the Welsh Motorcycle Grand Prix is listening to this broadcast, I will be shocked.
Oh boy, that's a pretty niche joke to have made, and we've gone too far on it already. I think Scott would have laughed if Scott had been listening.
Yeah, it's probably because it was also the last time that he like the end of his era as a midweek motorsport listener.
He still listens, he said. He listens every week. Yeah. I just can't do it.
I raced against Nick Damon on iRacing a couple weeks back.
Did you win?
He was
in the pit lane, the 123, the contender.
He was in a different class, but I did finish higher than him.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
I won't have anyone speak ill of Nick Damon. He's my favorite member of that conglomerate.
I really like it when they have Andrew Marriott on, which isn't often, but like when they do, it's prime.
Do they?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes he's a pit reporter when they do like long endurance events. It's not often, but he has done it. Same with like Martin Haven. Used to do it sometimes. An Andrew Marriott Martin Haven commentary team for like one race would just be top tier shade being thrown constantly.
Okay, I don't think anyone ever did like a fraud thing, but they did for sure not fund the project.
Are you still on the Circuit of Wales?
Because I was curious. I was like, did I? It was very controversial within Wales, but not for legal reasons, I don't think.
Got it. Okay.
I feel like if you're going to commit fraud, you're going to go race in IMSA instead.
Wow.
Wow. That was... Wow. Wow.
This is a great place for the joke, by the way. Like, did you ever hear the old joke, which is now out of date, but do you know why?
Dude, I'm sorry, look at the 147s hunting down the 43 in the braking zone.
Oh, yeah.
That was fantastic. Anyway.
The old joke about why there were no lines in the pit lane at Road America?
Why?
Because the IMSA cars took them all up.
Because they had like ground effect, or?
Yeah. Something like that.
All right. Got a little recovery action here. They got going. Perfect. It's an Aston Martin.
Ooh, I don't think that... Well, they might just be getting up to speed.
There we go.
But that car doesn't look well yet.
Excellent job again by the safety crew. Just willing to put it all out there. Get it done.
They're like, the faster we can get this done, the faster we can get back to eating our double brat sandwiches.
Absolutely. I
was just thinking that.
It was very good. Very, very good. I realized that the first time I came here, I did have the Scani stuffer with Brendan and Layla, and it was only okay. So, that's why I went for the brat route. Pretty good. Sauerkraut on there?
Okay.
Here we go.
It's a good argument.
Joseph, thank you for that.
Tracks not managing their own concessions hurts me.
Yes.
Like does me physical pain.
You just missed the Thunder Grill.
I do miss the Thunder Grill. Absolutely.
There's got to be a contract out there that we can get that will allow us all to visit the Thunder Grill again.
We're gonna get bought out by Sodexo.
There we go. Oh my goodness! I think Paul Dallalana's here.
Are you kidding?
Somebody's wearing Paul Dallalana's fire suit in the pit lane.
Well, he's not on the entry list.
It says Northwest right on it. It's bright yellow. It's the Turner Motorsports suit.
He's not on the entry list.
I'm only saying this because I know that is Chris Davis's suit because he bought it on the used suit website, and I can see him from here.
I don't know if you know this, but I didn't know that.
That's okay. I was hoping.
And so I'm like, do you actually think?
I don't think he's in range of the radio. And then, oh man! And then CJ, his is a KV Racing.
There you go. All right.
I saw him get out of the car yesterday. I was like, yes, yes. Oh, it's fantastic.
Is that the? Do you think that's an old EJ Viso suit?
Yes, 100% I do. No,
Love
it's
that.
the right age and everything. Like
It could be Mario Marias.
It's probably a crew member's suit, if I'm being really honest. But like, you know, that's not as fun. Number 98 coming down the pit lane in the mighty 5-liter Mustang. It's got a really tall wing on it this time around. I don't know if you guys have seen trackside. The 98 now has a wing that is not only a swan neck wing, but it also sits almost level with the roofline. It's like really, really tall, and it's very straight upright as well. It's not hanging off the back of the bumper.
Which car are you talking about?
The 98.
The Ford Performance Racing School Mustang.
Oh, okay. I heard 99, and I was like, you mean the car in front of us?
Yeah, no, not that one. No. It looks very different than when it last ran here with us. They've definitely done some development on that car, and it makes me wonder if they have changed stuff on that car to test it for the new one.
Because the new ones do have swan neck wings.
Yep.
How much of that is going to be transferable?
A lot of it, I would bet, because the chassis is not that different, Joseph. Neither is the motor, neither is the diff.
Well, but it looks...
The front clip is different, that's it. They've changed the bumper and headlights. I'm sure some Ford rep will be angrily sending us a email right now. Hi, just wanted to let you know. What used to happen when I did podcasts and PR people would listen to see if I was going to talk about the Corolla or not that I said I would talk about. And, well, actually, the 1.8 is... And they, send these, emails to you that's like, how dare you? And I was like, well, the car sucks. Sorry.
I liked when we would cover Thunderhill, and we would say something about a car that we weren't... Somebody was off pace or something. And then, it'd be some kid that was, trying to get his career off the ground, and so... had a ton of money behind him. You know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm just not going to name names.
I see all name names on that. That's fine.
Well, we'll do that later.
Mr. the Third?
No,
okay.
Actually.
No?
This is a different one.
Okay.
No. But invariably, they would have some rep come up and yell at us, who were also children. I'm 22. I don't,
I was 17 or 18 or 19. Yep.
Yeah. I'm 22 at the time. And they're like... they might have actually been chewing out Brendan, which is fine and much funnier. Because I don't think I ever interacted with any of them directly. But they would come up in a tizzy, like, oh, you can't miss her. It's Thunderhill. Relax.
Nobody's watching this anyway.
I
just got a Thunderhill, so yeah, it is what it is.
It's
rite of passage.
It is. It genuinely is.
I know PR people have a tough job. I get that. But
also
perspective.
Yes. I've met lots of great PR people in my time. Anyway.
Automatic Racing is really going out for a nice lengthy stint here. Holding up in third, managing to pull a little bit of a gap over the 118 Better Bunny. I think they're the only car in the top 5 or so that haven't pit within the last 15 laps.
JT, are you going for a walk, or what's up with that?
What do you mean?
It sounds like it's windy at your house.
Oh, that could be the fan.
That would do it.
It's going to be quite warm up here today.
I see.
Thoughts and prayers to Brendan in Portland.
I just want to say, the last time I was at Road America, Brendan went to a brewery. And that's Brendan's thing. He likes going to breweries, right? And I'm like, that's cool. And I asked about going to Siebken's, and Brendan said, isn't that the resort? It's expensive. No. And I said, oh, okay, cool. And then we went to some other brewery in Sheboygan. And, I went to Siebken's last night for the first time, and it's just like a cheap, crummy bar. And you just go in there and drink. and like everything was inexpensive. They didn't have craft beer on tap, which is probably why Brendan wanted to go to the brewery. But like, I was like, what the hell? I thought this was supposed to be expensive. Went in there. There's like stickers on the wall and everything. It was great, fantastic. Go to Seedkins if you're in.
I mean, you know, wait, was he confused because they had the champagne of beer there?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't even remember the name of the brewery that we went to, but I remember him being unimpressed with it. And then we went to another one that was like in the warehouse, and it had like an upstairs like seating, and there was like somebody's birthday going on. And he and Layla liked the beer there much better. I do remember that. And then he said, "Wisconsin's a dump," and I said, "Yes."
You can't. Hey, that is. I'm almost certainly said in confidence. How dare you?
I don't know if it was in confidence.
We've got a waving yellow here at Bill Mitchell Bend, which tells me that somebody has gone off at probably at 14.
So yeah, that should be
I believe that.
82.
This is the 82. You're right.
They had a good first couple hours, but
well, time to take that camera out of rotation, at least for the time being.
Which camera's dead? Which did we lose?
The 82.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Well, that's too bad. That 82 is not the car that has the luck of that 2-car team.
Which I believe they only brought the 82 this weekend.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, the 28 caught on fire at Mid-Ohio, but then they had a backup car for that one. And that one ran all right. But this 82, like at Road Atlanta, they were off the pace, and like, I know the driver lineup has been good. Like, that's the car Mo usually drives. It's just has not had the luck with reliability or like anything. It's just been kind of a tough season for that car and that program. I know they're trying to get the Continental Tire thing off the ground, and props to them for continuing to come out and keep giving the swing at it. But it seems like it's been a really rough first half of the year. I'm hoping their second half they end up finding a little bit more reliability or pace in that car, or just even finding a little bit more luck. All right, good chat.
I was taking the opportunity to eat a granola bar. Don't mind me.
A mini cherry Coke.
I mean, they're the perfect size. I think we know that there are some specification differences between the 82 and the 28. I don't know how much that plays into it.
Right.
But I believe the 28 stayed home. I don't know if it's been sent further afield.
Where? I don't think they're at Road America. Where is the SRO this weekend? Oh, are they at Indy? For the road course Grand Prix thing?
I don't believe so.
No? Okay.
I don't think they're racing this weekend.
Huh. It may just be that it's kind of a long, because they're on the East Coast, right?
Not sure.
Like a Georgia
white flag of 12.
Where are you seeing that, JT? Yes.
From the 11th camera.
The 44 is stopped at turn 3. Let's see if I can find that on an onboard for us. That will not be the white flag that you're referring to. This is a separate incident.
Sorry, the white flag is for the 82 still. We just saw through the.
Okay.
I just saw through the Moorhead on board.
No, but as you say that, Moorhead's coming back into the pits? Question mark. They were just in 2 laps ago, I think.
Well, they are coming back in.
No, they. I guess they're due.
Are they?
I thought for sure I had just seen them in.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Double pit stop. It just updated.
Okay.
All right. And they are pulling in. I can just barely see that pit stall. They're running over the wall to put... They're putting a jack under the front left.
See if we can
I
see
wonder
the
if they were
44
rolling
in
the
this game.
dice on a yellow and then didn't get it with the 82, but like, no, I don't think so. That doesn't sound right.
44 is well off the track.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that is almost to the tire wall. That's not just pulled off. They've had an issue to end up all the way out there at turn 3. Oh, there they are. Okay, so the 44 okay, so that may have just been the recovery vehicle going back home. I thought that was attending to the 44, but we just passed it on this onboard. '82 is being towed back into the lane.
147 still up on the jacks. Does not look like it's a tire change type of speed here.
On the definitely jacked up on the left-hand side, clearly.
Yeah. Yep.
There was a tip in the chat earlier from Chad Moorhead saying that they had a bad throttle position sensor and that the first 3 hours were practically in limp mode. So we were not, in fact, off that far off base. They did actually have an issue that they were nursing, but this seems to be a different one. That's the splitters come off. Is this a redux of the Mid-Ohio problem?
Could be. And they're sending it back out.
Yeah, just reports of it coming loose.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it certainly came loose there. They took it off.
If you're going to take the rear wing off, or take the front splitter off, take the rear wing off, and just have the straight line speed. Just go all in.
That's exactly what you want heading to the kink. No more rear downforce.
Well, understeering isn't a great situation either.
Car turned. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, you know, obviously I assume that Chad knows more than I do. Like,
you would
no
just
question.
slow more before entry instead of the rear stepping out on you while rotating.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll manage it. It may also
Are you telling
be
me that Johann Schwartz can't drive a car without a wing? JP?
Well, I don't know if Johann Schwartz is in the car.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because he usually starts it.
Right.
Left side skirt loose is the call in for the 44. Not sure which corner has called that in, but keep that in mind. That was the car that we were referring to as having gone well off track at turn 3.
Here comes the 2. The 2 for Dale.
Okay. It's Craven! Anyway.
Still there.
So, PC Racing going off track in 3. That promotes round 3 up to 2nd.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it does.
That's a good result for them.
We got 4 hours left.
That's true. You know, the 997 has slowly tumbled down the order this afternoon, and then the other round 3 car in GP1 or GTO.
So about those round 3 cars in GTO,
702.
Both of them have been given 2-lap penalties for passing under yellow.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's just one of those cases where, you know, it's not reliability that's necessarily getting you, it's tiny mistakes.
Just gotta keep doing the thing. Just gotta keep it rolling. Gotta do what you gotta do. Get in the game, etc.
Sure.
The 82 is back on the pit lane under its own power.
Found the Thunder Bunny on board. It's good news for all the Thunder Bunny fans out there.
Big Thunder Bunny watchers. Thunder Bunny fans.
Triple one, yeah. Treble one, if you like.
I don't like.
Okay.
Dislike.
Huh.
You can't dislike their onboard.
I mean, did that AOA car look a little slow to you?
Yeah, it does look slightly off base, but
the thing that actually caught me most off guard there was I don't think I remembered seeing a blue flag waved all day until that. So I think they must know that that car is slow. Yeah, it's slow coming up the hill here too.
I mean, is it slow or is it just an MX-5 trailing behind an FE8?
How dare you?
I think it's slow. We'll see it come to the pit lane, maybe.
That's why I'm hanging on this shot. I'm waiting for a Miata to come through.
So that is the second place AOA car in GP3.
That's the Survivor.
Pretty sure this shot isn't frozen, but it looks like it could be? Question mark.
Yeah, it looks pretty frozen to me.
Yeah, I agree. That's a shame. That was a really useful.
Brandon Bendels.
Yes, it is in the pit lane, the number 75.
Okay.
It may not have been frozen. There was quite a lull there.
No, I think it's frozen because cars are going past our finish.
All right.
Yeah.
So on the bright side for AOA is the 65 Open Throttle Racing in third was also on pit lane.
That's good.
Yeah, and I think that just might have been them possibly starting to run out of fuel, maybe?
I was going to head that direction too, because it seems like they very much put fuel in it and were not concerned otherwise.
I mean, previously came in lap 62.
Okay, yeah, that checks out. I'm okay with that line of reasoning, right? The 909 is coming down the pit lane for a little stop. A little splash of fuel. Maybe a front left tire.
.44 still going well with their half sliding skirts.
I mean, they just done a 32.8, so I mean, it's other than that incident going on track, they're back in it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get the skirt on the ground, right, so that the air doesn't bleed off. You want it going all the way back to the tunnel, right? No. No.
I'm eating a Larabar. No, that was the sliding skirt joke. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So yeah. So what they've done is very savvy. Is they've come up with a way to implement a half sliding skirt.
Right.
Where they just have it, part of it on the ground, and that way not only does it help create that seal, but they're also generating vortices that are, helping to keep even more of that air in there. So it's the full sliding skirt that they only have to. A very shrewd move by PC. Honestly, I think that's
very, very cerebral.
Yeah, what a heads up play. What a heads up play to get the ball that's on the ground in front of you. That drives me batty. What a heads up play to not be a complete moron.
And have you played football, Joseph?
Not real football.
There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot going on.
C-ball, pickup ball.
Yeah, there you go. Is that race live right now? I could be watching timing of that too. Give live.
We are not allowed to have
Glenn and Mo updates.
What if I just pulled in their onboard?
Good news! Just have picture-in-picture on the bottom left there.
Just get a live look-in and a takedown notice from NBC Universal.
Do you think NBC Universal remotely cares? Do you think they have people actively looking for fraud on the Lamborghini Super Trofeo broadcast?
I hope so.
That's like worth their time.
I hope so. For for Glenn's sake, you know. You got to protect that IP.
Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious.
What? I can't believe you'd think I was anything but serious.
Anyhoozle. I like how Joseph's like, it's weird that you guys like the teams that are by your houses. And I'm like, I feel like it's not that weird.
I feel like it's a little
anytime
weird.
Glenn McGee comes up, Joseph's like, oh well, Glenn, oh.
I mean, listen, I'm a big fan of anybody who comes up when we're playing two-man band, and
that's certainly true.
So, if you're listening to this in the paddock,
we're not a one-man band. We're good. We got JT.
That's true.
Is on track.
We do have JT, but JT's very cerebral. JT is paying attention to the actual stuff. He's like not trying to chatterbox like we are.
Right. JT's why we have the WRL deal, let's be honest.
So JT's fun because I can just ask him like a random car and how it's doing. Like JT, what are your thoughts on the 99 right now?
They're staying out of trouble. They're doing good.
Attaboy, JT.
They just crossed the line 36.5 seconds back.
I don't even have to think. I click the next button on the cameras. And that's it. And I see car, I click car, you know?
Joseph's job can be automated, confirmed.
It's pretty close. If we could come up... I mean, that's what the ticker is.
That's fair.
That's me automating my own... I don't feel like people appreciate the fact that, like, we created our own graphics package from scratch. Like, we didn't, like, buy this off the shelf. We made this. You understand?
I genuinely don't think anybody cares.
I care.
No, I care. I think it's cool. But I think the people at large, unless they're interested in purchasing it from you, don't actually care.
I care. And I care about them caring, so I'm going to make them care. I'm going to make it just complete garbage until they pay me the respect I deserve. Just complete...
what do you have?
Technical blackmail.
Technical blackmail.
I like it.
But just to the viewer.
Is that like irresponsible math? Technical blackmail.
Yeah. I just adjective now. That's all. Two is being looked at for, this will be the number ACP. The number 2 ACP, holy cow, is being looked at for a blend line violation. I'm not sure what the ramifications for that are.
They did talk about that. That's the thing. They talked about the blend line in the drivers' meeting.
And what did we learn?
And they've done
I mean not me.
already.
We learned that the blend line is different now, and that you have to pay attention.
Okay, but like, what are the penalty ramifications of that?
Oh no, it was just like a don't do this. There wasn't,
Well, that's
there wasn't like anybody going over like, here's the deal, you'll be given 30 lashes.
Eyelashes from Maybelline.
Yes.
But no, I mean it's under review, so clearly someone's going to get at least a slap on the wrist. But I don't know what that's going to look like.
Earlier. That's the thing. So about an hour ago, they did the exact same thing, and they were given a warning for it.
Do we think that that's going to be treated as a... Okay. I see what you're talking about. So a 12:01, I see. That was their last pit stop. Anyway.
They do what they want.
Apparently not, actually. So I wonder if that's going to be treated the same way as a... Clearly it's not being treated as a pit lane penalty, because they've already had one violation. And actually, I think they've already copped a lap penalty for a pit lane violation. That would be one way to do it, I suppose. But I wonder if it's going to be treated in the same way, basically one strike free-ish, and then the second one is a lap penalty.
Well, yeah, it's weird because they had the warning for visor on pit lane initially, and then they had a 1 lap penalty for not having a helmet on, and then another lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Well, those are all. The passing under yellow is a different penalty. It's a different categorization, though, right? But yeah, I see that. Yeah, the lap penalty. I actually hadn't checked to see if they had picked up an infraction before that. I was wondering if the crew member not having a helmet on was a straight lap penalty. But you're right, it was their second violation. Boneyard Racing back out after 19 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, we briefly saw them. I think it was the onboard automatic. Saw that awesome truck bed.
the Chimera. Oh, that 82 is back out on track. I wonder if it was just running out of fuel. It would not be the first, and we alluded to this earlier. It's a 4-mile lap. We think, having not fact-checked it, probably the longest one on the calendar. The only one would come close would be Coda or maybe Sebring.
Yeah. And the thing is, the exact same thing happened to them earlier.
Yes.
They didn't learn from it. Because they were running in the top 5, looking really good, and then, you know, they were coming to us almost a dead stop out of Canada Corner. And
yes,
we assumed it was fuel, and then it happened again.
Yes, and that's one of those things that I mean, I'd happily take an opinion to the contrary, but I view that sort of thing as an unforced error rather than bad luck. That feels like an operational thing.
Well, if I remember correctly, the BMW M4 has a thing where it's like, once you get the notification that it's low on fuel, you're kind of out of luck. I think this has been a talking point previously where we've seen a couple of these, you know, 2018, 2019 M4 GT4s have a fuel issue as they're trying to limp back to the pits.
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of it happened a lot more last year when the M4 became much more popular in the series. I'm rearranging my windows so I can actually be like useful and productive. Alright. Now, are you also in the battle station, JT?
Yes. Yeah, I've got
there you go. I don't have the 4th one. That's why you run in production tomorrow. Is that right?
No.
That's funny. It's funny that you don't know that you're running production tomorrow. I
saw the comment yesterday and I thought about it. I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember anything. I don't remember the program to use.
That's funny. No, our normal producer, Zach, is off with Brendan covering another event, so you get me doing double duty, production and comms. Sorry about that, but that's what you get. Hope you're having a good time. Because that would at least make one of us.
I'm having a good time.
Okay, alright. I'm trying to get a reaction to either you or Ryan, and I think Ryan's away from the computer.
I think Ryan
from the
back
board
to the sandwich.
You know what? Oh, he did say burb, and I'm still not getting the notification.
We gave him flack earlier for the sandwich.
Yeah, every time he walks away, I just assume it's sandwich involved. Yeah. That pit-in cam never came back. That is a shame.
Yeah, that was a good camera for us. So we watched the NFC Motorsports hound the BMW briefly. I'm so glad this Thunder Bunny cam's back.
that tire screech on turn in is. I mean, it is really just about finding where maximum grip is, and you know, you're just doing that every corner, whether it's consciously or not. It's just part of the game, and especially now that we've got a few stray raindrops, it's really just spitting. But that's you know, it's something you're constantly evaluating as the track changes character, and the car itself might change character over the course of the run and that sort of thing. Yeah, great onboard. Was a little worried we might lose this car after they showed up in turn 5 backwards, but they have resumed. They're still running strong. 118 is still about 50 seconds up the road from this car, so great showing from that 118 today.
And if I understand correctly, the 88 is directly behind them on track, so the 111 is still on the lead lap.
Yes, that makes sense to me. So the timing info that I've got, I don't report anybody a lap down until that lap time actually does happen a lap before the car behind. And I'm seeing that as just a straight 227 for Thunder Bunny rather than a 227 one lap. Last lap for the 88 was 227, so they are, I mean, exactly a lap behind, but just under.
Yeah. See when they cross the line in the next 10 seconds or so. Just wondering if that last flag really put Thunder Bunny at a disadvantage here.
I did want to. We never got around to actually discussing it, but I did get confirmation that both of the drivers that were involved in those incidents are okay. So if anybody was still sort of holding their breath on that, it seems like it's all good news thus far. Obviously, both pretty scary high-speed collisions. In both cases, I think the cars are in pretty rough shape, but they've done their job and protected the drivers inside. Oh, that sounded a little strange. Had to grab a lower gear down the back straight. Keep an eye on that. That may well have just been a temporary issue. Dexter Racing has overtaken the GTR 99 by virtue of the 99 having pitted. So that'll put Dexter up into P2 briefly, I think, because they're also due for a stop, as are the 88. 88 for Renegade Racing due in about 3 laps. 111 will have a little bit longer to go. We're looking at about 7 for them. So they'll probably have 8-10 minutes between when the 88, which is hounding them, pits, and when they themselves have to pit. Try to find that on track, actually, so you just see how close that delta is. I kind of feel like the drizzle has come back to us a bit. I don't know if it's going to be severe enough to make a difference to the track conditions, but keep an eye on those lap times to see if they do start to fall away.
I think they may have just come across our finish line.
There's the 88. Next time we see them, we'll be down at turn 5. Waving yellow down in the Bill Mitchell Bend turn 14 area.
Car 164. Stop driver's right.
See if we can get on board the 909 for automatic. Should be, as you said, to our right.
We don't have the Harrison on board, do we?
No, I don't believe we do.
So
okay,
they do have a 2-lap buffer. But they also, they're not scheduled to pit. That is not good for your GP2 leader.
And you say that to say that that's not a running out of fuel situation. That is probably a legitimate mechanical.
As opposed to an illegitimate mechanical, a mechanical that you're not sure about the origins of.
AKA an electrical.
An electrical. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, guys, I've got 2 great guests in the booth joining me. 2 just absolute titans of the racing industry. We've got DJ Viso as well as Paul Talalana in the booth with us here. How's it going, gentlemen?
Real good, real good.
Real good?
It's very good. Thank you so much for having me.
Last we saw you, EJ, you were upside down at Magnicore.
It was not a good day.
You may need to introduce them properly, Ryan.
So, from the reigning GP2 champions and homies of mine, we've got Chris and CJ with us from North Loop Motorsports. They're up here hanging out. They were gonna get seats with Big Mission this weekend, and that has not been fruitful for them, unfortunately. It sounds like like we've been talking about, they've had a lot of mechanical issues. And I think Chris and CJ here, unfortunately, on the short end of the stick on that one.
Oh, no. First of all, Big Mission had been awesome, but CJ got in the car both times and it broke shortly thereafter. So there's only one common denominator here. And so I'll just leave it to that. But no, Big Mission's a great group, and we were really looking forward to just being a part of the team, and we've been having a lot of fun together. But yeah, bad luck as it relates to clutches has been a common theme in that paddock.
Okay, that's unfortunate, because they had that one car, because we had Jay up here earlier that was in the other car, and he said he had a battery cable issue at the start.
And they're still running. The 199 got that sucker tightened up, and they're out there turning laps.
That's awesome.
Glad to see that.
Yeah. If we can get 1 or 2 cars running, that's something. It's better than going home with nothing. As a team for them, gotta get going.
Listen. I think the 567 is pretty close. At least it looks closer than the 134, but we can vote that.
Yeah, the 567, it was a clutch slave situation, it looked like. And so they've made that replacement. I think they're in the process of rebleeding that and getting it set up, ready to go back to go. So, I would imagine they're hopeful to go and get some test laps out to make sure the car's going to be ready to race tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow, yeah.
And then they might get to our car next, which it seems like is also having a slippy clutch situation, although that might be related to oil coming out of the back of the motor, which is less awesome.
That is less fun. So, between the 2 motor issues, do you think there's enough parts between 2 motors that they could get them together tonight? Or
I'll leave that to CJ. CJ's usually the one covered in grease under the North Loop 21 car.
Do you think we could steal the rear main seal from one and put it in the one with the good pistons? Or
we already discussed whether or not pulling a rear main seal off of an operational car is feasible and how it would go back for install. Thankfully, I think it's a single piece, so we could do it. I don't know how excited everybody's going to be about that particular thing. Hopefully there's just a seal laying around that we can press back into the unit. But yeah, I'm not in charge of mechanical issues this weekend, thankfully, I guess.
Right.
I'm only causing them.
Hey, listen, correlation, not causation.
Yeah.
As not your lawyer, I'd just love to.
I mean, my nickname when I first started racing was Magic Touch, because every time I got in the car, it seemed to break. But again, I think it's down to the car, not the person, I want to think. But it's certainly been a touch of bad luck, but those guys are working hard over there. And as Chris said, they're great. That's why we wanted to race with them this weekend, since our car isn't quite ready to go yet.
Yeah, it's been really fantastic to be in a crew. It's just a bunch of people who, now Big Mission is kind of like an overgrown extended family of teams that have raced against one another and now racing together under one umbrella, prepping under the same shop, and really good people who are usually at least in the running for the longest tow any given weekend, and also one of the cars is almost always in the hunt for a podium. So well driven generally, a lot of people who care and have a good time, and putting a heck of a lot of work in there to get fixed. And yeah, unfortunate. So we're seeing now across, I know you guys were discussing this, right, I was just talking to the Harrison folks before coming up, congratulating them on a great day so far. We were very close to them, having fun all of last season, and it was great to see them just kicking butt today, and it's sad to see that it looks like they got some work to do to get it back on track now, unfortunately.
I don't think anybody's going to want to be near us in an E46 for the foreseeable future.
Not happening. Not happening.
Apparently, we can actually transfer our luck.
Especially our Road America luck, because you talk about rear main seals. There was one race here, and was it 2019? 18. It's 2018. We had an E36 we were running at that point in time, and I think we did the rear main 3 times that weekend. Plus,
did we do it 3 times?
I'm sorry,
Chris?
that's right. I slept while back in 2018. If they had let me near a wrench, it would have been irresponsible of anyone on the team. I've since gained some ability around the car, but most of it at that point in time was just paying the bills. And that was a tough weekend. That was really tough. There's nothing more demoralizing than replacing the rear main for the second time going out and on Sunday, and it's running great, and you're in the front of the pack, and then the clutch starts slipping again, and you know that your day is over. So luckily Road America is so beautiful that, even a day that ends short here is a day that can really be enjoyable at hanging out in the woods and watching some cars drive around.
Well, it's Wisconsin, of course, right? So there are plenty of open bars. So we saw that.
Yes. And supper clubs.
Big shout out to Schwartz's.
Schwartz is the best place to be on the worst day.
There you go.
They can steal that if they'd like.
The thing I've always wondered about supper clubs is that you can fry an entire fish fillet in like 8 minutes.
So why do you have to wait for 2
What are
hours?
they spending all of their time doing?
Getting you drunk.
All right.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
for those who are not familiar, it might be helpful to know that in a Wisconsin supper club, there are really 2 parts of the restaurant. There's the front bar bit, which is packed with people who are eating usually fried onion rings or any type of greasy pre-food, and drinking cocktails that are essentially a fifth of alcohol poured into a glass with a dash of bitters or something like that for an old-fashioned. It is the strongest, cheapest alcohol you can get. And the whole formula is you put your name in for a table, and when they're finally ready to give you your food, after an hour or 2 of drinking in the front room, they invite you back to just sit down and immediately eat. So you're not like sitting down at your table and then drinking and talking for an hour before you eat. You really just drink and talk in the bar bit, and then you sit down to eat, and then they shovel you out.
Excellent.
And very thankfully, Wisconsin policing of the defined highways here has accommodated many people to get home safely after doing that.
No comment.
Oh boy.
Wouldn't recommend.
Oh boy, no, I wouldn't recommend it either. We're walking distance though, right?
Yeah.
The Airbnb. Yeah. Okay. Cool. There, we're good. Totally good.
The way to do Road America is to stay in Elkhart Lake, so you can stumble home from the Paddock Club, from Siebken's, you name it. Obviously off the rail for your breakfast. I mean, you've got all the options right at your fingertips.
Excellent. Good. JT, what are we missing out on right now? You got your finger on the pulse.
Leader in GTO is in the 88 Renegade Racing BMW. So that think they'll come out behind the 118 Thunder Bunny.
Yes, the 118 just clicks through.
Okay. We will most likely see the 118 come in the next lap or two. They seem to be on a similar sequence as that 88.
Well, then the 111 pitted with the 118, or they were on the same sequence at one point. I'm sure they'll split that again.
Yeah, they had the 118 pits one lap before, at least previously. They pit 89, whereas the 111 did lap 90. It's just a matter of whether or not the 1111 is going to get around Dexter Racing here, as they had come across the line this past lap, a tenth behind.
This is for all those listening along. This is the point in the race where everyone's just like, well, we've already been racing for about 5 hours. Let's do it for another 4. It's starting to feel long. But at this point also you've got some confidence. So some of the people that have been renting cars all day and maybe have already got a stint or two under their belts are now going out there and immediately getting their lap time as they're getting in the car for the second or third time. So it's kind of an interesting time in the afternoon where it's not yet time to go all out, but everyone's feeling a little bit faster, a little more confident at this point. So it's kind of always interesting to see, is the car capable of enduring that slightly higher rate of pace? In 9 hours, it's not insignificant. As we've seen, there's already been some significant mechanicals along the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, when I came in after our clutch issue, I noticed that the paddock was almost as full as the track had been.
Yeah, and you don't like seeing that, you know? You don't want to see people out on the track.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun to win a race when you're neck and neck and running the whole time. Road America is tough, though. I mean, it's simple yet tough on the cars because it's just every corner matters, and it's very punishing if you get it even slightly wrong.
Yeah.
What do we got in the GP classes?
The GP classes, I think, are pretty spread out. The battle at the front for GP1 was really close between Ginger Racing and PC Racing, and round 3 has kind of moved up into position now. A lot of bad luck has befallen some of the cars in that.
Yeah,
race.
Keep in mind, PC Racing did have that off in turn 3.
Yep.
They did lose quite a bit of time from that.
And then they have that long pit stop as well at the beginning.
So, Fifth Gear Motorsports has been doing pretty well up into third. Moorhead is recovering. GP2 had been Harrison for much of the race until this sudden issue they've had. That has promoted Exile BMW into the lead. The 747 5 Series is 2 laps behind Harrison at this moment. It's still circulating, so that might change as well.
This is a good point to. I want to hear GP3 as well, which is obviously there's the AOA car. Actually, are they really the 2 AOA cars just 40 seconds off of each other, or is that different pits?
Yeah. So throughout much of the race today, it's been the 85 with a little bit of a gap over the 75 and the 65, which up until recently had been relatively close and had been trading positions. Right now, it's a bit larger of a gap. I think that's just a slower pit stop. And then the other AutoWorks car, the 737, is just a couple laps behind them.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it goes to show that you don't have to have the deepest field in a class to have a proper race. It was also really cool to see the Open Throttle's GP3 car be very competitive all weekend. Nice to see them on the pace and pushing those AOA cars. I know you guys reported on it at the beginning that they were the ones that were going to try and play the spoiler, and there's still plenty of time for them to do that.
Absolutely. I've just really been impressed with that car all the way around. This is probably that car's 3rd, 4th event, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's been very competitive out of the box, which I don't think anybody would have really expected, given that their GTO car has never quite had the pace. Everybody that drives it says it's a good time because you get the V8, it's fast, but it never has the 1 lap pace. And so to see them come here and be competitive is super, super awesome. I'm very happy for them. Glad they're having fun.
I think the surprise for me is the fact that TC Klein has been running into so much trouble today.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
I mean, they missed the start, they went out, they were putting in, solid lap times, they have the fastest lap in the class, and then they ran into another issue, and we haven't seen them out since.
Right. So
it looked like Driveline because I saw them in the garage and they had quite a few parts on them.
Okay. And then GTU, the 59,
hometown favorites,
is in the lead.
We got an inter-team battle.
Yeah,
that is pretty much over. Looks like. Yeah, there's a 59 with a 67 lap.
But the 382 is going to catch. Are they, oh, no, they're not running. They're right there. Dang it, they're close. If they could get
that,
and they don't look like they're working that hard to get it back out.
I see
at the moment.
people.
But that's too bad because they're only 5 laps down. They could have second. They could just nick that spot from the 58.
You're saying there's a chance?
I am saying that. So that's that has really given me inspiration for my personal NR2. I feel like
do it.
It'll fit into GTU. Maybe I should just go all in and do all of the aero things.
I would like to irresponsibly encourage you to do this.
I'm all right.
I would like to responsibly
do that.
encourage you.
I think I could swing.
Just don't let any of us near it. If we've learned anything, we're just a death right now. Speaking of chances, though, is there any chance of precip? I'm looking at various radars, and it says it should be, but it's not. What's up with that?
It's been saying that all day, where it's like it should be raining.
It's spitting.
Yeah.
It's mental rain out there. You get a little bit on the windshield and you start thinking about it. It's not actual rain.
Jay was telling us that with the new surface, it doesn't take a lot of rain for it to be like noticeably slippy.
Ooh.
From his experience on Friday.
That makes sense.
So,
I mean,
I get that.
Watching the broadcast earlier, we were commenting that the headlights are reflecting off the surface as if there was rain. So just coming down from 6 to 7, you can actually see the glare of the headlights on just the slick blacktop. So
right.
That's a nice camera angle from you. By the way, good job, props, Ryan. Some really good camera choices.
Yeah,
and
thank you. And almost half of them are still working. So that's
well,
better.
You called it. Was Canada the first one to go?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And then the one looking away from the carousel also is kind of iffy. So I think I predicted 7 or 6, and we're currently at like Joseph. Are we at 8 or 7?
We've only dropped 2, I think.
Oh, sweet! Wow. I'm ahead of the game right now. Let's go.
That's definitely not the commentator's curse at all.
No, and we're up here, so we shouldn't be talking about
mechanical,
exactly. Electrical.
What else would you like for us to ruin today, guys?
Perfect.
Let's talk about that.
Anybody needs some marriage advice? We're probably
Yeah, on Mother's Day, what you should definitely do is tell your wife you're going to go drive someone else's race car for instead of spending time with them. Just do that.
And it'll be even better when you get home on Monday and be like, bad news, I actually didn't even get to drive the car.
Yeah, and actually, babe, no, here's the thing. I could have come home on Saturday, but I chose to stay home and drink with my friends instead. That's good marriage advice right there.
I don't want kids at home.
Hey, babe,
what a
love you.
peaceful day.
So do you guys want to stay and do the broadcast and all go home?
I mean, it depends on how genuine the offer is. Also, is the compensation still in brown water? Because in which case, I might consider it.
There's a strong potential there, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a better than nothing chance. It looks like we might have the time available today.
There you go. Look at this 747, dude. Look at this 5 Series.
Yeah, I love it.
Beautiful. We used to race one of those.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see that out there.
But is it as brilliant as that the Saturn Sky?
No, that's the best.
No, that's insanity.
I think anytime you have a sport ute conversion on a Saturn Sky, that's like the trump card. That just immediately you win.
I can honestly say I haven't seen one of those before.
I haven't even thought about
a Saturn Sky Sport Ute. You haven't seen those? They're all over the place.
I feel like that had to have come out of a drinking game of some kind, where you spin the wheel of the 3 things. Okay, we're gonna combine. Okay, pick your manufacturer. Spin the wheel. Saturn. Okay, cool. Oh, sweet. Now let's spin the next wheel. Oh, okay, yeah, Sport Ute. Oh, dang.
I just assume they're Australian, so they're like a little bit off to begin with. And decided a Ute Saturn was the way to go.
I resemble that.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Australian, you guys are missing Power Tour too. You could be doing that right now. Up at Brainerd.
We're just making all the best decisions in life.
Do you think you could rent a car there? What's a car rental for Power Tour?
No clue.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Get a seat for Power Tour and drive around for 20 minutes and be like, yeah, that was fun.
I mean, since I portrayed Paul Dell'Alana a moment ago, I mean, I think he could afford it if he so desired. Whatever the price, if you have to ask.
Whatever the price.
If you have to ask.
Why are we even talking about it?
Yeah, my apologies to EJ Visa too. That was, that was
Actually, that's one of CJ's best impressions.
Didn't go Irish. He usually goes Irish.
Yeah, everything goes. Yeah, he goes German-Irish. So if he's doing German, it ends up Irish. If it's Italian, it's Irish. It's always some blend is Irish.
We need you and Joseph to just do a segment with different accents and impersonations.
Do you really need that? Do you? I mean,
Absolutely.
Yes, we do.
I miss it when the Queen would comment on things.
Yeah. Hello. Well, it's really more like goodbye.
Yeah. anytime you get into the English accent and start sounding like Mrs. Doubtfire, you're in for a treat. Yeah.
Underbunny was just in, I think, right?
I believe so. Yeah, the 111 was.
Yeah. Before it was the 118, yeah.
Props to them. They had a couple of times where they actually double stacked the cars on the same strategy, at least that I saw, where they had the ability. I think they were clearly, as they have, they double or triple stinting on fuel, and so they were able to do the fuel only stops real quick. But if they've just got a single car, and now I wonder if they're thinking about a tire swap. Anyone see that down there?
It doesn't look like there's anybody doing much down there. They all have their helmets off now.
All right. Hypothesis proposed and completely unconfirmed.
That was a great idea, though.
Yeah, you fit right in.
Thanks.
Big shout out to D-Patty Racing saying that they're choosing to watch this instead of the iRacing Nürburgring 24, which is presumably what Scott is doing right now, and why he is not here.
No, I don't think he is, actually.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm pretty sure Scott is watching Jimmy Broadbent right now.
Ugh.
That seems like not the best use of time.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's not good.
I just would like to thank Road America for my wife would care about this. No mow May. You see all those dandelions out there? Hey folks, public service announcement. Those pollinators, they've had a tough winter. Give them a break. Don't mow the lawn. Just get it through May. And clearly, most of the cars have also avoided mowing the lawn, and that's generally a good practice. Yeah.
Not all of them, but most of them.
Most. Oh, there we go. Now that is the beauty, folks. Right there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's green and gold, isn't it?
It is.
We're just down the road from the
looks good.
Gross.
Best dang football team in the vicinity. And we've lost half of our audience.
No, we're still at 189. We're doing good.
There we go.
Not a lot of Bears fans, apparently.
No, not a lot. I was on a metro train full of drunk U of M students, and when I say drunk U of M students, I mean like 19-year-old males.
Yeah.
And presumably, anyway, they didn't seem like they were above 21, but were very rowdy. And I had my headphones in because I was on my way to the baseball game, and they loudly, because they were talking about the Packers and the Vikings and stuff. What's your team? And I said, I don't know, the Niners. And they're like, put your headphones back on. I'm like, cool, good to go. Thank you. I'm excused.
Thank you for excusing me from this conversation. Be 19 again.
And just hanging out.
And not understand consequences.
Just carrying on. Doing what you gotta do. Hanging out at the baseball game. Drinking. Somehow.
Yeah.
Like, where did they get all that money? I didn't have that much money in college.
Also, shout out to our former intern Cam, who graduated from college today at IUPUI. Go Jaguars?
Go Boilermakers?
No, I think it's Jaguars. IUPUI, I think, yeah.
Joseph, that's your region. What is IUPUI?
No, it's not. It's Indiana University, Purdue University, something or other.
It's Iwipui, yeah.
Yeah, but like that's closer to your region than it is our region.
Listen, if it's not a MAC or Big Ten school, I have no idea what their mascot is. If they're an SEC school, I just assume that they're the Tigers.
You could fair. Yeah, that actually fair assumption. But this is a growth opportunity for you, so it's in your own time. You can do a little research. I think
Jaguars.
Right. Been left as an exercise for the reader.
Go Jags. Cam started as the quote intern and has been promoted to all number of things he really shouldn't be allowed to do on the racing team.
Sweet.
And we're very thrilled to see him graduate to being a full-blown race engineer.
Awesome.
He's a valuable dude. He's really good at what he does. Good job, Cam.
Go Cam. Way to make it happen.
He's fine.
He's fine. Now that we have to pay him.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think this is payment enough. He'll hear this and be set for at least a day or two. Actually, let's be honest. He's not going to listen to this broadcast. We'll have to tell him to watch the broadcast just to know that he knows we care.
Right. 3 hours and 19. So you'll want to note that so you can skip to it.
Good time.
Just make him listen to the whole thing.
Perfect. Yeah, no, we'll say it's 3 hours and 19 from the start. Just make him sit through the next 3 hours. Do it. He's committed.
What a machine.
Indeed. Indeed.
Is there going to be a North Loop car? What up
Oh,
with
you
that?
actually want to talk about racing things?
Yeah. Eventually. I don't know. It doesn't have to be now.
No, yeah. So we are very fortunate to have actually had 2 North Loop cars last year. The first one, and this, funny enough, this is the 1-year anniversary, almost to the moment where terrible things happened to the primary car.
To the moment.
Yeah, truly. I mean, I'm not kidding. It was about 3 hours from the end of the race on Saturday of last year. So, yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to make you relive trauma like by the clock.
No, it's okay. But I appreciate that you said you didn't intend to do that, but serendipity has collided with opportunity, and here we are. So, yeah, so our primary car, which we lovingly call Dixie, which is blue and orange, that we started this campaign the first half of the season with, had success at NOLA, less success at Barber. And I survived half of Mid-Ohio, and then had a very healthy lead, not unlike Harrison. For his 5-lap lead on Saturday, and then we made a whoopsies. We had a driver spin that, slicker conditions, but also just, a mistake. These things happen in turn 6, and shoved the front end of that car into a very solid barrier on the inside of that corner. And so thankfully, CJ actually, it alerted us that we had brought our spare car the first and only time, which is the orange car that finished the season, because CJ alerted us that you could replace your car and carry forward those championship points if it was the same make, model, and essentially the same car. So we did exercise that. So we got no points for our failed attempt to win on Saturday, and then and that car has now been resurrected. We got it to a body shop over the winter, and Dixie's is actually probably the front end straightest it's ever been since we've had it.
Yeah, and it had already been shunted when we bought it, and so now it's actually fixed.
A little too fancy. CJ was uncomfortable with how good the car was, so I think he's already scratched and painted in a couple places just to make sure it wasn't perfect.
Not superstitious, just a little stitious.
Just a little stitious. So that's going to be the North Loop car going forward. So we intend to have that back on track in an event this year at a bare minimum, and we intend to do some development and just get that to go back to having fun playing around with Harrison and the other front of the GP2 field. So maintaining the same platform. I think that we'll probably go Sans Aero.
I don't think we've agreed on that. Plus, I don't want to.
It's kind of hard to say. I'll tell you, as you saw, our car. So we had Aero for the entire first half of the season. It was very successful. In NOLA, we the fastest car on track. We were very competitive, and then we ran the Spec E46 platform for basically the rest of the year. That car is currently for sale. Championship winning car, but it only had to run half the championship, so it's got low hours, folks. And for those of you looking for a turnkey, I said it, turnkey race car with not 1 but 2 championship wins, it is available. Price negotiable. Find it on your local Facebook
That exact car won the runoffs at this racetrack, did it not?
Won the runoffs at VIR.
Oh, the VIR.
That exact car won. So it was being cared for at the time by Moorhead Speedworks. It was built by a different team and driven by the insanely fast Roger Bajes, who just had the best. Do yourself a favor. After this race, Google VIR T3 runoffs 2019. One of the best battles between Key and the Mustang that you just can imagine. Just back and forth the entire race. And so it came from good pedigree, and we were very fortunate that it was just a backup car, and we had to turn it around. And on Sunday, we took that car and managed to get a win out of its first ever endurance race with it not even having been prepped for WRL. So very fortunate. Every race that we started that car with, it ended up on the podium, oftentimes the first step. And we want to pay it forward. We want to pay it forward to the next team to be able to have something that's not completely used up, that has a lot of our, good maintenance going on in there, and hopefully good decisions in terms of performance, so that someone else can have success too. So that's our plan, is to go back to the main lady and to pass on our backup lady to the next team.
And hopefully we'll be back for Road Atlanta.
Yeah, Road Atlanta. The GP only race is our target.
Okay.
And then we're going to see if we can do something else. We look at other races. The truth is that next year will likely be the season that we put a lot more energy to, because you want to kind of start early if you're going to put energy towards one of the championships. And we're really fortunate to have that as an option. But yeah, this year, Road Atlanta, if someone can convince us to do something else, we're open to bad ideas. So
clearly.
You're chock full of those, don't worry.
We are under. Yeah, please, gosh, can we just get a groundswell of support for Ozarks? One of the most fantastic tracks on the planet.
Even as a GP only event.
It'd be awesome as a GP only event.
It'd be awesome.
The U's would be good there too.
Yeah, totally. And they're
going to be clear
so much faster
on the GP ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
I mean, we had a little fun with one at another series race last June, and it was great running with the NPO one.
Sweet.
Yeah, those things are, that is a track that rewards high speed, high air force, downforce, and yes, some big old stones to bravery. We'll say bravery, the politically correct way of saying that. Because man, you can't see where you're going in anything.
Porsche spun.
Oh dear.
Is that the 997?
702.
No, the other one.
That's okay, 702. Ooh, okay.
So if you notice on the screen, there's slight sprinkling.
And lap times have dropped off in a big way. So I think we're slowly saturating the track here.
So you're saying that something that I said or was adjacent to just recently has now made it worse for somebody else?
Yes,
wow, this
that's
is
correct.
Just getting a little frightening.
The man on the flag stand has now put his jacket on.
I was observing
That's
that too.
the actual indicator.
Yeah.
Well, you had made the point earlier that, once there's, just a little bit of moisture in the air, the track loses quite a bit of grip. And we saw that happen. And then, 2 minutes later, we saw the 111 spin in 5. So it can definitely be a bit slick, especially with, these GT4 cars on these, 180 tread tires.
I don't think this is going to be sprinkling. This looks like it's going to turn into actual, rain.
Those are pretty good drops that I'm seeing on the ground here.
So just when we thought we were settled into a rhythm here, I think this has the potential to shake up the field a little bit.
Bring on the chaos.
Yet the leader did a pour off and continued.
Ooh. Start to be careful here.
This is actually something we have been talking about, is what impact having brand new pavement would have in terms of, would you run a rain line, or would you actually be just as quick on the equally slick, barely rubbered in, race line?
It's not going to be polished, right? There's some rubber, but it's not going to be polished like the old main line used to be. So I'm guessing we're going to be able to run a little bit better online.
The other thing that's going to complicate this a little bit is if the rain shows up late in this race, a lot of these cars are going to be running on 5-hour-old tires.
Oh, and some of the, especially in the GTO class, that might be towards the end of that tire's life. Especially because we've had really 4.5 hours of actual running in anchor, right? I mean, in terms of red flag stuff, I think we probably have an hour off. So I'm talking about almost 5 full hours of running hard.
It felt like an hour, but honestly, checking the timestamps, it was really only about 15 minutes for each one. They did a really good job of cleaning those up super fast.
That is amazing. Go Road America. Best darn safety crew in the entire nation.
Absolutely.
I'm very impressed.
Super fast.
Super fast autos.
And thanking them for also making it possible to do hot pulls whenever possible. They really try to avoid doing red flag unless they've moved a barrier or something is truly not safe to continue. But they really make it happen here, and it makes the racing better. I mean, if you can cover most things with a hot pull and keep a green flag around most of the track, that makes for a better race. Really grateful for that.
I've been generally pretty impressed with the facility overall here. Part of that's going to be shaded a little bit, having come from the previous venue that I was at, but This venue specifically has been fantastic, and it's even better than it was when I was here 2 years ago. It's been really, really good, and everybody's been very friendly, very accommodating. So just hats off, cheers all the way around for Road America here. Great place to be, great place to race.
Great place to eat the breakfast sandwiches.
Yes.
Great place to play frisbee golf if you find yourself at the moment.
New bathrooms are great too.
Oh, yeah.
5 stars, we'll poop in it.
Excellent. Here comes the 58. Back onto the pit lane. Unfortunately, they've packed up the MR2 into the trailer and are about to leave, so I think that's going to be the end of that.
One thing I want to point out here is that the 111 has unlapped itself from the 88 in this sequence, so keep an eye on that pace differential opening up as this track gets a little more slick.
I was talking to one of the other GTO teams last night, and they were just sharing just how much of an advantage it is in the wet conditions being in that Supra, because the BMWs have only basically a dry traction control mode and a wet traction control mode, so there's no real variability. It's either dry or wet, that's what you get. Yeah. And so you'd run the same PC in mildly moist conditions as you would in just raging downpour.
Right.
Whereas it's a dial. I think it was 5 gradient points of dialing on the Supra, so you have far more control over that. And so as we saw when we were fortunate to be able to sit in on the Road Atlanta GTO only race and seeing just how darn good those cars were in the wet, I think there's really something to that in the GT race. So that could be something, again, if you just all else being equal, that's one advantage they have that I think right now really could help them if we do get this moisture turns into more than just a passing shower.
That's what K3 Jones was up here talking about that today too, and that he thinks that that's the big difference between the M4 and the Supra right now is the traction control. He said obviously the Supra's a little bit shorter too, which helps them at a smaller track, but just like generally that he wished that the 10-year newer traction control design,
The new M4 GT4 has got to be coming, right?
He said he has 2 coming.
Okay. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those beaver grills.
Yeah, I think so too. Unfortunately, we'll have to look at them.
Well, a lot of rear views on the cameras would probably be good when
that'll be good. Or some onboards. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we can have a thing where like an AI script or something. You guys can figure this out, right? Where it just blurs out the front end of the
just makes it an
F82. Make Harrison Ford look young.
Joseph, that's within your wheelhouse, right? You can just make that happen actively.
Just to spite you, I'm going to make every old BMW grill that way.
Yeah.
Say
there we go.
Only giant kidneys. Only vertical giant kidneys.
Oh, that is so mean.
I respect it. I do respect it. Hold on. Way to lean in.
Thank you, Ryan.
Let's see. 228. So the 111 lost time to the 99 that last lap. Well, they're trying. They're on the same lap and they're trying. But they're still... Now, the 2 cars at the front, the 88 and the 162, are way off the pace. But everybody else behind them is still in the 20s. But the number 88 and the 162 are in the 30s as far as lap time goes here. A 123 of NFC, a 244, so they're very off the pace. I have to imagine that's a traffic-related situation. They're 20 seconds behind the Thunder Bunny car.
Yeah, that 162 had 2 laps that were about 5 seconds off of their previous pace in a row, so either they got really unlucky with traffic a couple times, or they are, again, every driver is going to react to rain differently, especially if you have a frightening moment in a brake zone or something like that. You might overcorrect by being a little bit, finding the limit everywhere is challenging when it's a variable condition. So, real respect for all the people continuing to run successfully out there, but it is challenging to know just how much you need to slow down until you find out.
Right.
Yeah, looks like most of the GTO field's still keeping most of the pace going right now. So, and I don't see any drizzle anymore. It looks like it might have, that tiny little spit has moved along. Come on back. It's exciting when that happens.
Yeah, right? Just a little bit. Not a downpour, and then everybody spins, but like enough just to make it a little more interesting.
I'm still seeing occasional drops out of the turn 13 camera. So it's not all gone yet.
This 800-acre beautiful facility has, or whatever it is, 600, 800. You guys probably know better than I do, but it's a large place, so pretty easy for it to be raining in one corner and not another.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see in this track map actually, which is basically north-south, that turn 13 would be the north part of the circuit, so it wouldn't be crazy to think that it's, you know, especially as patchy as if you've looked at the radar as some of this stuff is, it's not crazy to think of something like that just clipping the north part of the circuit and then, you know, 1 through 3 are fine, that kind of thing.
And if it rains down in that area between 13 and Billy, it does not dry out fast. Like, that is always the last part of the circuit to dry out, and it is treacherous down there.
Is that just the way the elevation sits, or why
it's the
why
trees.
Is that? The trees?
Yeah,
okay.
I think the trees and the hill are right there, and I think it kind of traps the moisture, and it doesn't get as much breeze either.
Okay.
Because you've got the train tracks on the backside, you got the hill right there, and then you got the trees kind of over the track. I think that combination just keeps the moisture down there for a lot longer.
Gotcha.
I think the thing that people don't realize about Road America, unless you've been here or have had to actually plan things out around it, is how constrained the track actually is in weird way. You're like, why is there no runoff at the King? Well, there's a river right behind it.
Yeah. A small one.
Yes, yeah, it's more like a creek, really. But you know, talking about the train tracks, like that's, you're like, why did they go that direction with this? Oh yeah, there's stuff in the way.
Right.
Well, they used all the acreage. I mean, you know, they didn't constrain themselves to just the center of the course. They went all the way to the edges all around. In fact, we stayed once in a rental house right outside of Turn 3, aptly named the Turn 3 house. And, you know, the Turn 3 is literally right across the street from an entire, like, housing development or, you know, road with a bunch of houses on it. So they're using every bit of this acreage to give you a good place to race. And it really does race amazing. I mean, one of the cool things about this track is because there are long straightaways, but also high conviction corners, you can, you know, there's enough separation in lap time between the faster GTO cars or GP1 cars versus GP2 and 3 that actually passing happens a little bit more organically. You can play a little nicer with each other. No guarantees on that, obviously, but I think historically most of the incidents that have happened here have actually been related to just single car instances of people making their own mistake rather than failing to play well together. Speaking of,
they stopped in PO1.
We really have got to stop talking.
I think there's... no. I was going to say, I think there's a separate incident, but I think this is just a typo in the log. But yeah, it is the 84 that is dead stick on the run-up to Bill Mitchell.
It's a little bit safer place to be stuck than at the top of the hill, at least. It'd be very visible to all the cars passing, and they're offline, thankfully. It gets really sketchy when you're on the other side of that at the exit, right at there's a cutout in the wall just above this place, and that's where everyone's going, and it's unsighted, and mistakes happen pretty quickly there. I mean, that's how this corner got its name originally, as I recall, is by bad things happening when there used to be a bridge over this section many moons ago.
Yeah, Namo Gidley found out about that bridge in a pretty big way.
Good to see him still kicking the butt. I believe he does a lot of LMP3 stuff right now. And actually, our buddy Cameron has race engineered with Namo Gidley on one of the cars that he's running for a Minnesota-based institute.
Sweet.
Yeah, we're just this North Loop family, man. We're just sneaking in everywhere.
We'll have to get an update on them as well when they finish. They've already done qualifying for that, right? Or has that not happened yet? Or IMSA, like big IMSA. I've been messing around looking up stuff for the support series, not the actual race.
I didn't know there was any other racing out there. I mean, Ryan, all I know is what's going on right in front of my face right now.
That's true. That's true. There's no other racing going on. Don't watch anything.
Racing that matters. I believe Big Boy IndyCar also might be happening.
Yep.
Lots of good racing this weekend, folks. We're in a prime racing season.
It's the month of May.
Month of May.
We're here in the month of May.
What a gift to have us be one small part of your month of May plans. The mothers asked, and we've answered. Here's your racing, ladies.
Please get my husband out of the house. Can do.
That's the
Take your kids.
Giving.
Another hot pole, done and dusted.
God.
And that's in kind of a tight spot too. Like I'm a little surprised.
Okay, everyone treat with respect here.
Yep.
Stay far
nice
right,
slow
down. The Aston's doing a good job. Really good job.
You can tell if the Aston's off throttle too. It's
Yeah.
very, very certain.
Yeah, there's no questioning that.
You don't need a throttle trace. You can just use your ears for that one.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's glorious. I'm Team V8 on the Astons. I'm sure the V6s, with the turbos and things are faster, but really like that 8.
Aren't the new ones a V8 as well? Just a smaller V8?
Oh, it's a smaller V8.
Smaller one with
It is?
turbos.
Oh, well.
Doesn't sound the same though. You're right. NA.
There we go. See? That's why I can't be trusted with anything mechanical. I can't even get the number of cylinders correct in a vehicle.
I didn't realize we've been shopping for Astons recently. Good to hear.
Really not enough. E46 with an Aston swap, please. I just like to grab that motor right out of there. Make nice sounds.
E12. If you're gonna do the swap, just go
do
all
12
in.
inch.
Yeah.
I still am kind of surprised that we don't have the LS thing. In terms of the LS swap thing happening more in this series. The Corvette guys, a couple of our hometown buddies out in Minnesota had been very successful with their cars running actually truck motors in C5 and C6 Corvettes respectively. The idea being less horsepower, more torque, and abundantly available at a very low cost of entry. And those cars were incredibly successful, and it's funny that really hasn't been a gap filled as frequently anymore. I don't know if it's just that folks are just trying to get something more that's straightforward and off the shelf, or what it might be, but the truck motor swap does seem like it still has a place in this series in terms of classic, but it just hasn't come through. Any thoughts, CJ?
Nope. Other than, Screaming Goat obviously had some success, but also some struggles, I think.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to be back for Daytona.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't run a full season, but they're still around, doing the thing.
And I like cheering for those guys because it is a little bit of a different formula than buying a GT4 and driving it fast. But I'm not sure why we're not seeing more GP1 cars that would go that way. Maybe it's because everybody decided you have to have an E46 M3.
It fits though. That's what they have. That's
It fits really well. I think we're seeing now though. It seems like the S54s, the motor in the M3 is getting a little harder to find in good kit. I've been hearing that throughout the paddock a little bit in terms of just something that observing the challenges of only having made so many of those in the first place, and therefore the supply being more constrained. So, these things always have a way of creating their own problems and then solving them through creativity and finding another answer. So I'm sure it'll all get sorted out. But right now, it definitely the S54, E-tuned S54 and GP1 seems to be a package that's really competitive and well run.
And you can't quite.
Speaking of Moorhead Speedworks,
right there.
Good to see you guys back on track and running good pace.
And you can or can't get the M54 to be that power level, or it's like a struggle and you don't want to.
Ill-advised.
Yeah, okay.
You can, but it's not very happy running this hard for this long in that configuration.
Okay, gotcha.
I think that's something the Chattanooga guys struggled with originally in their car.
Oh, right.
S54 is just, it's designed to be a bit more robust, obviously, given what it was put into in production. So it just is a lot happier to be beat on at that power level.
Right.
In endurance racing, the general rule it seems to be run something at a lower power level than it's built for.
Yeah.
So ask less of something that's more capable rather than asking more of something that's less capable. Just because even if you can get that pace out of it, doing it for 9 hours straight consistently without blowing it up it's possible, but it's less replicatable.
Right. The flip side being that motor, I gather, is like abundant. They made zillions of those.
I mean,
the X5,
M54s win a lot of things.
Yeah,
win a lot of things. That is absolutely true. And then there's also the question of whether you want to build one fresh and do piston rings and all that stuff versus just taking a seasoned junkyard motor, using the bottom end and putting a head on it. I mean, those are kind of the two schools of thought. And actually, a lot of people run successfully just a motor that they just pull, don't even touch, and just throw in the car and run it as is.
There's a 199 in the pit lane.
Hey, big mission guys. Doing a good stop. Pop in the hood, having a little look. It's rarely the objective. I'm just kind of watching now.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what might be going on.
So, JT is watching the MX-5 Cup race.
I mean, those are good races.
Oh,
they are good races. As Glenn McKee's up to 21st. Started from the back. So, go them with JTR, former WRL entrance. You're Thomas in third. Okay, all right.
Connor running this weekend? Zillish?
He's leading.
Of course he is.
All right.
Gosh,
Yeah.
he just kicked my butt at Sebring.
No, you can feel less bad about it now.
Oh, he did.
I take it back. You should still feel bad about it.
I should still feel bad. No, they campaigned a few cars, obviously, and ND Cup cars with us, and in the GP2 class, and very impressive driving by that whole team. A whole bunch of youngsters. They were not allowed to, I believe, hold any champagne or any type of things for good reason, because I don't think any of them were even of legal driving age, much less drinking age. But really impressive.
I appreciate the hyperbole.
Thank you for the update, JT. I really appreciate that. Saves me from having to log into Peacock.
Yeah, no more spoilers though. Okay, let's just leave it there, and I'll watch the rest after this race. Thank you very much.
You're gonna watch the MX-5 Cup race?
Oh yeah,
you're gonna go. Really?
It's great racing.
Oh well, all right.
If you're gonna, I mean, listen, there's a lot of racing available, but if you're gonna devote 40 minutes to something, usually get used to time.
Okay.
That's my go-to when I'm like vacuuming. Turn that one on and do some vacuuming and some cleaning. Catch the MX-5. No, that's perfect.
All right.
That's a lot of insight into CJ's life.
You're all welcome to stop by anytime and help vacuum and watch the MX-5 Cup race with me. Just saying. Put my address in the comments.
Yeah, that'll go well.
Your address in the comments.
If you can find it. Yeah. Around the corner, through the woods.
The Amazon guy can't find it half the time.
That is true. although we just have to train up every new UPS driver the second that we get them on board. Yeah, no, I mean, other than MotoGP, I think that the Mazda MX-5 races are among the most exhilarating races to watch.
Oh, those bone fractures too.
Wow, less of those. I mean, presumably, I haven't verified that.
That's what Moto 3 is for.
There you go. 199's back out.
Yep.
Go them. Open throttle car coming into the pit lane in their current green.
That's a GP1 car now, right?
No, they have two.
Oh, they have
a
two.
GTO car.
They still have
and
the
a
GTO car. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they also have a GP3 car.
Right. And they were running their Miata here on Friday as well, which usually they run in another series.
I want to see them get a GTU. Come on, guys, complete the fiver. Get all the classes covered.
Get them all.
Pokemon.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, they run the NPO one.
And then, like Pokemon, we're going to have to add like 3 more classes so you can continue to add to the set.
Honestly, they could just run the MX-5 and GTU.
They could. You pull a little weight out of that.
It'd be on the podium.
Looks like the AOA guys are having a little radio problem because they have a flag man out at the wall who's about to
black flag them.
Put the sign out to come in.
You can actually see that on the pit lane camera.
Oh.
Nice. You can see a guy just standing right around, waiting to flag down his car and say, maybe come in now.
Yeah, the 785 should be due in 4 or 5 laps, I believe.
And you want to start
is
this
out at
process
certain points
early.
of the track.
Yeah,
It is. It's brightening up a little bit for sure.
This actually might be the brightest it's been all day. I think there's almost
Easy.
like shadows under the trailers.
Just remember, don't look directly at it.
CJ's got all the good PSAs today.
I mean, the eclipse is a mere year away.
Gotta get prepared.
Order your glasses now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
From
or
me.
your welding goggles, or yeah.
Think ahead. Or just poke a hole in a sheet of paper. Isn't that the other move? want to just probably get blinded.
Just a little blind.
But only a little blind.
A pinhole amount of blind.
Yeah.
So the track seems pretty fast right now.
It does.
We have the best laps for the GP2 leader from Exile, and Fifth Gear Motorsports third in GP1.
They're
Yeah,
crushing it, so. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, with the track time that you guys have gotten, do you feel like it's the cold weather has been a hindrance? Can you tell? I mean, is there?
I'll let CJ answer that because he's gotten the most track time between the two of us. I have approximately 4.5 laps so far. 2 of them were taken at probably at least closer to full speed. But yeah, so I'm unfortunately, due to bad luck this weekend and reliability, I have not had many opportunities. But CJ has some insights, I'm sure.
Yes. I don't. I didn't have a lot of time to figure out if it was me, the car, or the conditions that were different. So it seemed pretty consistent, at least. Certainly a lot less bumpy, but yeah, the temperatures are just about perfect. I didn't even break a sweat in the car.
Yeah, my guess would be that this is just now that the sun's hit the track and just a little bit of heat and the air temp's still cool. This is just about perfect in terms of track temps for set and fast laps. And again, it also goes back to people out there have been circulating. This is not the first lap they've laid down, so they're now at the peak of their performance as the track's coming in as well. And we're getting rubber out there. Like, this is a very, very green track, so we now got an entire race worth of some semblance of rubbering in, which I think could be a really good thing. So I'd say in my very limited experience out there, the thing I funnily noticed most actually was just it seemed like the tire squeal was louder. Like it felt like the tires were talking more. And on the broadcast, I actually was hearing that in turn 7 and a couple other places where it just seemed like you were getting actually more, because the track is so smooth, the tires are very consistently kind of squealing at you. And that was just my perception. That the surface being smoother was the biggest observation of difference, I'd say, is it didn't feel wildly different in terms of grip, but it felt wildly different in terms of just surface smoothness, which has got to be a good thing.
Like the wheel hop and stuff that you can get kind of losing traction in like 14 and into Canada over the previous years. You just don't get that now. You can be pretty get it wrong a little bit and catch it even in those corners where before if you got into the bumps and got into the ABS there, you're probably going to be dropping at least a couple wheels. It's a little bit more forgiving, I guess I would say, the new pavement.
So then they had to grind it down then presumably to get it flat so they could repave it then. So they did a lot of work on that if it's that much smoother.
I think they actually they did a full resurface where they actually pulled everything up and then laid a new base layer and then put new smooth blacktop on top. So I think this
is pit lane is even new.
Okay.
Which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, both the hot pit side and the cold pit side are all new blacktop, and it's beautiful. And so for good reason, they're being protective of it and being very quick to black flag anyone or meatball flag anyone who might even be dropping a little bit of fluid out there, because it is beautiful. I'd say visually it kind of throws you off because you're so used to seeing an almost white blacktop, and now it really contrasts out there. We lost a few we lost a few of our markers though. CJ and I both were talking about this. We had been used to like seeing that little crack before turn 3 is kind of where I begin to hit the brakes and set up the car. Well, there's no crack anymore. There's a lot of your visual. This is a track where some of the corners, 14's another one, where there's there's already a lack of visual indicators.
Right. It's so wide.
Exactly, it's wide, and there are number plates, but they're way out of your peripheral vision on the wrong side of the track. So you're looking through to the right side of turn 14, but your only visual markers are on the left side, which are out of your view. So that was the biggest difference actually, is we had to reset a few of our markers because the surface itself used to be part of how we judged where we were going.
Yeah, I mean, strangely, like the lap times seem to be pretty similar though to what they were before the repave, and mostly seem to drive the same in terms of turning and braking. So it's nice the way that it certainly looks great, but it wasn't like some tracks where they get a repave and it's just a completely different character. Like if they ever repaved Sebring, which they shouldn't, but
yeah, that'd be a big difference maker.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, gents, we're going to take a moment here to pay some bills.
Let's pay the bills. Pay some bills.
Uncle Cooper. We'll tell the people that we will return here with about 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining here for the first day of the weekend at Road America. We'll be right back.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
We're back live here at Road America. Fifth weekend of the 2023 WRL Championship. I'm Ryan. We're here with Joseph and JT. We're down to 2 hours and 42 minutes, about 30 seconds left to go on today's race. Remember, we'll be back here at same time tomorrow for a 7-hour race. This one was 9 hours. We had a quick little 2 hours to add to the front half. Gives you a little bit of variation in the race length, allows for a little bit different strategy. The long-term play of being able to eke a couple more laps out of each individual stint really can come in handy here in 9 hours, whereas in 7 hours you may not necessarily be able to save a complete stop. So it forces you to try to maybe run a little bit quicker. A little strategy wrinkle there to play through. So we've quite liked this format. This 9 and 7 has been pretty awesome, I would say. We're down here in the...
an hour earlier.
It does. It absolutely does. Well, it gets people back to the hotel or airport an hour earlier anyway.
Yeah.
You're always constrained by what's going on with the flight situation. I, of course, am not at this point. I can leave whenever I would like, which feels really, really freeing that I control my own destiny on one of these. After my eventful trip home from Sebring a couple years ago. Yeah, safety vehicle on course here. Did we figure out what that was for?
I think it's probably still for the 84, but I'm not sure.
Okay, gotcha. That 84 just came back out, right? Like within the last 15 minutes or so? Anyway, I thought I saw it
haven't been
recently.
It had been for a bit, but this would have been in the past 10 minutes. It's been running into issues. They were actually starting to reel in that third place MR2.
Well, I mean, it's not fighting back because the third place MR2 does not exist. It's not in Elkhart Lake at this point.
Yeah,
so.
My point was they were trying to go out with what they could,
right?
Just trying to close that gap.
Yeah, I totally get you.
Top 3 in GT3.
Open throttle car is turning in aggressively and scrubbing tires all the way. Yeah, 84 has now stopped in the turn 10 area, which I think is going to be just out of shot here. If we go on board with the 123 in the service holds. You know what? What about the 111? Nope, maybe. Let's find out. Okay. Yeah,
right there on the right.
All right, gents, I've got another guest here.
All right.
But please don't distract yourselves too much from what you're doing, because we got to update the people as well. We've got John from Astro Autosports in GP3, the number 142. They're here in an MX-5, a recent one. Is yours the MX-5 running around that has the hardtop on it?
Black hardtop on the white car, yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So you said it was your first time running with WRL this weekend. What brings you here?
This was a car that Mike, the owner of Astro out of Indianapolis, had intended for possible IMSA competition running with the guys that are running this weekend in Mazda Cup. But availability of components, specifically transmission, SADEV, which shares a lot of components with the new GR86 platform, so puts us well back on the list. So when I think November last year, we were told maybe September this year we could get the update kit completed, we thought, well, here's a car we've got sitting, what can we do with it as is, as an ND1 original 2016 Cup car? And so WRL is a great developmental platform with all the hours and seat time, and had some guys that run with me and with them at NASA Great Lakes primarily in that region. So kind of kept it in the inner circle, let some spec me out of guys and to come out here and shake it down, and guys that already have good communication with one another.
Nice.
And as expected, it's not sprint racing, it's endurance racing. So worked through some of that, trying different braking things and suspension throughout today. Been in and out of the paddock probably 5 times, and but out there running again. Good info for tomorrow. I'll probably jump back in here in an hour and a half to finish it out and have our debrief tonight. Hope for better results tomorrow on the competitive front. But it's been a joy to be here. The weather's holding off fairly well despite the hint of precipitation, but getting a lot of research done and really enjoying it at a beautiful track.
So what's your biggest challenge? And we've seen, because a couple of these cars, I want to say, JT, do you remember if the AOA cars were MX-5 Cup cars, the old ones?
I believe they are, yeah.
They are. So
from the Playboy Cup?
From the Playboy Cup, yeah. I wasn't sure if we could say Playboy on air. I don't know. Anyway, what are some of the challenges when converting a car which is primarily designed for sprint racing to a endurance sort of platform? Like, what were the things that you initially were like, yep, we're for sure going to have to change this? And then what are some things that you found like, oh, this actually has become a problem, we need to fix that too?
Besides, I mean, the obvious of, the rubber and the friction material and things that just need to go the distance, and how you behave in the car is not the same as, door to door for a 45-minute run.
Right.
Honestly, the platform, as with Mazdas for generations, I mean, that's been their calling card, is the reliability. And so, I mean, the challenge really is not so much anything mechanically about the car. It's just as it sits in its form, it may be the lowest horsepower car out there, falling at just under 150 on the dyno yesterday. But it's and it's about 150 pounds light for that. So we have our challenges at a very much horsepower track with all these straightaways, watching everybody in our class and then some pull away. But I think we'll try and address that a little bit more tomorrow. But I think that the AOA guys are probably on 2.5 liter rather than the 2 liter. We're still running the 2 liter. So and of course the E46 platforms here pull really well. I think I'm not sure who was behind the wheel for TC to lay that flyer down yesterday at two seconds clear of us and everyone else, but that was an impressive lap.
So I used to own an NC, and I know that on an NC the 2.5 is a very straightforward, like, you go pull the block out of a Ford Fusion, and it's like, yep, it fits, you put it in, you're good to go. Is it that easy on an ND, or is there more packaging constraints, or how does that work?
Well, we haven't made the swap. I don't know that we will. We're still running that.
Okay.
They're short of power adders or messing with fuel cell possibilities, things to try and maximize the class we're in. That'll come to us as we go. We're going to debut at Mid-Ohio, held it in check for a bit, came here, and might see like VIR, Road Atlanta, possibly Sebring later in the year. So not a full schedule, but just learning what we can to hit the ground running maybe next year if this continues to be as fun as it looks like it will be.
I gotcha. Perfect. And you said you're on the Hankook tires, right?
Hankooks at the moment. Yep, the RS4s. Everyone knows they're pretty battle tested. You know, they may tires. What I do for a living is sell tires. That's my day job.
Okay,
so
I gotcha.
If anything is all about compromise, it's the rubber product, and for it to excel at one thing, usually it's giving up something else.
Right.
People like the Hankook for the longevity without a lot of pace sacrifice. They're very, very durable, but we're going to play with a few, I think, before the season's done. Let's try and leverage those A-job connections to, you know, maybe pit one against the other and see who wants to be on the car. More importantly, what we like the most. They're not that expensive on that car like they are in some of these GTOs running around.
Right.
We just want the reliability and the pace, and we'll find out what works.
I gotcha. So the day job, do you work in like tire manufacturing or sales?
Distribution.
Distribution, okay.
Yeah, a lot of time in retail, about 15 years in retail, running shops, which never afforded me the time to race.
Right.
And getting into the wholesale side and helping those people I used to be also gave me a little more control over my schedule. And I started racing Spec Miata, and that was 6 years ago. And then here a couple years ago, met Mike at Astro and had some mutually aligned goals. And he comes from an IndyCar background, so he's seen it at a lot higher level and trying to build a team for his own. So it must be something, in my particular case, when it comes to endurance racing, very specific requirements that team owner be named Mike and the team be featuring green colors, because I run with Mike Gorman a couple times, once at VIR, the 24-hour champ car last year, and they're here doing well, it looks like, down at the other end. So just an odd coincidence, but must be what I'm drawn to.
The green is working.
Yes, green means go, so
absolutely. There was something else I was looking at in timing here. Give me 1 second.
147 is having more issues.
Okay. In GP1, so that's less than good at that point for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be a really strong race for Ginger in that 46. Holding a lap lead and change over the 701 for round 3 racing.
But they don't currently have the pace over the round 3 racing car. At least not recently, I don't think. They're still a ways ahead. But I think that's... Yeah, they're in the 33, 37, 34. And round 3's... round 3's a little bit more peaky, but I'm guessing the average works out to be about the same. They're more in the 32s, low 30s. So, but they're still 2 laps away, so that's not close, but there's something there.
Yeah, I would say a yellow could change this, but we really haven't had that. Anything that's been big enough to warrant a yellow has gone straight to red.
Yeah. The GTU, we got a whole lot of nothing going on there. Everything's in the pits right now for GTU. 59, 58, 382's not here, 84.
59's actually been in the pits for a while.
Jeez. Can the 71 laps? I was saying, can it catch? But no, I don't think so.
That 701 actually has just come around at Canada Corner, so that's going to lose a bit more time.
I think we're seeing a long stop from the 85.
It's up on jacks.
It is. It is up on the jacks. Looks like people are coming to pit lane now. More and more. It's weird looking out and seeing a blue AOA car. I'm used to them being yellow and green and black, and well, I guess the black would kind of blend with the blue. But I also think that Palomar will be ready for tomorrow, just by the crew's body language and how they had an engine going in earlier. I think that car will be good to go for tomorrow. We'll be able to get another runner here. Hopefully they'll have the pace with the different motor in that. I haven't heard the 40, or at least noticed. I haven't noticed the 43 go by. Are they still circulating, JT?
I can check.
I can check too. I'm just kind of...
It shows that they should still be out there.
They should be out there, yeah. All right. Usually I notice when that comes by, and I just hadn't noticed it in quite a while, so I got that working. Joseph, do you have any irresponsible math to do at this point so we can kind of see what we're shaping up as?
Literally just refreshed it.
I'm still not sold on the 123. I'm especially not sold now.
I think they've fallen away a bit. So that is one of those cars that perennially has a ringer and then a not ringer. That I think is... Oh, the Moorhead car is stopped on the way into pit lane, by the way. Being towed up as we speak.
Okay.
But yes, the 123 is one of those cars that has a very strong opening stint and then falls off a bit after the driver change. So that is one of those things that this obviously can't model.
Right.
If it just uses the results of the current session. So in GTO, we've swung around to really favoring the 118, which makes the most sense.
And they are pitting right now in front of us.
Yeah, so we'll rerun it after they cycle through, obviously. But
yeah,
the 909, the 162, 99, 88, all have a shot. You would say your next in line after the 118 would be the 88 and the 909.
Okay.
We still don't give the Dexter Racing car a ton of... we don't give it great odds for very much. I'm not totally sure why that is. I haven't really checked their pace very much, but I've got their modal outcome as basically being in that like third, fourth area.
Okay.
GP1.
That's interesting.
GP1 Ginger looks pretty bolted on.
Yep.
But as they
almost stall.
Oh, yes. But that's another one where because they're pitting right now, that might be skewed just a bit.
Right.
So we'll rerun that in a few minutes' time and get an update on that. GP2, everyone is stretched far enough apart that the model doesn't really anticipate any position changes at this point. I don't know how many races we've seen Exiled or AutoWorks Motorsports, but looking like those two cars are in good shape, barring any kind of unforeseen issues to take first and second over the overnight 197.
If I remember from when we covered them previously, that AutoWorks Motorsports car is pretty reliable because they've basically hand-built that car with all new components themselves. There was nothing, even at the time, they didn't really leave anything alone other than the chassis, basically. Like, everything had been gone through and redone, was like their whole thing. Uprights, wishbones, axles, everything. And I would assume that they've kept that same philosophy, given that they're just running the same car that they were 5 years ago. So, that would stand to reason for GP2. I don't think that they're going anywhere.
GP3, status quo is the most likely scenario. It's not impossible that the 65 could challenge, 65 for open throttle could challenge the 75 for AOA, but it is unlikely.
Now the 75 again, that's the survivor car. The AOA cars are not as reliable, I think, as they would be. So I would say that that's probably a little bit more likely than your model is giving credit for, Joseph, that the 65 has a shot here. Because that car has been 100% of the time very reliable. On pace, I don't think it's going to happen, but I do think that the AOA car is at risk, for sure.
Well, that's what we're seeing happen to the 85 at this very moment. We know the team was requesting a meatball flag. They had a very slow lap to come in. And I do not believe they've left the pits yet.
They have not. They are still up on the... are they down?
Driver's side's up now.
Driver's side's up, okay. And it's just on the other side of the wall from where I can sit, and the guest side of the commentary booth, you can see the AOA pit, so I'm kind of in the dark here. And then the GTU, we talked about that, doesn't have a hole. The GTU should hold station as well, right, Joseph?
I don't see any reason
why
they wouldn't at this point.
That would be my assumption, but I figured I would, check, see what's going on.
I just doing some basic arithmetic. 70 laps behind for the 58, if that's correct information for me. 70 laps times about even just a 2-minute lap, assuming we had our sports racer. 140 minutes, 220. I mean, I don't think they can actually lose this at this point. So everything from second down, I think, can change, but first place is I think secure, which feels crazy to say.
I'd say first is, and second is going to depend on whether or not 9-4 Motorsports can go back out over the next half hour. They might be able to take third. Racer Motors would need to start the race right now, and they might have a chance to get on that podium.
That would be amazing. 2.5 hour dash for maybe not cash, but dash for a podium spot. Would love to know. I don't think we ever got the
word.
Yeah, on why they weren't able to take the green flag, but hopefully they are tomorrow. Ooh, as we've got a Cayman running straight off. No, it's one of the Supers, excuse me. Not one of the Thunder Bunny Supers. The 87.
Okay, so that's the Stoic Racing Supra.
Yeah, sitting in P11 at the moment.
Which is great. They qualified 23rd, so they've been very quietly working their way up.
Yeah, what is the fifth Supra? While I'm thinking about it, it's not.
I don't think there is a fifth one. I think there's just 4.
Oh, I was told that there was a 5th one. Someone lied to me. And their name is Ryan West.
Yeah, my understanding is there's the 2 Thunder Bunny, there's Stoic, and then there was Hitman.
Right, okay. Yeah, obviously we'll be down one of those for the remainder of the weekend as far as we can tell. Sounded like Hitman packed up for the weekend after that early crash. That 123 is kind of hounding the 111 we just saw come through shot. I haven't compared pace, but I do wonder if they've... Oof. Definitely ringing it a little bit. I wonder if the ringer has gotten into that car. That NFC entry is Bill Kane, Aaron Povolato, and Landy Tubes. If it is Aaron Povolato, that would make sense. I don't know that Landy Tubes is driving. This is listed as the captain as well. Sometimes you list the captain anyway, but the captain isn't expected to drive. So at least Bill Kane and Aaron Povolato on board this 123.
Looks like we have a good fight for third in GTO. Automatic Racing within a second of the Renegade.
Can switch over to that as well. It's an exact lap delta between the 123 that we were just on board with and the 111. So they're just trying to get back on the same lap as 111. Were it not for that 1 lap penalty, careful here. Were it not for that 1 lap penalty, they would be fighting for position, but not the case. Lap traffic split up the 909 and the 88 for the time being. And should be able to stretch the legs down this long front straightaway.
And they're on a very similar pit strategy. Both pitted within 2 laps of each other about 10 laps ago.
Now, the 909 in our model is favored to finish second here over the 88. So, this could end up being a very important fight on track as we are behind the... Oh, I missed who that was. Would that have been the 73 for Works 45, maybe? Would that have been the Audi?
I mean, that I would agree with that model just because automatic seems to be having the longer fuel stints of most of the GTO field.
The thing that's really interesting about the output is, especially for the 88, is it's kind of all over the place. Like, it's got it finishing anywhere from 1st to 6th. And I don't know if that is telling us the 88 is super inconsistent on pace. Maybe super inconsistent in their pit stops. I'm a little unsure.
See, a lot of these cars at the front of the GTO field are all slightly offset in terms of when their pit stops are. So it's been kind of hard to kind of backtrack here with so much time left. Just precisely where they all stack up to each other, at least where they're all going to be as they get towards the finish here.
Yeah, as the 111 is in the pit lane. I agree with that. I think it's been a little bit of a challenge to identify the rhythm here, just because we haven't had a long safety car to split things up. We've had people take advantage of yellow flags to pit, but not really that many. There haven't been that many chances to do that. We thought we were going to get one, and actually it probably caught out more people than it helped, frankly. So yeah, I think that might be a worthwhile thing to explore here, is how many pit stops do we expect everybody to have? If I look at the 118, chances are very good that they need 2 stops. That makes sense. 216 to play, so they should be in very shortly based off of that. Or no, they just came in, rather.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably 1 full stop and 1 maybe quarter tank.
Seems the 118 is doing about 25-26 lap stints.
I've got the Dexter car as needing, also probably needing 2, with an off chance that they may need a 3rd stop. I'm happy to assume it's just 2. Same for the 88. And the 909 is really going to be an interesting one here because the 909, there's a chance that they'll be able to make it on 1 here. So that could be very interesting. The 99, let's check out the 99. There's the 99 gone. It's not in the list for some reason. What's happened? Here it is. Okay, 99 also on 2 stops to the end. Thunder Bunny, I assume.
I think they need 2 stops because I'm estimating about 56 laps remaining in the race if we remain green.
57, you say?
56, 50, around there, yeah.
Okay. Let me see, because I also have a little model for that, and we'll see how that... I have the 118 as making it to 199 laps. So that's 54, so that kind of undershoots it a little bit. So yeah, 55 feels plausible. Did you say 55?
Yeah.
Okay.
55, 56, around there.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm undershooting your estimate by a little bit, which, I mean, could make the difference for some of these teams, particularly the 909, if it ends up being really on the line.
Yeah, it's just going to depend on track conditions, traffic, pace, that sort of thing, over the next 2 hours. But, yeah, I'm showing 2 stops for Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Do you count the one that they just took in that?
No, because based on the current math, doing 25 lap stints, 50 more laps will get them to 190-ish.
Yeah, okay.
And they'll be just shy by a couple laps.
Okay, so 1 plus a splash, basically. Which, at a track with a pit lane this long, well, I guess the fueling takes much longer here than it would in a professional series, but maybe not that much longer, actually. I don't know. Sounds like Ryan's back.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I think the only car that has a chance of making it on 1 more is probably the 909, and that is going to help them a ton. I don't think it's going to get them on a par with the 118. Drivers in the 909 include Raman Al-Duvahabi, Stephen Davidson. Yeah, Ramin is in the car now, as you see in the heads-up display. Stephen Davidson just got out of that car. David Russell also listed for the car, as well as Rob Eklund. And in the 118, that is, we think, going to be Jordan Menzin, Alex Waters, and Darius Trinka. We think.
We believe.
We believe.
We think, therefore we
believe. I wonder, should I, or is it even available, switch our Thunder Bunny onboard to the 118? Don't believe it is available, or else I would consider it.
I'm still waiting for the Thunder Bunny diecast. And also Trading Paints scheme.
It reminds me, The little mascot reminds me a little bit of the Mugen eye.
So on Gran Turismo, I tried to do that livery custom, which, as we touched on last time, is like literally impossible. And you know what is a good facsimile for the Thunder Bunny logo on the side of the car is the Alpine the Alpine Stars logo.
Okay.
And if you like skew it and stretch it correctly, it's like, if you squint at it as it goes by, like it's the same thing, kind of.
Sure.
Because you get the edge from the top part of the... Yeah, no, I stand by that. That's a good idea.
Okay. The 59, I believe, is back out on track and now turning fast laps again. So, if there was any risk at all of the 59 being overhauled in GTU, that has completely evaporated. And actually, they are putting the entire field at risk of not being classified. I think...
Interesting.
I think already the 58 is going to be kind of cutting it close in terms of being able to, if they don't get the 58 out in the next probably half hour or so, I don't think they're going to be able to classify that car.
Okay.
Similar-ish deal for the 382 and the 84, obviously. That window closes earlier the further behind you are. But yeah, it could be an interesting little quirk in GTU here. As things stand, the 59 would be the only classified car. Even if they don't take the checkered flag, they still get classified as the winner. But you do have to complete 50% of your class leader's laps in order to be classified, so they would be the only car to do so.
I don't think they would still classify that as a good day, given that their other car really isn't running. Like, I would imagine they want both of those days, or both of those cars, to be running at the end.
Well, so yeah, I probably agree. One thing that is,
do you not know yet?
I don't know that the only driver that no, I take that back. Every driver on the Stratus 58 list is also registered to race in the 59. So if they needed to get people track time, you probably could say, okay, well your car will wrench on that and try to get it ready for Sunday. In the meantime, go ahead and drive the 59 around for a bit.
I mean, sure, but then if you have to do it that way, everybody gets half the amount of running time at that point.
Yeah. But I think these are all... I don't think, for example, I don't think Dakota Dickerson is probably here. The other four, I am less sure about.
Okay. All right, I believe that. I believe that you are less sure.
Sure.
Totally.
Less.
Yeah, man.
What's our nearest battle on track? And then I can try to track it with the onboards.
That would be the 909 and the 88.
Oh, well.
Or
still?
Or I'm still looking. Still there.
90.
Still there. Still there.
Oh, that battle has started to stagnate because the 88 is now starting to put out 25s.
Oh. Well, that is the closest battle on track. The second closest battle on track is between the 99 and the 909. So either way, it sounds like we want to be on the 909. Can we get the Moorhead Speedworks documentary on board?
Yeah, I might need to replace that camera with something else. I don't know. I'm trying to decide how terminal I think that 147's issue is. Not to be confused, of course, with the battery terminal issues that some had earlier in the race.
Yep. It's been a rough weekend for the E46 chassis here at Road America. There's no other way to put it.
It has been. I've been kind of shocked at the level of attrition today.
I mean, I told you that at the beginning of the weekend, or at the beginning of today, and you were like, "Oh well, it's track." But now you're saying you're shocked.
I mean,
let's unpack that.
I am. Like, it's not crazy that a higher, like, I can kind of understand why a higher throttle percentage track would stress cars a little more. I'm surprised that it is stressing so many of them.
Here comes the 84.
Have we lost the carousel camera? Speaking of attrition,
no,
we have lost the carousel camera.
I would imagine that that's down to the carousel camera having to work really hard to have service. I was a little surprised that it was as good as it was when I saw that it didn't have, like, it's between 2 and 3 bars. So I think that's going to come down to a battery thing.
Well, maybe. It seemed super stable, so if it was truly 3 bars, then, or 2.5 bars.
It used to be on the iPhone, you could get it to show you the signal strength in decibels. There was like a service mode you could put it in. I don't think you still can.
Yeah, about half of the GP1 field has fallen to the wayside at the moment. We've really only got our podium runners in GP2 now that Harrison has fallen away. No Lift never came back out. 581 had that shunt into Canada corner. They may well be done for the weekend. 160, I don't know if we ever found out what happened to that 160 because they did come back out and were running pretty well for quite a while. Stan's Racing we also saw with really intermittent problems. Has the automatic Aston run into problems? Maybe it's not the automatic Aston, it might be the Pro Sport Aston. Let's see if we can find them in shot. Car sounds healthy.
2 hours to go here at Road America. What's JT? That's my real question.
What is JT up to?
What's JT? What do you think JT's doing right now?
Hopefully
trying
not
to spot
nursing
the
a cold.
43.
What was that?
I'm trying to spot the 43 because they had been slow in 7. I was trying to track it, see if it was going back to the pits.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just called out the slow by that station at 7, and no further information beyond that. Can I help you?
No.
All right.
You really can't. I just never thought we'd be in this position.
At Elkhart Lake, Road America?
Less specific than that, but yeah.
What if I cranked it up?
Crank it up. We're gonna tell you that we're gonna crank it up for a full lap, but then halfway through the back straight, we're actually just gonna come back and start talking again.
Classic.
There is a... What's going on with this feed? I want to bring in another feed to replace the feed from the 147 that has sadly departed. Everyone is struggling with the cell issues in their own special and unique ways.
Yes.
Is this car still running? This car might still be running.
This car is still running. 111 we're on board with.
I was talking about a different car.
All right.
Oh, you know what? Wait, do I even know what?
You don't?
I do not know what. They know what is what, but they don't know what is what. You know what? This will be a good car to go to.
Ooh. Man, this guy's been talking for a long time.
What an idiot.
Like, what's he talking about, you think?
What's his deal?
There you go, you changed it. Oh, it's on a flatbed. That looks like Coda. It is Coda.
Hollow grounds.
That's not live. That's why I'm updating.
I am aware.
You were talking like it was live. And the viewer has no idea what you're referring to.
That's okay. Joseph, do you think we could make the multi-view a public feed? That way people can tell us that we're looking at the wrong feed at the wrong time. I think that could be an interesting way to do things.
Well, I don't think I have the upload bandwidth for that.
Suckers!
So...
Ryan, did you just call the listeners suckers?
Are you trying to do the Jim Gaffigan thing and have
the ones who did? Yes, I did. No, it wasn't. That's supposed to be like the series asking me.
Oh, okay. Well, the
Are you sure you should be doing that right now? You have a broadcaster run.
If you had to put yourself in the body of a GP1 car.
The body of a GP1 car.
Yeah. Like you have to like Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday my way into like being a Cars character.
Into being yeah.
Okay. All right. Continue. I assume there's more to this.
Which one would you be?
What?
Which one would you be? It's a simple question.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it is.
The other Palomar car that isn't here right now.
Wow. You wouldn't want to be hanging out in the garages at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin?
Being treated like garbage and having nobody listen to my opinion and have the hell beat out of me for lap after lap? Yes.
Joke's on you because that car only made 4 laps. So lap after lap.
I said the other Palomar car.
Oh, okay.
That isn't here. Because usually they have 2 and then they have 1.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the 15. I don't know why they didn't bring it.
I don't know, man.
It was on the entry list.
Huh. That's a conundrum.
It makes you think.
It really does. Thank you, Joseph, for that thought exercise there. I appreciate it. Are you asking what my Spirit race car is?
Yeah. No, not your Spirit race car generally. Your Spirit GP1 car.
My Spirit GP1 car. Wow. That's where we're at, folks.
Are you going to answer the question or not?
I did answer the question.
I don't think you were being serious about it.
I want to be. No, I am. I'm serious. I want to be the 15.
Okay.
Not being abused today.
Wow. You get to take one car from the WRL paddock out on the track, but the catch is
I have to feel its feelings as my own.
No. Hey, is the JNR car back out? Nice.
Heck yeah.
But you have to run it with the hood flipped up against the windshield. Which one do you pick?
I pick the... Which big mission car is the E36?
JT?
All of them?
No, all of them are E46s except for one.
Oh, that's right. Let's see, what one was that? I think it's
I believe that's the 5 whatever, or the 199.
The 199 is a 1999, so that would be an E36 chassis.
No, 99 was first year E46. You're gonna be a 98 is what we're looking for.
Maybe it's the 777, I don't know.
No, it's been running today.
The 134 is a 2004 330.
Pretty sure 99 was the first. Oh, it's a 99 M3. That's what the difference. Okay, got it. Okay, I thought it was because in 99 the 325 or the 323 was an E46. I forgot you could still get the M3 of the previous style that year too. So yes, I would want it to be the 199 because the gap in the louvers is like 3/4 of an inch, and there's a bunch of them, so you can see through it.
There we go. That is the kind of outside-the-box thinking that I am looking for here.
Thank you.
JT, if you had to pick one GP3 car to turn upside down and put like an extra set of wheels on it, you know, like the and just drive it upside down like that, which one would you pick?
Oh, that's easy. I'd go with the Voodoo Garage entry. They're not here this weekend. They were just at NOLA.
Why are we picking cars that aren't here?
Because it's an RX-8. Come on.
I'm sorry you don't have knowledge of the thing that you cover, Joseph. I guess JT and I are just on a different freaking level.
I would just like to keep it relevant to the week at hand.
Would you? By asking me what my Spirit GP1 car is?
Yeah, I would.
All right, so
I want to know. I want to know what you feel a kinship with. What'd you say, JT?
Let me introduce you to my kinship.
I'll go with the Astro Autosport MX-5.
All right.
Because my theory here is because the car's inverted and it's Astro, kind of like, you know, when the space shuttle orbits the Earth, it would be inverted.
Yes.
So, therefore, the MX-5 should be inverted.
Thank you. Thank you.
I couldn't see it because I could see him because I was inverted.
Fun fact about GP3 is 85 is actually doing a pretty good job clawing back third from the AutoWorks BMW.
Nice.
Consistently 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Who wants to talk about every single championship that is relevant today?
Me. Do you actually have the ability to comprehend the championship at this time?
Oh, do I have the ability to comprehend the championship? Absolutely not.
Okay, great. We need to get Alex to send us over some visualizations of the point standings.
It's just cumulative sums, it's fine.
Alright. So you prepped it like you were ready to talk about the championship, but...
I know. What happened is I opened up 20 tabs. Oh, that's last year. Why are you... Speed Hive, why are you giving me stuff from last year? I don't want that. Get out of town.
Brand new Porsche Carrera in the paddock, just going through.
Put it on the track.
992 action.
Put it on the track. All right. The West Championship in GP1.
Oh, we're doing. All right.
This is huge, okay? This is huge today.
All right.
Because
huge.
Two of the front runners are not gonna be. I don't think they're gonna be on the podium.
Okay.
Yeah. So 147 seems like they're possibly down for the count. PC Racing is, I mean, really locked on to 4th, unless they can take advantage of somebody else's problems, frankly.
They're just points racing.
The 3 for 9.4 isn't here. The 64 for Open Throttle is sitting down in 6th. Edge Autosports is 5th in the West Championship, and also that can't be right. That can't be right.
You're at the beginning of this conversation when I said...
Is Barber in the West Championship?
Yes, and we went over that when we were at Barber, and I was like, what? I definitely talked about that.
Anyway, well, that's great, because that means I only have to worry about one set of standings for GP1, and GP2 and GP3. But, so Edge Autosports, sitting 5th, they've had issues. They're down in 14th. They're not going to score points today. Ginger Racing, sitting P6 in the championship. They might win this race.
They're looking at a dub.
They are, I mean, they are my stone cold lead pipe lock at this point. And they would propel themselves all the way up to 4th in the championship. They would leapfrog Open Throttle and Edge. They would still be
and you're
like...
already counting the points that that Open Throttle and Edge would earn?
Well, Open Throttle is... yeah, I am, because they're within 2 points.
All right. Okay.
And then Palomar in the 14, we've discussed their bad luck. The 701 for round 3. Obviously sitting P2. But they're in 8th, right? So basically, everybody who is a, like, to this point, a competitor in GP1 is either not here or having some woes, right? So this is a big opportunity for Ginger to pick up some valuable points, as well as the 701. The 550 for 5th gear is sitting 2 points behind the round 3 701. It's a big opportunity for them.
They're having a good race.
Yeah. Frozen Rotor, have they run a race yet this year? Doesn't look like they have.
No, they have not. This is their first event. Frozen Rotor's out of Minnesota, so
makes sense.
A local event for them.
Flying Fur they did Mid-Ohio and picked up 6 points out of that. And then Overnight Motorsports, that 191, that's the other car that's still running. They're down, they're 2 points behind 5th gear. So like everybody's like, everybody who is in contention here is basically separated from like 2 points from each other. It's going to completely upend GP1. Just kidding, it's really not. It's not even going to change the top 3. But
it's going to bring everybody closer together though.
It is going to tighten up the pack.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we've only got 2 more rounds until we go into the chase.
That's not true.
No? Oh, that's right. They call it the playoffs now.
NOLA
WRL
double
playoffs.
count. That's a NOLA double count in the East and the West. Okay. Sure. Okay. In the West and the National Championship in GP2, top dog there is JNR. JNR's having a rough go of things.
Yes, they are.
To the point where, are they going to be classified? Yes, but they don't really have much margin for error. That's probably part of the reason why they went back out on track, is they need to keep turning laps so they can actually stay classified here. Overnight in the 197, they're still sitting in the podium places. They're running second in the championship, 10 laps behind 10 points behind JNR. Tooth Autosport not here. Rapscallion not here. Harrison is stopped in the probably in the paddock, we assume.
Why is Tooth not here? We're in Canada, basically.
That is an insane sentence. I am going to have Border Patrol brought to your house.
Well, Border Patrol would have less far to go from my house than it would be to.
Oh, because you're in Canada, obviously. Basically, that's what you said.
Go through the UP, dude. Oop. They just come over on the boat. Anyway.
ASM Valdez not here.
No, there's a lot of those people aren't here. Wow.
Yeah. So we're adding a lot of people to the championship table in GP2 today. Actually, Moorhead, the 160. Moorhead has 0 points so far in that 160, and I don't know that they're going to be able to pick up. Yeah, I don't think so. So they're going to be 0 for 3 on point scoring finishes, the way things are going right now. That is, I mean, what a saga in GP2. GP3.
Absolutely. So before you get too involved with the math.
I can't stop.
All right, fine. Keep going. I'll remember my question.
All right, what's your question?
Joseph, is there... I'm like trying to think this through in my head. I don't think it's in play anywhere. Is there an angle wherein you're a car that's on the tail end of the runners and you would rather not be classified because you don't complete the distance, and because of that it doesn't have double points available or the extra points for having
the only time you'd want to be you'd want to DNF and not be classified is if you knew you were running an illegal car and you didn't want to get tacked.
No, but I'm saying to prevent, like, if your chief rival is in first and you're the last car that's going to dictate whether you have enough runners to have it be the full class and get the extra points, would you want to just pull the car out and be like, man, you didn't get your double points or your extra points for it having the right... Oh, that sucks.
Well, it's only dictated by the leader's laps completed.
Right, but what's the threshold for the bonus points? Is that number of cars
I think that's just
finish, or is it just
I think that's just starters.
Oh, okay, that's too bad. All right.
Yeah, that's not like an angle.
I'm all about adding extra angles to stuff. Let me talk to you about my opinions about the professional
parallelograms
running clock, the running clock token, wherein if somebody calls a timeout, you can go, that's fine, you can have your 60-second play clock, but I'm going to use my running clock token to start the game clock again.
Yeah, there's nothing football fans would love more than turning it into a playing card game. Oh yeah, well, I'm going to play run the clock in attack mode. What are you doing?
I'm so tired of clock games at the end of sporting events. Anyway.
And it's done. Automatic gets by Renegade.
All right. As soon as they caught him, you just knew. It was automatic. Etc. There we go.
No, if I were going to... If I were going to play an angle...
Okay.
I would... Like, if you have a competitor that you are confident is running an illegal car, for whatever reason, and I know everyone is, like, convinced that everybody but them is running an illegal car. So, that aside... because a DQ cannot be dropped, you could say, well, I know they didn't finish, but...
I'm going to protest them anyway.
I'm going to protest them anyway and get this taken away. I mean, that also assumes that a broken down car can run the dyno, so I don't know what you're going to do with that. But
how does that work? WRL will personally pay to have the motor rebuilt the same way right now. Here in the paddock.
Sanctioning bodies hate this one weird trick. Yeah, I got a new head gasket.
They should start doing it like they do at circle track races, where like if you're the winner, anybody in the paddock can come buy your motor for $500. Have you seen that?
No.
Joe, no. So in like local circle track racing, in like lower classes, where
we
like,
don't really have.
No, that's fine. But like
we don't have a local circle track at this point.
Well, that's fine. But like in lower classes and stuff, like I think even like modifieds, you can do it. There's like some dollar number that they pick, and it's like if you win the race that night, any other team can go up to you and like has to be able to buy your motor for a like set number. So you're never encouraged to spend more than that, and then if you did, then you want to come second.
It sounds like a Lemons rule.
Repeatedly. They did it at. I'm pretty sure they run classes that do that at Silver Dollar. They for sure do it at Shasta Speedway. They for sure do it at the other one I went to. I don't remember where it was.
Standing white flag on the approach to Canada Corner.
I see that. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is. It's one of the open throttle cars. Slow on the way through Bill Mitchell.
It's like if you can instead of protesting an M4, you can like spend $500 and copy their tune or something. I don't know.
Interesting note. Random Vandal says they've been dealing with bad fuel issues today, and apparently they're not the only ones. They've since switched to a different fuel, and the car's running fine now.
Didn't this... I feel like this has cropped up before.
Yeah.
Was it here, or was it at COTA?
It was not at COTA. I am pretty sure there was discussion at one point in time that there was a track, or that there's a gas station near here where this has been a problem before.
And it's like, it's gone either direction, right? Some people have been like, oh yeah, that's the reason we failed tech. And some people have been like, yeah, our car ran like dog dookie all day.
I believe Tim had big opinions on that from Hammer Motorsports.
Yeah, because I could have sworn Hammer had that problem.
He did, and he talked about it. It was a big deal because his car like detonates really bad if it wasn't on 97 or whatever. So I actually buy that, and then that would kind of indicate why lots of these 6-cylinder high compression cars.
Yeah, is that why we're losing half the field?
It's only the BMWs. It's not the turbo cars that are having an issue because they're lower compression. So I wonder if there's an angle. There's almost certainly an angle there.
I wonder what happened to the 14. Because that's kind of what that sounded like too, is it just cracked something.
Yeah, that's a good question. I should ask someone.
All right, well that's your controversy in the races group thread this weekend. I hope everyone's ready for that.
Yep, absolutely.
Spin and continue for the 82, that Random Vandals car. That has happened at... I don't know which flag stand is called Alpha. I kind of assumed that it was at the entry to turn 1, but that doesn't really make any sense for someone to spin and continue there.
That's where you find all the grind set.
Okay.
Got that? Flags? No? Alright. Joseph, the GP3
I'm glad you asked. 85 for AOA is leading that, but with 50 points. So they're going to fall back to... Yeah, they're 4 laps behind the 737 right now. And I don't know. I mean, they're turning personal best laps, but they are obviously, you know, we're closing up on 90 minutes to go.
Right.
They're running out of time to do anything unless somebody else has a problem in front of them, which, broken record. The 55 is 13 points behind them, but they're not here. The 65 for open throttle is the next car back, 15 points behind the 85. They keep going the way they're going. They'll come home with, I think this should be, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it should be 10 points. No bonus point for a large field because it's 6-car turnout this weekend. 737, have they? No, this will be their first race of the weekend, or of the year rather. And then 142 and the 93. TC Klein did run at Mid-Ohio, their home race, as we pointed out. And
the pride of East Westerville.
Hilliard.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, grip it and rip it.
I'm sorry.
Love that. All right, and then the other car that is off track, 142, also their first race of the not also, but their first race of the year, alongside the 737, I suppose.
With every broadcast, I'd like to give one to the Foley artist, just so they can have something.
Sure. Crack open a Pepsi.
How dare you slander me like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Pete.
Considering the location of the race, wouldn't it be cracked open a pop?
No, it would not.
Soda.
It would not be. It says right here on the can. 0-calorie soda.
Soda pop? I like to say soda pop, and really, because nobody likes that. GTO. That big kahuna. The
That's
big kahanka from Minnetonka.
You went for two different jokes there. I liked both of them.
I had to make a Tom Matthew joke or reference.
Nice.
Speed World Challenge touring car. This is Sports Car Wars. Speed's not around anymore. I can do whatever I want.
I thought they were going to try to bring it back.
Contractually, are we delivering on our obligations right now? I'm just curious.
Absolutely, we are. We're cycling through cameras.
Let me ask RJ real quick.
I am discussing the state of the championship as it stands, as it runs, as they
race
run.
for the chase. For the
there he goes.
Of the championship.
Now Matt Kanzan, now the Thunder Bunny 111 leads the championship here. And they lead it over the 82 for Random Vandals. The thing that's upsetting about all this is I have adopted the Larry Mack rhythm without adopting the Larry Mack accent. So, the 111 for Thunder Bunny leads the championship. They sit P6 right now. 82, they sit P2 in the championship. They are having a rough old day. They are not going to score points today. The 99, third in the championship, they are P4. They are probably, all things being equal, nothing crazy happens in the last hour and a half here. They are probably your quote-unquote big winners for the day. Dexter Racing, have we seen them yet this year? I don't think so.
I don't think we have. No.
So we're gonna add them to the points tally.
All right. Tally it up.
Renegade Racing. I
don't think we've seen them before either.
I think we have actually, because they. I don't know how this is gonna go, but that's an entry that is registered under Brad, and the 88 for round 3 we did see at Mid-Ohio.
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Got it.
So
okay.
I think that's probably, if I had to guess, is that's
going to score points for that car from. Okay.
I think so.
All right.
See, we are providing context. That car sits P5 at last time out at Mid-Ohio. They scored a 2nd place and I'm going to say probably a 6th. Yeah, looks like a 6th.
So that's RIN 8, Renegade Racing R8R.
That's horrible. Yeah, the 118 for Thunder Bunny, had that car run before Mid-Ohio? I don't even know. It had. So, not really a championship contending car unless the rest of the season goes really well.
Are you sure they didn't run at Road Atlanta and just not run very well?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the West Championship, as you know.
Oh, that's right, the West Championship. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And let's see, where did they run? Did they score points? No, they didn't. No, they actually. I stand by that. They actually didn't run at Road Atlanta. So I am vindicated and validated. And
I'm glad we could provide that for you here today, Joseph.
I need it so badly. The 111 also leads in the Natty.
Yes.
GTO.
Yes. Embrace the Natty.
Listen, the BCS standings are coming out in a couple weeks. And I'm going to be honest.
What's the WRL team principals poll say?
Listen, I think this is WVU's year.
No,
I'm gonna.
Seriously. Can we send out a WRL team owners power rankings poll and then put the numbers next to the teams on the ticker?
They don't respond to our normal surveys, so I don't.
This is a new thing, though. This is a new thing. I'm going to pitch RJ on this. There's a formal pitch coming. I have it down.
Okay. Commentators poll. Yeah. We're the AP of the World Racing League. It's gonna be really awkward when we end up running the coaches poll and also the composite, and we're like, I feel like the weighting for this is the commentators poll 100% and then everything else 0.
I think we should do it. Love to offer some incentive for teams to complete it each weekend.
A portion has gone off,
like.
and it was the 550 for 5th gear.
Yeah, third in GP1.
Not common that you see if Nadell make a mistake like that.
5th Nadell. And then yeah. 111 leads the national championship by 14 points. The 12 would not have been able to catch up to them regardless today. But the 12 is actually going to, as things stand, going to lose a couple points to the 111. The other thing about this is, relatively weak results like this, somebody has an off week, if they do a strong majority of the race weekends, you're afforded so many drops because you want to keep as many teams in the hunt as possible, and still keep reasonable. You end up with a lot of drops, so you have one bad race. It's really not the worst thing that can happen to you. The worst thing that can happen to you is catching a DQ like they caught at Barber, frankly.
And the other thing that can happen too that we have neglected to mention in this is that we're doing this all again tomorrow too.
There's
teams that are losing, points and it's the end of the world and we're closing up the battle, and all this other stuff. But we have tomorrow, so.
Well, the teams that are really. The team that's really going to be hurting from this is going to be Hitman, right? Because they're not going to be able. They're not
be here tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, and they're already running a relatively light schedule when you look at the top 4 in the standings. ACP that 12, GTR 99 has done every round so far. Random Vandals that 82 has done every round so far. Which I wonder if that's part of the motivation for only bringing that car.
Is this it? Is the 34th championship done? Trying to do that in an ESPN talking head way. Is it over?
I wish I followed Stephen A. Smith more. Because I would love to give you a Stephen A. Smith style review of now listen.
That can become problematic. Let's not do that.
I'm not doing the voice.
Okay. All right.
Jason Marks is a very close and personal friend to me. But to be honest with you, it is a disgrace. Anyway. I feel like his whole thing is just like being very upset. At all. Like,
I don't think that's his whole thing. I don't.
His whole character is disappointed dad.
Who, Jason Marks?
No, Stephen A. Smith.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Jason Marks. Like, hey, something settle down now. Like, what are we talking about?
No,
Stephen A. Smith. Oh, I don't. Whatever. They're all the same.
He's just. I mean, I get that he's being paid to do a bit. I understand that.
He is. I did hear on a podcast once that like he's exhausted by it, and when he like gets into
he looks exhausted by it.
That he like gets into a taxi cab and somebody like asks him like a sports question, and he just is like, "Nah, dude, like I can't do that."
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. And just like doesn't even like want to engage or talk about like the passion is like completely gone because he has to fake it so much on TV, which like sucks, frankly.
Yeah, but it also like makes sense, and they also pay him a ton of money, so it's like fine.
Yeah, you know.
If you paid me Stephen A. Smith money, you know what? You could probably ask me about the Malice in the Palace every day, and that would be fine.
For a while. Well, I think anything could get stale. You know.
Maybe. The 99. Sitting third, like right behind the 12. They will probably leapfrog them in the national championship as things stand. They are already ahead of the 12 in the West, so not counting Road Atlanta, and 3 points behind the 82. So they are probably going to jump up to P2. I don't think they're going to get P1 here. They're full. They're 8 points behind the 111. I think the 111 is going to pick up points.
Which is wild, given that, like, if the 34 hadn't wrecked, presumably they would be up front right now, and the 111 would be in, like, a world of hurt. Because, like, they're not doing super hot today.
I'm having a little bit of fun at their expense, but let's hope that that chassis isn't damaged in a way that means that they have to write that off.
Yeah, that would be awful. Especially since it seems like all the chassis that were available have now been purchased.
Yes.
Because there's like blank cars running around here and stuff, so who knows how many of those are even available at this point.
Yeah, so driver is fine was the information that we got. So that's the important bit, but there's the secondary issue of let's hope that as an operation they're
right, the financial viability and the ability of the people to like have homes and care for their families, etc. You know, you can't understate that.
Yeah. Yeah, felt like I needed to say that. And then let's see. Going down the order further, we should be getting pretty close to pit stop time, by the way.
Pit stop.
Particularly for the
We are,
111.
yes.
I feel like I still want to wait another 10 minutes.
When does the 111 do?
To do it on one more, right?
So the 111 should be due this lap or next lap.
I've got them due in 5.
We've got the an E46 BMW. I think it's the 46 coming down pit lane for what I would assume to be their last stop.
I think AOA needs to do 2 more laps before they can come in to make it on one stop. I've been watching them staying out. They need to keep that up. And a quick update in GTU. Ryan, I have bad news for you.
Bad news.
Mar2's definitely going home without a trophy today.
Ugh.
And it's looking like 9-4 is on track to take second.
Ugh. Yeah, I hate this.
I mean, no? They packed up pretty early, so...
It's too bad. It's a heck of a car. That's a good-looking build.
12 has been warned for a blend line violation. I'm not sure what became of the 2.
Here's the 909. Heading in. That's the Aston Martin. V8 Vantage, the old school one.
I think that might be slightly too early.
I think so too.
Who's this? Sorry.
The 909. This is like the IMSA prototype pit window, or they're going to firmly have one more from here. Excuse me, firmly have one more from here.
Well, let's see. I think they're good. They've been running pretty long, and I don't expect them to run another 32 laps.
20?
Yeah. Yeah, they made it to like an hour 25 to start.
I guess that car might have, but all the GT4 cars came in, I thought, with like 45 or 50 minutes.
You gotta remember that that's a very old GT4 car.
Yeah, the 909 has been able to go longer than anybody else.
All right.
That's here, I should say.
All right. It's not the Screaming Goat tanker, Exxon Valdez.
Camaro.
Or the Camaro, right.
Or the Corvette.
Yeah, actually, you accidentally or incidentally make a good point about the Camaro, JT, because I think that 909 probably is a little on the heavier side, which gives it a higher fuel allowance.
Mm-hmm.
So why does the 43 not take the same advantage?
I don't think they're the same spec. The 43 actually may be a relatively new buy because I think it got replaced at some point.
Right, but it's still the V8, like the old style car.
I mean, you're there. You could ask for the sheets. Go, Ryan.
RJ, I need the disclosure sheets. If you could bring those over to me, I'd appreciate it.
And then, Joseph, going back
85 is pitting in.
Your blend line question. After the second warning, any future violation would be a 2-lap penalty.
Ooh. Yeah, I saw the same thing. So that's good to know. I think they're the first team to really run afoul of that, but that is now, if it wasn't made clear to the teams, now they know.
Yep.
Which, if I had to guess, I feel slightly like they maybe wanted to give them a lap penalty for that second violation, and they protested saying, well, we didn't know that there was going to be a lap penalty, even though everything is a lap penalty, because it's reversible.
Right.
But anyway, here we are.
Their Joker blend line violation.
Listen, you can criticize that use of phrasing all you want, but you know people have always done that in racing. Oh, I'm gonna, like in IndyCar, for example, you just block until you get a warning, and then I guess I can't block anymore. Oh no.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair.
Like it's not in the spirit of the competition. But
not at all. Not at all.
But I'm not gonna deny that it happens. That doesn't sound well.
What doesn't?
Watch if you have audio, listen to the revs. If you don't, watch the tack trace on this car. It seems pretty smooth here, but it was really not coming out of Canada. I wonder if we'll see it more in a lower speed corner.
Huh. All right.
Could be a function of just running on reduced power to fit in GTO.
Could be.
Yeah, you see that judder?
I mean, on so my understanding of these is that they are no longer probably the track control. You've got that, and then my understanding is that these are automatic transmissions. Are they not?
That is. Oh, has someone's had a moment in?
There's a surface flag out of 11, and I think that is related to the stopped 178.
No, it's the 550. It's just been updated.
Okay.
It's a good thought, but race control just got updated information as you were saying that.
So we have 2 stopped cars right now.
Not one, but 2. 2 stopped cars.
Yeah, and very close to each other, for that matter.
Yeah, that is disastrous for the 550. They have a 1-lap lead over the 4th place car, so hopefully they can get that rolling again. They had pit relatively recently, about 12 minutes ago.
It's a little tough to see there, but the 550 seems to have come to a halt. Driver's left right after the corner, so basically it has gone straight, tracking driver's left. Not in very deep. I think they've done it to stop the car, but I think that is if that car's smoking, that may be done.
Joseph, should we run another ad and then maybe one more after that and then go ad-free to the finish? Presented by Hyundai or whatever?
There's no Hyundais in the field.
All right.
We can't. We're in the wrong part of the track. Just trying to get
wrong part of the track to run an ad.
Well, I want to see where the 178 is, which we might be able to do here. I don't know if that car's been pulled away, or, for that matter, has made it back under its own power. Yeah, I don't see a second car down here.
It has since continued.
Okay.
The 178.
Okay, so that'll be good for their hunt to stay classified in GP2. That is really the thing. They're not fighting for a position. They're fighting for being able to score points, which is actually more valuable. It's a higher stakes battle than the one between, if it were them and Harrison, for that matter. Yeah, in the pits are the 178. Get on board the 111. That seems to be the best camera quality down into Canada, so we can see the state of that cleanup. Because I'm very curious to know whether or not they're going to have to put oil dry down, because there was smoke all the way back here.
Right. Not a part of the track where you want it to be super slick with oil.
No.
A little bit of a challenge there.
I think that's already been cleared away.
I think so too.
Is the 550 circulating? Maybe it's a tire that's gone down. Maybe that was tire smoke rather than engine smoke.
It could be a lot of things.
Could be a lot of things.
But people are upset when we speculate.
Even when we're right, which we are a lot of the time. Hey, should we subtly throw to an ad?
We should. Run an ad.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Racing live from Road America here in the month of May. It's the WRL 2023 Championship. Welcome, everybody. I'm Ryan. We've got Joseph and JT here with me. A little bit over an hour to go here. We're going to be wrapping up the 9-hour endurance race. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back at it again for a 7-hour endurance race. We're going to bring you 16 hours of flag-to-flag coverage this weekend.
I mean, that's basically a sprint race tomorrow.
Only here on YouTube.com, exclusively on YouTube.com.
Hi to those watching on Facebook.
Unfortunately, the last hour and a half of tomorrow's race are going to be on YouTube 12, which you have to use a VPN to access.
I don't think that's right.
And it's not part of the free-to-view package. So if you want to watch the end of the race, you have to have a channel that no one has. In true endurance racing fashion. We're going to put it on the least convenient network possible. What would be cool is if they had a TV station that during the weekend just showed the racing. So that they didn't have to like jump around and spread it to like 8 different channels. And then during the week, they could do like racing content. And then like if you ran out of racing content, because there's only so much, we could get like Dave Despain to do like a sit-down talk show. But then you could just have like goofy like game shows and stuff, or like documentaries like during the week. But then like, yeah, starting Thursday, you start just showing practices. You could, like just have a whole channel of that.
So, the 84 is in a pickle. Not a pickle. They're in a funny spot.
Vinegar?
They're lightly seasoned because they are P2, but it's not going to matter because they're not going to be able to turn enough laps to score points. So, great effort. I'm happy to see that car out there, but it'll be slightly academic. I need to take the... Oh no, I already have. I'm so good at this.
So good.
Yeah. Just call me Sweet Caroline.
Bum, bum, bum. I feel like if you haven't sang that song half drunk in a football stadium, you haven't truly lived.
I think by the time... Oh, you know what? No, I couldn't drink for college football games.
Why?
Well, my senior year, I could, I guess. But
you let that stop you? Interesting. Okay. You and I had different college experience.
I mean, I was the only one in my friend group who did, to be fair. But I was a wuss.
Were you the driver?
No, I didn't even have a car.
Oh, I see.
Renegade is 2/10 behind the automatic Aston.
All right.
Need to try to find that.
Oh, and they're going to get held up pretty badly. There they go.
Oh, wow.
That is the pass for position. too much hesitation.
Wow.
Welp. All right. We caught that one.
Comprehensive. All right, cool. Good job. Way to go, JT. You caught it.
Joseph got it.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right. So the question is going to be, where is the pace here? Obviously, the 909 was held up in traffic. But does the 88 have the pace at this point? The 909, remember, tracked this car down and passed it about half an hour ago. Should we expect the same, or now Rob Eklund behind the wheel of that car? Or is there a pace differential between the drivers?
I'd also point out that I believe the 88 will need a pit stop. The 909 is possibly going to make it to the end.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm going to run the stats some more. An hour to go. Seems like a good time for stats.
Yeah.
If this were an 8 and 8, we would have 3 minutes to the finish, and I'm sure the 118 would love to be in that spot.
Curious to see if the 58, which has come back out, can reel in the 9.4 Motorsports for second in GTU.
Odds are shifting as we get nearer and nearer to the finish. Odds are shifting harder and harder in the direction of the 118. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but there we have it. If the 118 were to encounter woes, the 162, the 99, the 909 would basically be on level footing to compete for the win, as they are basically for second through fourth. So that is going to be really that's going to be really tight, with the 88 having lower odds. 162 could end up easily retaining their. I'll rephrase that. Could easily end up retaining their second place position by the end of this race. The 99. This is interesting. 99 could end up losing a spot to the 909, or vice versa, could end up taking that second from Dexter. So there's a lot to play for in this top 5. I wouldn't consider that race done at all, and that's very relevant because, as we were discussing earlier, a lot of these cars are in it for points. The 46 and the 701, that is not a settled race yet in GP1. In fact, the 701 is continuing to claw away at that advantage that the 46 has. JT noted that the 701 was spun around very early on in the race and has been making their way forward from that, basically from the beginning, slowly but surely. GP2 does seem like it's as close as you could ask to for a foregone conclusion, as long as nobody has a serious issue there. That is going to be it's going to go to Exiled for the 368 plate number. AutoWorks Motorsports sitting comfortably in second in GP2 overnight, behind them, rounding out the podium. GP3, despite having at this point nearly everybody in the class on track, save for TC Klein in that number 93, that also seems like it is effectively a settled result. In terms of pace, obviously anything can happen, but if you're just looking at pace, the 85 or 85 for AOA,
they
probably
37 and passed them.
Yeah, and they're in good shape to hold on to that spot at this point. Little variation, obviously, is how we got to the point where they just had overlap in the first place. But 65 and 75 look like their positions are, their pace more or less represents their position. So don't expect that to change, but anything can. GTU, we've already discussed the state of play there. That is effectively already locked up by the number 59 for Stratus Racing. The other angle, I suppose, is that if anything were to happen to Stratus that would cause them to be DQ'd, although they know their car well enough at this point that that shouldn't be an issue. But if that did happen, that would open the door to the 84, who would go from being unclassified to being the race winners. So, not a likely scenario, but one that is out there.
Going to try to keep an eye here on the battle for what is currently third between the 99 and the 88. They both hit around relatively the same time, lap 160, and I believe they're both going to owe us a splash or so. So basically they are effectively racing each other to the end of the race. And we have a 7-second gap with the edge going to the 88, hunting down the GTR.
You said this is the 88 that you're tracking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, running slightly quicker than the 99 from Team GTR.
Yes, that could get interesting. Where are we looking for pit strategy?
Both pitted lap 160.
Okay. Now I've got one stop remaining on the 88, which makes sense. And for the 99, one stop remaining for them as well. 909 is on the cusp, but I think they have back-timed it as perfectly as you could ask for. They may well have pitted as early as they wanted to, or as early as they possibly could have, to get their last driver in. On board with your GP1 leader, Ginger Racing holding a 58-second lead over round 3's number 701. PC Racing has pitted for what will almost certainly be their last stop of the day. Fifth Gear was brought back without having gone through timing and scoring at pit in, so I think that's straight to the paddock. We may have seen the last of that car. 7 laps behind them is the open throttle number 64, so they'll be looking to claw back sometime. I think they may be... Yeah, I think they'll be under threat from the 191 from overnight as well. So that 550 could fall back to 6th. I don't believe the cars immediately after overnight are circulating at the moment. Flying Fur is. I'm not sure how far back they are. They are 15 laps behind the 147 from Moorhead. So that is...
That's doable.
Yeah, it is. And then another 20 or another 7 laps to Frozen Rotor. It's getting tighter. But yeah, also in the card. So they could, as long as they keep it together, could end up with a 7th place finish. Last classified, but points are points. Yeah, that gap between the 88 and the 99 now down sub 4 seconds. Previous lap it was 5.5. That means I'm gonna have to actually follow a battle. Ugh. Do my job. Found him. Alright.
Who'd you find?
The 88 on the prowl against the 99. 99 is the blue BMW coming through shot here, and right behind them is the 88.
Alright.
82 has had a huge tank slapper coming out of turn 7.
Okay.
Or turn 8, rather. If you're gonna have a problem, consider having it at one of the slower speed corners on track.
That'll do it.
No cars in between the 99 and the 88 right now. And the next time we'll see them will be after this long, long drag down into turn 5. Thunder Bunny 118 in the pits will definitely be their last stop of the day. And they may retain the lead over the 162 for Dexter Racing. If not, it'll be awfully close, and Dexter would take the... Oh, side-by-side here, coming through 5.
We'll see the outcome of that here shortly.
And the 99 will relinquish the spot.
All right, so the move's done.
Yeah, didn't try to defend that too much.
I mean, you still have a whole other day to run the car. You know, don't go for broke when they have another 45 minutes or so to continue.
I'm not saying he should have defended.
All right.
The bunny in.
But that is that spot given up, and that will probably translate to the end of this race because we expect that they will both have one full-ish fuel stop to go.
Right. Will the automatic car catch the 88 though? What's the one? No.
So the 88 still needs to pit. We think the 99 or the 909 can make it to the end.
Okay, so they may still be able to overcome both of those cars here at the end. So the podium's still very much up for grabs to those 3 cars.
Yeah, I think it's a real... for me, the major wild card is can the Dexter, which that's a Janetta question mark?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Can the Dexter Janetta hold its pace? And where is the 909 going to slot out when they do finally have to take their last stop? Because I don't think it will. Maybe it'll be a full fill. Yeah, actually, I'll take that back. It should be a full fill because they're on the cusp of being able to make it on one. So you'd expect them to need to take the entire tank.
Right.
I was told, by the way, via comments in the YouTube chat, that the flag that we're seeing this is part of the go-kart track that's over there, or is most likely part of the go-kart track.
Yeah.
Back in the infield. A motorplex.
Multiplex.
The multiplex.
Where Sheboygan's finest James French grew up learning how to drive race cars with the motorplex.
James French not here. Very rude. Didn't accept my personal invitation.
No. Very bummed. I actually didn't see him on the entry list for any of the Lamborghini stuff either, which I was kind of surprised by.
Has he been doing Lamborghini?
He's been doing coaching for P3.
Okay.
And I figured that you could also parlay that in with a coaching for Lamborghini situation.
I thought I had seen him running in LMP2 for a while.
Yeah, he ran that for a while too.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he lately had been running LMP3.
Got it.
Bad news for the 701.
Oh no. That's the penalty tone of voice.
It is. Yeah.
Yep.
Headmaster JT has some news.
They originally had a warning for a visor. Now they have a penalty for a visor.
Visor's down, y'all. Come on. Come on.
73 has been dinged a lot for the same offense. That was about an hour and a half ago. Honestly, to be fair, it's been an awfully clean run, all things considered. Obviously, we've had the two major incidents, but I haven't seen too much in the way of really even passing into yellow penalties. We've only had a couple, and
we
not
haven't
very
had a whole
many.
lot of yellow. I guess we have had local yellows. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yep.
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 Yep. Yep. Yep. Still there.
Some of these contact penalties wind out. So the 98 was dinged a lap for incidental contact, which I think that was originally called avoidable, but that's finalized as incidental. These are all in the very early stages of the race, by the way.
Right.
And in the 567, one of the big mission cars called for 2 laps for spinning the 701 down to turn 8. That was deemed avoidable contact. And then the 178, that the no-lift Civic, copped a 2-lap penalty for avoidable contact against the 368. All those contact calls made by the time the clock ticked past 8:05 this morning. I believe those might have been the last contact-related penalties today, which is insane.
It's lovely.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Biggest fan.
I like those big, the fans that look like just gigantic F2000 wings you can buy. You know what I'm talking about? Like they're just aluminum planes with like yellow end plates.
Oh yeah, those. We had a bunch of those at my old work.
Yeah.
They move a lot of air. It's not a good excuse to not have air conditioning in your shop, though. That's for sure.
Well, I don't see how that could be true. Also, you would think that that would actually improve the usefulness of actual air conditioning, if you could circulate that air.
You would think that, but maybe not.
I'm no expert.
The company I worked for claimed that they had no money. But that very same company also has a car sponsored here today, so who knows?
Oh, no. Well, they're trying to get more money. It's called marketing.
It's marketing. Yeah, that's what it is. Joseph, how's our reach?
Our reach?
Yeah.
Well, mine in particular is not very far.
I have not said that company's name the entire time I've been on the air, so I don't know if they're getting the marketing they thought they were.
Now we're doing all right.
All right.
Creeping down a little bit as the hours draw on.
I mean, we've got some competition now. We've got IndyCar.
You're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. What's his name?
We are the only.
Redacted car.
No, we are the only.
At Redacted Racetrack.
We are the only motorsports that is happening this
in the month
weekend.
of May. The month.
Yeah. everyone is tuned to this channel
Right.
for this one occasion.
If you had one shot.
Is these modern beasts, these modern chariots, go around Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. These thunderous rabbits
We've got the trunk open on the 43 here.
Headmaster JT, I've got news for you.
Oh?
Penalty overturned for the 701.
Excellent. That's good news. That means round 3 will remain on the same lap as Ginger.
Yeah, statement is overturned after review and clarification from the pit marshal. So I'm assuming that's a timing thing. That basically it was unclear whether or not a visor had gone up or gone down concurrent with fueling and all sorts of. Because you can have the visor up during the pit stop, you just can't have it up
during the fueling.
While the fuel the fuel jugs
over the wall.
Yeah.
Which seems like if it was me, like granted I'm not a race car driver, I understand that. I've never personally been there. You always have to hedge against all the people. You do better.
Boy.
I feel like I would just leave the visor down in the pit lane. Just like come to pit lane, visor down. Leave the pit lane, visor back up.
What I'm wondering.
Well, this isn't hard.
What I'm wondering is whether it's a situation where you come in from a hot track where you leave the visor cracked, and then just forget to put it down when you roll in, or don't flip it down until the fuel has already started. And by the way, fueling starts when the fuel jugs are brought over the wall, right?
Right.
So it's not once it makes contact with the fuel tank. It's a longer window than that.
About 6 or 7 feet.
The window
Pretty
is
big window.
closed.
The chair against the door.
The 197 has spun and continued down at turn 12, which would be Canada Corner. They should consider not doing that.
They're having a pretty good run considering they missed the first 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, that 197 could stop now, frankly, and they would finish no worse than third. Obviously, they do that, they lose their chance of taking advantage of an issue for the 747.
Right.
Pull themselves up into second, but the window to take over the top spot if some wild issue were to occur. Yes.
If some wild 47's got 4 engines, so even if you lose one.
I do. Was AutoWorks the team that was being run by the people with the aviation? I almost want to say that there was a scrapyard involved, but I feel like I'm gonna. Okay.
Yes, it was something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I know. I think we spoke to.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, we spoke to what's his name with the BMWs. Yeah, dude. Hanging out in Monaco. What's his name?
Bill Caswell?
Bill Caswell, thank you. Bill Caswell talked.
I was like, there's no way he means Bill Caswell.
No, I do mean Bill Caswell. Bill Caswell went and talked to them, came up and told us, hey man, these guys are freaking crazy. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then went down there and told them to come up and talk to us.
Hold on, Caswell's still paying attention to us?
No, that was back when we covered that race prior.
Oh, I'm referring to Sebring.
Oh, no, Joseph, we covered these people at Mid-Ohio with Bill Caswell. That's where I was first made aware of this car, and you were there.
Yeah, but I have the memory of a
Then, that's fine. You know,
Of an
that's all
anxious goldfish.
Right. Makes sense.
It makes sense because I'm an anxious goldfish. That's why you can't. That's why we never have our. We never put our faces up on the screen. It's because we don't want you to know that we're secretly goldfish.
Joseph, the 909 has been the subject of much of what we've talked about recently. What if I told you I had an incredibly timely interview with two folks associated with that entry?
That would be incredibly timely.
I thought so. So if you gentlemen would introduce yourselves to the audience, that way they can match the voice to the name.
I'm Stephen Davidson, car owner.
And I'm Aston Davidson, his son.
Excellent, gentlemen. So tell me about the day with the 909 so far. How did it start off? How's it been going?
Well, I think the best way to describe our day so far is consistency. And, we haven't run the fastest times, but we've been consistent with all three drivers. We had a tremendous stint today from Ramin Abdul-Vahabi, who really set the speed for the car today. Incredibly consistent laps from him, so he's put us in a position to reach for a step.
Excellent. Good. Glad to hear it. Have you been able to drive the car? Or just hang out?
I've not been able to drive that car, but I have raced before.
Excellent.
I raced a Miata one time. That was fantastic, and I'm hoping in the future to be able to race with my dad as his partner.
Be able to step up and do the thing?
Oh,
Awesome.
yeah.
So right now, we're looking at it. I want to make sure I get this right. You're in fourth. Is there any shot at being able to catch back up to the 99 on the pit stop? Have you guys done that math yet? Our numbers say that you should be good at the end.
Well, with a little bit of luck on our side and some fortuitous strategy, that may be possible. But it all depends on how the race speed develops and what the mileage goes. But it has been our strategy to go a little bit longer on fuel, maybe not push for every lap and try and get every ounce out or every mile out of every lap, and instead conserve a little bit of the ounces of the gas.
Okay, I got you.
Now,
Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
I was gonna say, has that been the plan from the start of the green, the start of the race at 8 today, or did that materialize after the red flags?
It really materialized after the red flags, and I think that I think the strategy has been an underlying theme. It hasn't been push all the way, but more consistency, and that's why I used the word consistency.
Okay, excellent. What got you involved with automatic racing initially? How did you get involved, driving an Aston Martin, doing all the cool stuff?
Well, a lot of people say you should start, with a lesser car, move up through momentum cars and such like. And because I'm British and my son's named Aston, I just bought an Aston GT4.
Excellent. Right. Okay. All right.
And that was my first and not last race car, but that was my first race car. And automatic racing has about as much knowledge in the United States on these particular cars. This is a Gen 1, but we've really highly developed it for the WRL series. Used to run in Trans Am, but then GT4 numbers dwindled, and this program grew to the exceptional racing experience it is. This is where we found a place for it.
Absolutely. And it gives you that opportunity to really develop the car. Stuff that might have been left on the table because of BOP, you have to homologate the race car. You really get the opportunity to make those changes here on the car to develop it and make it better. What are some ways that it has been better versus when you got the car? Did you need more front-end grip? Did you need more power? What did you need more of, and what have you been able to accomplish?
Well, the power-to-weight ratio, as you know, is a fixed item. So really it comes down to the setup. It comes down to the suspension and what we've done with that, and doing everything we can to really maximize on allowable aero. and we make some sacrifices every now and then. For instance, for this particular race, because of the straight line speed, we took the diffuser off, which we normally run for shorter, more point and shoot tracks, but we took the diffuser off for this particular race. And that's one of the things that we kind of did to maximize on fuel efficiency. It reduces drag. We're giving up a little bit on the aero, but maximizing a little bit on the straight line speed.
So is that diffuser being not on the car what's allowing you to get this mileage out of the car that you were expecting?
I think it's a factor. We kind of miss it in turn 5, but
right.
You give a little, you take a little.
Absolutely.
And I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm listening. Sorry.
Now, on this onboard, you're right behind and about to lap a much newer gen Aston GT4, right? So, do you feel like running an older spec car gives you the sort of freedom to play with things in a way that maybe running a current or current-ish GT4 might not?
Well, I think the new the Aston Martin GT4 Gen 2 has tremendous potential for this particular series, but as you can see, it's new to the grid, and as it's new to the grid, it's new to development. We're running a 2008 chassis here, so we've developed it about to its life expectancy. So if we can still be in the hunt, we'll still bring this one.
So there's been a lot of discussion, especially today, a lot of the BMW entrants, for example, using the S54, which is the motor that's in the M3 from the early 2000s, that there's not a huge availability of that motor anymore because not very many were built. How are you finding that spares are working out for you, whether it's engines, whether it's uprights, wishbones, whatever? How are you able to get spares right now with a car that's so old?
Well, paradoxically, 70% of our car is street car.
Right.
So certainly for body parts and things like fenders, eBay on Monday.
Okay. Okay.
But one of the reasons that we have automatic racing running the car and we have the track record of success is because of the relationship that Dave Russell, the principal, has with ProDrive and his knowledge of what parts are compatible. Plus, we stockpile them. Things that we think aren't going to be made anymore.
Make sure you buy them all up.
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. All right.
And so sometimes, teams like 43 reach out to us sometimes when they need a part. And one of the biggest problems is actually, paradoxically, the 7-speed transaxle, because they're very hard to find, particularly in race form. So we kind of try and hoard those.
Okay, gotcha. And is there somebody you have internally that can rebuild those, or is it like once it's done, or?
So it's a Graziano box, and so communication with Graziano is bad at best, and
I can't imagine.
Yeah, we do have in-house at Automatic Racing. We do have engine builders, so we can build our own engine and rebuild our own engine. So we've got a stockpile of those available. So paradoxically, it's a Ford engine,
right?
When American versus European cars, we're kind of stuck in the middle. We got a Ford-derived engine in a British chassis.
Yep. You still have to have the Italian gearbox, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do, and that at times has been some of the Achilles heel of this particular car.
Okay.
It's not the actual gearbox or the transmission or transaxle. The problem tends to be the electronics that communicate with it. So there's nothing worse than going into limp mode as you're going towards a checkered flag.
Excellent. So are you planning to run the rest of the season? Where are you going next as far as WRL?
Well, we try and run as many races as we can get 3 established drivers. We're not an arrive and drive program. We're kind of like what I would call a syndicate. And as a syndicate, we've got 5 or 6 established drivers, and it's the availability of 3 of them on any one weekend.
Okay, gotcha.
But we run as many as we can, and particularly the A-tracks such as this. WRL runs a wonderful program. I think it's some of the best development driving there is, just because of the amount of seat time.
Right.
And that's really the reason I brought my son here, so he can get a little taste of, what could be the future.
Okay, I gotcha. So what do you have to do? Is there a grades arrangement? Is there a selling stuff on eBay on the side arrangement? How does that work? What's your next step here?
Well, certainly grades are not the problem.
Good. Glad to hear it. That's a good start.
It's more of just my mother allowing me.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay.
So
I gotcha.
once she deems me mature enough to be in a race car, I think it'll be smooth sailing from there.
Awesome. Did you check out the Motorplex? You get up there and get some kart action going.
I haven't been up there yet, but
that may be in the carts, so to speak, pun
Right.
intended.
I gotcha. Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I think you'll do well. It sounds like you got the right people around you to make sure that you can, if you want to take a swing at that, you'll be able to take a swing. So
Absolutely.
Happy for you on that. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and speaking with me. I really appreciate it.
I think we have a little bit of luck going on our side as well, because, this is Aston, my son, and, he is named after the car, and so we brought him along as, to work in the pit, and maybe that'll bring a little luck with us.
I hope so, too. Gentlemen, it's been fantastic. If you ever want to come up and say hi, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, as they walk away, it's the 909 defending as hard as they reasonably can without getting too in the way against this Dexter Racing 162. This will be a position change that will carry all the way to the finish, because neither one of these entries needs another pit stop. Should be shortly after. Yeah, they've actually pulled a little bit of a gap out, so they're doing very well to hold this.
I gotta say, if I was Aston and I was trying to convince my mom to let me drive a race car, I would probably be home on Mother's Day. Or at least sending a bunch of gifts.
Flowers, everything, the whole nine.
She could be here, we don't know.
That's true, she could be here. I refrained from bringing my wife and daughter to the track on Mother's Day. That was like one step too far. Please come sit. And at least it's pretty here. There's places to go for a walk, but you can only walk around the area so many times.
There's a mountain bike trail not too far away.
True. That is
Rob Eklund in the 909 at the moment. It's the blue and white Aston Martin with the I'm not sure if that's red or Dayglow orange accents on the end.
It's orange.
Okay.
A long-time WRL entrant, and like I said, not like he was talking about, not a full season entrant ever, but they're around. And like he was saying, they come to the quote A tracks, end quotes. We usually see them at COTA, Daytona, here.
And the car that they are defending from is going to be the white Ginetta that is 2 cars behind them. So it's the Aston, I think it's the 12 Team ACP BMW, and then the number 162 Ginetta.
Joseph, should we do one more set of ads so we can have a ad-free run to the checker?
We can do that. I would like to see this fight play out first.
That's fine. That is totally fine.
Coming out of the kink now. Lights blazing on the 162. Not a big fan of having that ACP car in the middle, it seems. Weird. No. But, they're running that race too. They're fully entitled to be there. And while this plays out, that lets me get the next set of ads queued up.
All right. Let's do it.
I'm not running them yet.
I know.
We're gonna be ready.
You're getting queued. You're preloaded.
Has the ACP card taken to the pits, because they're not in between those cars anymore? Open throttle card now between the Aston and the Ginetta. That car will almost certainly be out of the way by the time they come down here to turn 5, if it's not already out of the way at turn 3. And now we wait. Yep, the line was 1 second flat. The lap previous was 1.4. There goes the 909, and then right behind them on cue, the 162.
There you go.
Is that the 162?
Yeah.
The 162 is the blank
Oh,
one,
that's
is
a,
it
no.
not?
There's a.
It looks awfully like a Supra.
It is. The 162 is a Supra.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, I've been calling it a Jetta. That's my bad.
No.
Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
what it is on
Okay,
the
got
entry
it.
list.
Yeah, it's a Supra. I mean, if it is Jetta, that's the 980 or whatever is a Jetta, and that was circulated at one point.
Yeah, the entry list, I have the 940 Ludicrous, and then I also had the Dexter car as the G56 GT4. But that might be Joseph's fifth Supra.
It is. There's one Supra that has like the red and blue on it. That's the 9.4 Motorsports type livery, and then there's one that is like literally blank and has a piece of like day glow green racer tape holding the back bumper on, which is the 161.
I am really curious to know how long this 909 can hold off the 162. If it's the whole race, that'll be a remarkable performance.
Right.
Because they're really only in this position. They're really only in front of the 162 on pit stop rotation. I don't know if they've been released. That felt like under a second for sure that time by.
It was, yep. Very close.
Yeah, nose to tail, and it'll only get worse with the Supranetta. The Supra in the slipstream down the entire length of the straight from turns 3 and 5.
If you're in the Supra, do you just push the 909 to run out of fuel? Just keep inching closer and closer and get them to burn more?
I mean, you could do that. I have to believe that they know better in the 909 camp than to take that bait.
Right. I mean, what else are you going to do, though? Like, you can't... if the strategy that I would employ is let the 162 go and just be in third. Like, there's
I mean,
no
I
good
think-
is going to come from fighting this for 22 more minutes when you're trying to save fuel anyway.
Unless they've already made their number. If they're already in good shape. Like, if you're still making your fuel number and you're holding them back, then, you know, why not? There's no...
Looking at about 10 laps remaining.
Yeah, it seems about right.
There was some skepticism expressed recently. I do not think that this is in the bag for the 909.
Oh, I don't think it would be in the bag regardless. I think the 162's got a lot of pace bound up in it, and there's no real reason for them... we have been talking for a while now about this being a race for second.
Yes.
And I don't think that's gone away. AOA number 75 has just done their fastest lap of the race here at a 2:42.1. Remember, fastest lap does matter here because it sets the grid for tomorrow's race. So if
Correct.
you have a car out on track, this is a good time to
let her rip.
Yeah. Track is a little more empty than it was before.
Yep. Got to get that extra point for the championship.
I just want fewer cars in front of you for the start of the race. I'm a little surprised that 909 hasn't been overhauled yet, but as we discussed, that car has been trimmed out basically as much as it can be. The diffuser's been taken off of it for drag savings. Still nose to tail, and now they're about to catch traffic for the first time in about 5 laps. I believe that's the 701, 2 cars up the road.
That or Pinnacle. Oh no, definitely 701.
Gonna get by that car no problem, so they're just gonna have to round the carousel here. But that 909 being trimmed out means that it's going to be really difficult for the Dexter 162 to actually be able to make a move. There's the Pinnacle car back out. Looking either side on the way into Canada, we might have an attempt at a dive.
I mean, you have to be able to escape up the S's there and try to put yourself in a position where you can hold them off all the way down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, it hasn't happened.
Looks like it doesn't occur.
More traffic now on the way into turn 1. Oh, well, badly here. We could absolutely see a change in position by the time they get to turn 5 now.
That's the 43.
Yeah, probably looking at about 30 seconds or so between turn 3 and turn 5. .701 through.
They still right there, right on his bumper.
Yeah, I as you say, he's got to do it in the twisty bits because that's where he's going to have an advantage. The top end of the configuration of that Aston is going to be really difficult to overhaul.
Mm-hmm.
The traditional overtaking point would be turn 5, but because they're so trimmed out, the 162 can't get a nose in.
Right. They're just going to have to start being more aggressive on the brakes, which they may already be at the limit, but that would be the flip side, is if you have a little bit more downforce, you can be way later on the brakes and try to get the nose turned in, but you're going to have to come from so far back.
Yeah.
And WRL, of course, very big on people not making dive bombs, so they're
Right.
probably doing what they're meant to do here, but it's just tough because as soon as they try to pull out of the draft of that car, they're going to hit a wall, and the Aston's going to just keep motoring right along.
As close as they've been
on his
here.
Bumper there, yep. We'll see if they can make it happen into Canada Corner.
No dice. I don't know where it's going to happen if it hasn't happened yet.
I think he's going to have one more look into Canada Corner, but if he wasn't close enough there, I don't know what's going to happen. And if you're in the Aston, you're going to take the defensive line at that turn. That's what makes the most sense. But
we've got 16 minutes and traffic on the way as we see the Saturn Sky roll down pit lane.
Skyarado.
Yeah. As
the Colorado Sky.
Way huge gap there. I think that's going to be too big of a gap to make a difference on this lap anyway. So they are rapidly running out of laps here to make the move.
Yeah, I will say the counterpoint is that they don't need to make it right now. They'll have probably about 8 laps left, and they're not really
chances.
Sure.
And you'd rather be ahead and be able to late brake and put that car on the defensive and have it drop back. Because right now you're playing their game. You want them to play your game. And now there's traffic there. That's going to split them up in a big way.
and you do potentially expose yourself to a sudden full course yellow.
Yep.
Yeah, I do think you have to play that by track, though, and certainly here, the track's done a really good job of keeping that from being a factor. But there is something to be said for stalking the car in front of you, especially if you know you're going to have to make something of a lunge to know where the right place is going to be.
Right.
And so maybe there's a little bit of a conservative approach happening here, where there's no real need to throw it in until you are confident you know it'll stick. But now we're back out to about a second plus gap as a result of that traffic getting in between the two cars.
Yep.
Watching for smoke on the 162 coming from race control. Also watching for constant brake lights on the 46. That hasn't changed in the last 10 minutes or so. Okay, how do we feel about a quick break now? Or are we too late in the game?
A short one.
Yeah, I'm going as short as I can.
All right.
And break.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
12 minutes to go here at Road America. It's the end of the day. I really don't have anything else to say other than that, really. We've got one more, set of laps here, then we got tomorrow. The Aston Martin's still being chased by the Supra. We have not missed that. There is no longer traffic in between. The Audi, the Works 45 Audi, is working its way through there, though. So I think that might come into play as well. That's the car we just saw.
Other thing that might come into play, 43 Pro Sport Aston has hit the wall at Canada Corner.
JT and myself talked about this for the break. And that could have an impact because that's one of the only zones where that Supra is going to have even remotely a shot of getting around the car.
Yeah, the yellow flag goes away at Bill Mitchell Bend.
Yeah, see, and you got to lunge there though. Like you have to be making your move. Basically, by the time you're at the kink, you're committed, whether you're going to go for it or not. Oh, we're going to have a red flag.
Red flag.
So I think that, I'm going to check, of course. But I have a hard time believing that we're going to be able to go green because the clock does not stop when we go red. So this might be curtains, and this might be exactly what the 909 needed.
Yeah, I hate that they red flagged it, but I'm glad they red flagged it because I didn't love seeing the medical vehicle out there. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, this is... We got to make sure the driver's okay here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, again, down at Canada, second incident that we've seen down there. It's all happened here at the north part of the track. Am I remembering that right? Yeah, the other one was down over at the kink. So, so obviously another high speed situation here.
Yep.
With another Aston Martin, as it turns out. So a scary deal that I don't think we'll have resolution on by the end of this race, if we're honest. But we've had awfully quick turnarounds of this race already. If as the Ginger Racing car shuts its lights off from the lead of GP1.
So it's worth noting, Joseph, that the mechanics on the 43 just walked towards the hauler with some level of intention.
Like they thought there was something to be done.
Right. There's not a level of concern, I would say, by the two gentlemen that are still standing in the pit box. So, to make of that what you will.
Yeah. This is I hate to turn this into a race between the clock and the track crew, but that is what it becomes.
That's what it is. Yeah. And I don't want to encourage that as a thing. I don't want the track crew to hurry. So, it's something that I personally don't want to choose to be a part of,
Yeah. Yeah, but it is a reality of the circumstance. It just
right.
But it is a question of how long does this take to manage, rather than how long do they take to manage it. Is the important thing to remember.
Right.
Here.
Absolutely.
I suppose we should do a rundown because it may well end up being the final result here.
While you do that, I'm going to go investigate momentarily. I'll return.
Yeah, that sounds great. So, at the time of the red flag, we had... I'll switch over to Race Hero. We had, at the head of the overall standings, our GTO leader in the Thunder Bunny Racing 118. We were tracking very closely the fight between the 909 for automatic racing and the Dexter Racing Janetta G56 is what it's listed as, so I'm going to stick with that. Although we do think it might be a fifth Supra, so answers on a postcard. But those are your podium runners in GTO for the moment, followed by the 88 for Renegade Racing, and then the number 99 for Team GTR. We are going to get to, or we were on track, I suppose, to get to lap 199. As a matter of fact, we've gone to yellow. Actually, I think we've pulled the red away. We've gone to yellow.
So there's the driver is completely safe, up and out, walking around. So that's good.
Excellent.
Great news
for starters. There's what I gather to be a potential sort of green-white checker situation, except it's going to be a double yellow-white checker coming down here. So a little bit more opportunity for that battle to play out.
Do you get the sense that they're going to scramble the pace car here? Because that could shift quite a few things around.
They are, is my understanding.
Okay.
I only got a brief bit of the info, but they are going to send this pace car out. They wanted to make sure that everybody got a lap under yellow, and then they were going to throw the white flag, and that was going to be go.
Okay.
It's going to be more like a green and white checker.
Interesting.
Was my take on the situation. I only heard a little bit of it and have now returned.
Yeah, given that they actually have not pulled the red yet from trackside. Well, they did and then they didn't. I kind of wonder if the red is actually just going to stay out. We'll have a redux of what we had for the second red flag period. Now we have the elusive orange flag. Back to yellow, and we do have cars. Cars moving now.
So they're going to get rolling. There will be more racing. That much was clear. The procedure of that I was not clear on.
I don't know what kind of job just went down at Canada Corner from the track crews, but that is I think all three of us were convinced that this was going to be the end of the race.
Yeah, I think so.
So whatever they've done to clean that up, kudos. I assume that they have just whisked the car away into an alternate dimension that only exists in eastern Wisconsin.
Right.
There's a cutout there.
There's a cutout there.
Like I said, to a different dimension.
Yeah, like completely gone. No alligators by that cutout, fortunately.
Yeah, you see some of the cleanup happening there in the background. That is Canada Corner that we're looking at in the background of this shot.
So, the 909 potentially has saved some fuel here by not having to complete as many laps, but the pack is going to be very closed up.
Yeah.
So, it's not necessarily a lock for them, because now the Supra is going to be able to make a move using the traffic.
I absolutely think that this is probably the worst outcome for that car in particular. It's a great outcome for the 88 and the 99 because that brings this fight into play again.
Right. I think the 909 at least, I think, gets to the finish now. Whether that's in second or third, I'm not sure.
Trying to spot where the safety cars actually come out.
Okay, so now we're getting a white flag. We're under double yellow, and we're getting a white flag now.
Okay, that doesn't shock me. I think maybe this has taken just a hair longer.
A little bit too long.
Yeah, than they expected. And I to be honest, I don't mind that. I know that we've lost out on green flag racing. But I think, this feels fair enough to me, given the timing of all that.
The great news is the 727 got out and completed a lap, so they have fixed that car. It'll be good to go for tomorrow.
Sure enough, it's done a total of 6 laps. It got
perfect.
out ahead of Ludicrous.
Let's play a fun game where I try to find the 118, having not paid attention to them all race.
Blue and red.
Well, I know what the car looks like. Do I know where they are on track? It's a different game. Found it.
Because of the way it is. Yeah, we're getting a white flag here for the 44.
Yeah, you would assume that the 118 has taken the white flag. Back of the shot here.
Assume so. Well, I wasn't paying that much attention when he pulled the flag out because I was more surprised than anything else.
This will technically checker just a bit early, but I was frankly a little uncomfortable with the idea of sending the pace car out to do this because I think that has a lot of potential to Melbourne things.
Yeah.
No, we're going to do a double file standing restart for the last lap.
Yeah.
It is okay to finish under caution.
All right, we get 3 attempts at this.
We do not, actually.
There's the 111.
123, and then the 118.
There's the 909. And the 162s, there was traffic in between, so the 162 was not nose to tail.
Yeah.
With the 909. And there's the checker for the 118. So that's going to be the end of the race there.
First win for that squad. Congratulations to them. Not under green flag circumstances, but remarkable pace.
Right?
Yeah. Remarkable pace the entire day. That was a car that we had called out from the beginning as surprising us with the speed that they had, especially compared to their team car, and we know how strong that car is.
Yeah, the team car not getting it done today. I don't know what happened with that. Maybe they had a bad set of tires, couldn't get the setup dialed in. The 118 having a much better day than the 111. The 118 had shown flashes of pace at prior races, Mid-Ohio, Barber, etc., but never quite had the consistency, I think, but always were there or thereabouts. And so now, finally seeing the fruits of their labor, they've worked on the car, they've worked on themselves, presumably, to make sure they can get everything optimized and tight. And Thunder Bunny Racing themselves take home another win this season. If there was a team's championship, I think they would be well in the lead at this point. If there was a manufacturer's championship, Toyota would be well in the lead at this point. So a great season all the way around for those folks. We do feel for the 34 Hitman Racing Squad, who, like we said, unfortunately had to pack up and go home, presumably because the car is too broken to continue, much like I feel some days.
We do have we do have a car stopped at the exit of Canada Corner. We don't have an ID on that yet, but you can see recovery vehicle coming to that. Is that the Colorado View? It's the 14. The Palomar 14 came out, finished at 6th lap, and promptly re-expired coming out of Canada Corner.
Well, that's no fun.
No. But that's why you run that lap. You would have rather have it do that
the
now.
14's still in the pit lane, Joseph.
Okay, what's... No, I'm seeing it. It's definitely a Palomar car. Is it the 15, maybe? Was the 15 entered?
No, it was entered, but it wasn't circulating today. We'll see here as it turns around the corner.
It's 100% a Palomar car. Whichever one it is, I'm not sure. A lot of these cars, by the way, have not taken the checkered flag yet.
Yep.
It's the 14.
It is a Palomar car. Interesting. All right, well.
I don't know if they're going to direct everybody into pit lane at this point.
I mean, no, people are still taking the checker.
Okay, no, that's what I've expected.
The wind has picked up in a big way as well. I don't think we could have gone an extra hour, frankly. Now it does look like, oh yes, there's a thunderstorm coming.
Sure.
And the 118 is now coming down the pit lane, so I believe we are at the end of the line for runners on track. So yeah, a great race. Gentlemen, if you'd like to do a rundown and a wrap-up, I'm going to head down and start trying to grab some cameras.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Just processing.
Okay, perfect.
What all we saw. Yeah,
I just want to say real quick before I leave, have your pets spayed and neutered. Thank you.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to say let your pets run wild, just to spite you. Anyway. Yeah, no, what were your thoughts, JT? I thought it was a really interesting race, at least the way that things kind of wound up, as they tend to do, to sort of converge together at the end.
No, it was a good race. Hats off to the safety team at Road America doing a phenomenal job today. Being able to do hot poles in quite a few areas, which surprised me, but it was done and executed in a very professional manner and quite quickly. We've seen a lot of great racing on track today. The big thing for me is always, you gotta you gotta be very careful with those little details, either on pit lane or when there's a local yellow out, because a small little infraction has a big penalty. And so we've seen a couple cars, fortunately, rack those up. But the cars that were able to stay out of trouble, either through penalties or reliability, they were rewarded with excellent finishing positions after 9 hours. And so I'm hoping to see more of that tomorrow for a slightly shorter race.
Yeah, I think that's the key. That shorter race for tomorrow. Not only are we going to have some of the cars back out on track that we lost yesterday, today, but we're also going to have a different race distance. It's going to change up the strategy in a few ways, and it should be an exciting one. Should be a different flavor, and really looking forward to it. Congratulations to the 118 for Thunder Bunny for their class win and overall win. The Ginger Racing number 46 for their win in GP1. Exile for their win in GP2. I believe they're first. The number 75 for their win in GP3 for AOA. And the number 59 for Stratus in GTU. They will be the only car classified in that class. So dominant was their performance and consistency today. We will see you same time tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock local, 7 hours. Road America.